ever Blue Marble Week conference. It is the first in a series of 12. My name is Lila Gislason. I am with the Foundation for the Future and excited to kick off this event. For those of you who don't know, the blue marble image is the famous image taken from Apollo 17 in 1972 on December 7th. So we're
holding up the flag.
Thank you. December 7th. And we are really creating this event as a place for the space infrastructure community to come together. It features the brightest minds in this field, and we look forward to it being a very collaborative and engaging event, not only this event, but the events in the future. If you are interested, please go to our website. It's bluemarbleweek.space. There you will find more info about this event, the speakers, and also upcoming events. You can also sign up for emails and get more information that way. One reminder, the views expressed by all of the participants are their own. They are not representative of the organizations that they represent. Also, we are completely apolitical. We're here to talk science and innovation and technology, not to talk politics. So keep that in mind. And with that, we are looking forward to another phenomenal day. We've had 2 great days of speakers, and I would like to introduce.
I'm here.
Excellent. Tim is the founder and executive director of the Foundation for the Future. He's a former Army officer and was most recently working as a CIA officer supporting the National Space Council. He holds 2 master's degrees, one in intelligence studies and one in international relations and affairs from American University. Tim is a quick learner and a challenger of the status quo. One summer, he switched from a team working in Pakistani politics to a team working in satellite threats. After less than 30 days on the job, his work was selected for a presentation at a satellite threat conference due to its sophistication. Tim's passion for space and humanity's evolution in space is deep. He is the author of the book, Humanity in Space, found on Amazon, and various articles on the topic. His next challenge and mission is to create the backbone of America's next century in space. Please welcome Tim Chrisman.
Thanks, Lila. So if you've been here the past couple days, there will be similarities between what I'm talking about now and what we've discussed. But ultimately, the aim of today's presentation is to get into the why. One of the things I try to do in any of my talks, any of my writing, anything I do is answer the question, so what or why now? And that's what we're trying to do today, discussing why space infrastructure, why does it matter? And I plan on grounding this not only in the economic benefits, but also why a new organization is needed for managing this. So we've talked about how there is this gap in the space ecosystem where NASA is looking far afield, is pushing the frontiers of science and human exploration. Space Force was created for a national security imperative, and the private sector has really been an innovation engine driving a lot of new technology, but there's no underpinnings for much of what is needed to enable further success. And so our proposal, we talked in detail about this yesterday, was creating a private infrastructure development corporation in partnership with the federal government. It would be a federally chartered corporation with a mandate to develop space infrastructure. And it, in cooperation with the rest of the federal government and the private sector, would be able to leverage both private equity, NASA funds, DoD funds, and even state infrastructure funds to really accelerate the expansion of humanity into space. So the question that often happens when infrastructure investments on the ground and in space get talked about is, cool, why do we need it? And there's a perennial report card that comes out every time Congress comes back into session where the American Civil Engineer Society says, America needs more roads, more bridges. We give you a D or an F, America, because your infrastructure is so bad. I've adapted a quote here about why you should never listen to civil engineers when they talk about infrastructure investment. And it is a little tongue-in-cheek because at the end of the day, it is civil engineers' jobs to evaluate the status of it, just like it's your barber's job to tell you your hair's bad. But with space, we've had a different situation where there are not people driving over the potholes who see an American Civil Engineer Society report and say, yeah, that's about right. I would grade my roads as a D. I would grade my rocket to space as a D. We don't have that. And so we're in a weird situation where there is not a constituency in space that cares about the infrastructure, but the impact of investment in that infrastructure may be far greater than investments in any other single kind of infrastructure. Infrastructure is often talked about, at least in economic terms, in how it is able to have a multiplicative effect on the economic output. So there's a wide variation in what's called the infrastructure multiplier effect number, depending on which economic school you're in. If you are Keynesian or if you care about the gold standard, you're going to differ on what this number is. A relatively conservative number I have displayed here, but ultimately what this is the estimate of the effect of economic activity increasing for every dollar the government borrows to spend on infrastructure. Now, not all government spending is created equal. And as you can see here, there are different estimates for how much economic activity changes based on different forms of spending increases. This is part of a larger study done for Congress several years ago, talking about how stimulus money can help boost the economy. This was done during a time of high employment and relatively strong growth. And so while it is essentially saying you get $1.50 of economic activity back for every dollar you put in, our position is that's a fairly conservative estimate when you're talking about an entirely new domain. This number includes remodeling the New York subway system and putting in a new road in the farm country of Kansas. Both of those may be equally needed in terms of the old infrastructure deteriorating, but the economic impact of the same amount spent in each place is dramatically different. Our argument in space is that this infrastructure spending multiplier far underestimates the effect of what a dollar spent in space infrastructure would return. There aren't a lot of examples of space infrastructure spending, and the one we shamelessly cherry pick is GPS. The estimated cost of the current constellation is about $12 billion. And over the life of GPS, it's returned nearly 100-fold. So instead of it being $1.50 for every one spent, it's $100 returned for every dollar spent. And the numbers here are intentionally misleading and intentionally overblown. The realistic effect of a sustained push for increased investment in space is likely closer to 3 to 5 times the amount spent. But the example is still there, because when there is nothing, every investment goes a very long way. And so when we are looking and talking about spending on space infrastructure, spending on essentially roads to new areas, railroads to new resource development locations, these are investments in not guaranteed futures, but as close as you can get to a guaranteed economic payout that any federal investment can have. I am not an economist, and so I should not be the one talking about the economic investments or the benefits of that. And so I will leave further exegesis of the economic benefits of investments to others. We have commissioned a study on what the actual impact of different proposals that we've put forward would be, different funding levels, different models of investment. And by our January Blue Marble event, we hope to be able to share some of the results of that. The short version is what I just conveyed there. But what I do feel more confident in and more excited about is the idea that we need a new organization to manage that investment. Those of us here believe in the idea of space benefiting humanity. We're bought into this dream of a new frontier, a new environment for humans to live and work in, and ultimately how that will benefit everyone. And so it's not to you that I need to convince of the benefits, but it is to you that we look to partner to create a new organization to manage the new investments, the new frontier, the new focus. And so I'm going to break down sort of where we see our proposed organization fitting inside the at least federal architecture for space, and why in our proposed future that creates a synergistic effect between NASA up and out, Space Force protecting and defending, and Space Corp being the backbone enabler. A lot of time gets spent by me, by others in the foundation, answering questions about, oh, doesn't NASA do that? And every time we make a new proposal or talk about a project, that is the reflexive thought, is it's space, therefore NASA. Realistically, though, NASA's vision, and this is pulled from their website, is to expand what humans know. And they do that in space. Their mission is to push the envelope for space technology. It's not to move humans off world. It's not to create communities in space. And ultimately, its mission is more akin to the frontier agencies of the 1800s, who had a mandate to explore the American West, to prospect, rather than the modern day Commerce Department or Transportation Department. Space Force, created in response to rising threats in space, it is essentially America's space navy, protecting freedom of access, enabling freedom of movement, and ensuring commerce is safe for all. Again, nowhere in here is this a creating, building, enabling an economic future, human habitation. And that's not wrong. In neither of these cases are these organizations meant for that. And so that's where we see Space Corp fitting in, is similar to how the Commerce Department, Transportation Department, National Highway Trust Fund, the host of federal agencies, banks, and affiliated executive departments work to promote economic activity, to fund the creation of the boring backbone systems ranging from utilities to guardrails. That's where Space Corp comes in. Ideally, it is able to slide in and work in concert with a lot of the regulatory agencies that are already working on space policies. There's not a use or need for a new regulatory agency that is going to add to the already overtaxed private sector in terms of regulations for safety, launch windows, and the like. Ideally, Space Corp provides the single point for those regulatory agencies and the private sector to come together. And it does that because its mandate would be to promote growth through the creation of space infrastructure, through the creation of sustainable, efficient, and ultimately cheap space access systems. When an organization has that mandate through its congressional charter, now it has essentially the motivation to reach out to other federal agencies to bring them on board in order to accomplish its missions. And no longer is the impetus solely on private corporations. The proposals we've put forward and the ambitions for this new federally chartered corporation are not new. infrastructure development banks, space development corporations, national spaceport development corporations. These ideas have been circulating for years, in some cases decades. We see the time being right and this idea having ripened because of the work of many of you who have spent years or decades pushing the envelope of what is possible, taking technology from fringe to mainstream, and suddenly we're at a point when space, while not quite real, suddenly seems a lot more accessible, starts to seem a little more reasonable as a place to go, as a place to visit, as a place to live. And so in talks with some of you, with others in the space community, our message has always been, this isn't our idea that's been hand delivered to us from some divine source, and we're going to die on this hill fighting for it. But instead, this is the proposal we think takes the best of what the community has developed over the last decades, makes it into something that is palatable both to Congress and provides the most benefit to the American people and the American taxpayers. Now, how can we move forward with it? How can we partner to make it better, both with you, with federal agencies, with Congress? Because at the end of the day, success is the federal government and state governments treating space as another domain to invest in. Not in cost plus contracts, not in giant bridges to nowhere, but in actual useful investments in a future that benefits us. I think that's all I have. Yeah.
Thank you, Tim. Appreciate that. You know, love your presentation. Really kind of an amazing idea and vision. When you start talking about a future that benefits us, you know, what does that mean, right? We've got these programs, we've got some good ideas out there. But where do you think that gets us, right? Like, we're working pretty hard to create this Blue Marble Week, to create this legislation, to, you know, change things for, you know, build out space infrastructure. Where do you think that gets us? What do we get from doing all this?
So I guess it depends on the person. We see 3 or 4 key groups of people that are motivated to get behind this and who benefit the most first. There's the entrepreneur who is searching for a new way to build something great. And for them, there is the ability to start businesses that previously required hundreds of millions, if not more, in upfront investment and decades of lead time to put a system in orbit, to go to orbit and build a company. It's not a short setup like
Hey Jim, how you doing?
A
Yeah,
restaurant around the corner or a e-commerce site. This is a multi-year process.
Right.
There's no reason for that. Just like there was no reason for it to be a multi-year process to start a store. The internet came, fixed that. So that's where the first sort of benefit is. The second is knowledge. NASA spends a lot of its money and time maintaining things that, while advancing science, are not the low-hanging fruit of exploration and development. They're maintaining the International Space Station. That is a drain that they don't need to have. Refocus that money outward and let the private sector, in partnership with an infrastructure development corporation, build out LEO. And the third group are those people that Ernest Shackleton talked to when he placed his newspaper ad in 1913 to go to Antarctica, where he said men wanted for hazardous journey, small wages, bitter cold, long months of complete darkness, constant danger, safe return doubtful, honor and recognition in case of success. And that was it. That was the ad.
That was awesome.
5,000 people responded to that ad. And this was not a depression.
Oh, right.
This was good times in England. There were 5,000 crazy people who were like, yeah, that sounds great. I don't even know what we're doing.
Right.
And those people benefit because they are looking for a part of history. They want to make a difference. And they're the ones who will.
Nice.
And so those are the three sort of groups. At the end of the day, though, their work benefits those who don't care.
Right, yeah.
The people who worked on the polio vaccine directly benefited their companies and the kids who were vaccinated. The rest of us benefited because we didn't have to suffer the economic impact of caring for the kids with polio. And now the benefit is we don't even have to think about polio.
Right.
And so the effects for people who don't care, right, wrong, or indifferent, is it fades into the background.
Right. It becomes a higher quality of living, a higher standard of living for everybody in the world, whether they go to space or not, whether they know that their cars' brakes work better and stop in time. That's a necessary side benefit to the rest of the economy, but most folks don't know that. All right. Well, thank you very much, Tim. Super interesting to hear this, and it might be kind of a dull process to work through these congressional steps, but the results are pretty exciting. We're going to swap over to Lila. Thank you very much, Tim. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Tim. Thanks, Michael. Our next speaker is Brant Arsenault. We already did a sound check before. He sounds pretty good and he looks good. Brant is a partner with 9.8 Capital, an integrated strategic and financial services firm focused on companies in the space technology sector. He has 30 years of capital markets experience and fintech experience, both as an owner-operator and as a member of senior management with top-tier banks. Mr. Arsenault, please.
Hi, thanks for the introduction. Maybe I'll do a little background on me, and then I think my conversation is going to plug right into where Tim left off. So, as said, I was 30 years on Wall Street. That was my backup plan to being an astronaut. I actually engineered my whole education, my undergrad in electrical engineering and neural networks, my postgrad in electrical engineering and neural networks to become an astronaut. I still have the rejection letter from the Canadian Space Agency, which sent me into a tailspin and started thinking about what else I could do. And I did my my research up in Scotland, and I went down to London and answered an ad that were looking for quants that understood nonlinear stochastic algorithms and other mathematic techniques for the calculation of Basel One. And I said, I don't know what Basel One capital is, but I know all the math. And I walked onto the trading floor at JP Morgan, I think in 93, 94, and I just fell in love with it. So the backup plan was great. I did it for 30 years, building trading and risk systems, building alternative trading systems, marketplaces, things of that nature. And I very much enjoyed it. Most recently, my corporate job was CIO of Bank of Montreal, and I left that to start a fintech company, which was the mandate was to build a massively scalable trading system. And I thought that was going to be my last fintech job, and I would use that little bit of wealth to do what Elon and Jeff did and take my $500 million and get into space. It didn't happen exactly like that, but I did make some great connections, including some people in Toronto, Chris Hadfield and people like that kind of encouraged me to get into the space industry. And I was asking myself, what type of skills should I use? I am an engineer, although I haven't exercised that skill in a long time. And people said, you know a lot about capital, you know about markets and strategic matters within companies. Why don't you help space companies that way? And that's really how I jumped into the industry and started helping companies. And I was thinking about all the different financial infrastructure that's going to be required in a large industry like this, an industry that's going to require a lot of capital. And there's other industries that require a lot of capital. There's lots of capital intensive industries, but space has some idiosyncratic nature to it that a lot of the companies need capital quite early on in their life cycle. So there are some really interesting nuances, and I started thinking about all the different sources of capital in this industry, right from early stage, from bootstrapping to venture capital, to private equity, to banks. Will there be specialized banks that specialize in this industry? To exchanges, is there going to be a specialized commodity exchange that first maybe you can buy futures and options on launches to hedge your risk on the volatility of that, and eventually can I buy a future or an option on moon water or Mars water? And that's really interesting. And I think when that does happen, that'll signal a very sophisticated capital markets. But I want to first, so that's kind of the background. I want to go back a little bit, which we all, regardless of what aspect of the industry we're playing in, finance or within a space company, we talk about, and that is explaining the value of space to non-space companies, because a lot of us are somewhat zealots in space, and we don't need to be convinced, and we kind of jump right over, caring that your main street person may not know. And I think it's an onion when you look at trying to describe the value of space. And on the outside of the onion, it's business to government or B2G. And I think that's easy to explain because the governments and government agencies have mandates that are getting value from the developing economy of space. And then B2B, the value of B2B, that's very easy to explain to businesses as well, I think. But when you get to B2C, your everyday person, it starts to get difficult. And Tim brought up GPS, and everybody uses GPS. It almost gets a little boring using a GPS. But there are other things, a lot of Earth observation companies that are detecting wildfires and things of that nature that are going to impact the public at some point, and they're going to see, I think it's going to be self-evident at some point, the value of space. But I think why I bring it up is this is going to be a constant duty of anyone in the space industry to continually educate the public, because as the capital market forms, the public will get involved and the public will invest in space. It's happening a little bit now, but eventually there'll be a big part of the capital markets, and I think that's important. So going back to what Tim was talking about, the need for a bank. When I started getting involved in different entities, including early stage platforms for raising company for companies and helping out certain venture capitalists. And if you think about the sophistication of capital that starts out with bootstrapping and friends and family, which is at one end of the spectrum, and at the other end of the spectrum is your private equity, your alternatives, and your kind of endowment funds and retirement funds. There's all kinds of mechanisms that get involved into the capital markets to make it work. And when you think about a development bank, it's really interesting because I think the development bank takes a lot of the volatility out of the transition of governments because they have different mandates and different ways to appropriate funds to certain projects. And a development bank can take a little bit of volatility out of that. And really what it needs to do is create that. One thing I think it should do is focus on infrastructure. Because if you think about capital accumulation, a lot of capital flows into an industry or an economy, and it can get wasted. And we saw, and usually we call those bubbles, right? That capital grows and grows and grows, and it bursts, and there's very little left of the value that some of the capital created. And if we think about the internet, for instance, in '95, and I was at JP Morgan and we sold a company to Silicon Valley company in '98, we weren't talking about Google or Priceline or Amazon. We were talking about Cornyn up in New York pulling fiber to see how much they can pull, building the infrastructure of fiber optics. We were talking about Cisco and Bay Networks. How could we build better routers and switches? That was, they're the companies that when that bubble burst, they were left. And that was the infrastructure of the internet. Now, what we don't want to see that in the space industry. We don't want to see a bubble and all that wasted capital evaporate and we have a little kind of nugget. If that nugget could really be focused on and say, okay, that is infrastructure. And what is infrastructure are the kind of fundamental things that when those assets are in space, the force multiplier of new companies on top of them will take off. And that is access, right? That is communication. That is compute. That is habitability. These are the things that will make space 2.0 or 3.0 really accelerate. And I think the formation of a development bank, either fully owned by the government or partially owned, is a great idea because it can make direct loans again to companies that are building that infrastructure. It can make direct equity placement. It can even make loans into private equity firms and other parts of the mechanism within the capital markets to kind of take that volatility out of it. So I think it's a very important part of the capital markets. Not all industries get these type of capabilities, but I think it's quite important. Yeah, so I think that's why I got involved with Space Corp and Tim's concept. I think it's going to be a great, almost like a backstop or a wicket keeper for people outside of America to kind of protect the other capital in the industry and make sure that infrastructure gets built.
Terrific, Brand. Thank you very much. It's not well known, but my background a really long time ago, in between the Marine Corps and working in space, was I was an investment advisor back in the 1990s, the early side of the 1990s, before the dot-com bubble, and I think the folks on this call need a bit of an explanation. Not everybody really understands what an investment bank really is, what this kind of capital bank really is. A lot of folks are thinking Bank of America and Wells Fargo. That's not it. So I need you to go a little bit deeper into what this mechanism might look like, if you can.
Yeah, so typically a development bank really starts out with a mandate.
I'm sorry, I meant development bank. I said investment bank. Yeah. I do know the difference. development.
And they're similar. You know, the investment bank is doing the same thing, but is very opportunistic and will do it to anyone that will pay. It doesn't have a very strong mandate. So a development bank starts out with a mandate. And in this case, it is to build that underlying infrastructure for space. And the reason is to create sustainability and a platform for future growth to avoid the inefficient use of capital down the road. Because if you layer capital on top of a infrastructure capital, you'll avoid these kind of balloon type of bubbles and irrational exuberance that we've seen, right? We've seen that in many, many cases, and these type of things avoid that. If you look at the Transcontinental Railway, first of all, the first time they had two attempts or a couple of attempts of making that right, and the first time they really didn't explain the value, because why do people want to go to the West Coast, right? The gold rush was one reason, but they started to get very, very well educated on understanding how to explain that. But that railway, they gave incentives to two companies to build that railway, and they gave them land rights and they gave them mineral rights to hedge against the success of the railway. So a development bank starts out with a mandate and then chooses projects that fulfill that mandate. And I think that the development bank will build up consensus on what those projects are and start funding those programs. And what that does is creates long-term value and takes out some volatility. So for instance, if a development bank was around during the Transcontinental Railway, they might have thought about some projects to avoid the mercury problem that the gold rush created in the West. And that's one thing, one example is an investment bank should look at debris and orbital congestion, right? As we build this platform and we get more activity into LEO, MEO, and GEO, if we start having collisions and problems, that is going to slow down the capital formation. So they have to look at a lot of that you need financial structure, you need physical infrastructure, and you need legal and policy infrastructure. And then a development bank will look at all three of those to really accelerate capital formation and the sustainability of that capital formation.
So I'm going to break it down a little further. When we work on projects, we work on hardware, we work on finance and business, we work on the outreach component, and we work on framework, legal policy, that sort of thing. And I mean, in a very positive way, this event that we're having is that outreach component. But this bank really wraps these four elements around and says, all right, we're going to look at hardware. That's important. Like that's what this is all about, is the infrastructure. As you described earlier, the telecom infrastructure was still standing after a lot of the dot-com bubble burst. That's really what we're aiming for, but you can't do that without really understanding business operations, logistics, and finance. You can't do that without outreach and telling your story to the community, and you certainly can't do that without the laws and policies. So in a way, and I'm putting words in your mouth, I want you to clarify, in a way, this development bank takes on those responsibilities and say, we're going to kind of help chart a future, right? This is the wild, wild west. That was your reference a minute ago with the railroad. We're in the wild, wild west now. Somebody needs to chart that future. Is that the role that this development bank is kind of taking on? That's a big burden if that's where we're going.
Well, it's part of building consensus. It's not responsible for it, but it's part of that process of building consensus and connecting people and getting the conversations and funding the right platforms and the right projects that build that sustainability. There was a paper by Kevin Barry that talks about it. He used a metaphor of a garden, right? That we want to build a garden and grow plants and sell the vegetables and fruits, but we need to invest and underwrite the risk of building the garden, the raised bed, the lattices, the things that is going to promote the growth. So, it's great to find customers for Infrastructure 1.0, and you will find a lot of customers, especially B2B customers, and the government and the government agencies are going to continue to be important customers of 1.0. But really, it is underwriting that infrastructure for the end customer, which will come in a greater amount after that's built.
Cool. So let's talk about customers. There's 2 or 3 customer questions in the chat. Let's talk about who the customer of this development bank is, and maybe the downstream of their customers.
Yeah. So, and Tim can jump in if he's still on too. But the idea is direct loans to companies that are building the infrastructure that align to the mandate. There's also loans to private equity companies and other capital infrastructure companies that are aligned and investing into these type of infrastructures. So that's the main kind of pool of customers categories.
Okay. When we build this thing, you said something that's going to concern some people, which is direct loans to companies. Obviously, I'm a big fan of that plan, but who safeguards this? Who says this is a good loan, this is a bad loan? I know that we don't have the standards yet. We don't even have the organization yet, so I don't want to put you on the spot. But in big concepts, what might that look like?
It'll be set up very similar to, it'll be set up just like a bank, where they'll have a risk committee and an investment committee, and they'll make those risk decisions and adjudication decisions against the mandate and the quality of the companies. And because these are loans, they're going to be, later stage companies, not early stage companies. There could be some early stage companies, of course, and I think there is some thought being put into deploying some of the capital through equity, which is a whole different kind of capability that not a lot of development banks have, but it is a thought to kind of look at that capability.
So in the simplest terms, if a company has customers, it's probably fundable. If it doesn't have customers, it probably isn't fundable. Would that be a safe generality, or am I missing some nuance?
Yeah, I think it's easier for a risk committee and a bank to fund companies with revenue. But there is going to be, I believe there's going to be other mechanisms within the organization to do kind of at revenue type of companies. But this is very much a traditional mechanism for giving out loans. So yeah, it'll follow that type of process.
So we have two. We have a VC and we have an investment banker on this call. We also have a representative speaking in his own capacity from the U.S. Space Force. There are national security concerns and implications to this bank. Would it also commit resources to things that help the national security? And I'm being vague on purpose because I think that there's a lot of stuff there that hasn't really been sorted out. But is the customer of the national defense a big and a qualifying customer?
Yes, I believe so. I mean, if Tim's on, I think Tim has some answers to this, but I believe so.
Okay. So I'm going to move on from the customer's question. I'm going to switch back to how does this thing work? All right. So we with the Space Act that's being proposed, assume that we get the thumbs up on it. Do you have a time frame for when this might get stood up? How long is it going to take from an operations perspective, or is it just too soon to tell?
It's a little soon, but we do have some, we do have a strategy that is forming now. That the original idea was to get the Infrastructure Act passed as a fully development bank, but there's also a thought to get it attached to other infrastructure bills that are floating in Congress now, and we're discussing that strategy now.
Okay. When what do you? We've been asking the speakers yesterday and the day before. We're putting a box around everything from the ground to the moon, and everything between 2020 and 2035. Just a 15-year window, and it's not a rolling window. It's like, in a couple of weeks it's going to be 2021. This doesn't move the window to 2036. It's a hard stop at 2035. Can you kind of pull out your crystal ball and say, what does 2022 look like? That's not very far away at all. What does 2025 look like? And if those two things happen, what does 2035 look like? And you're a investment advisor. It's your job to have a crystal ball. So we're counting on you.
I think, Tim has a better view into these plans. So I'll let him go first, and then I'm going to add my opinion.
Okay, cool. Great. Tim?
Yeah.
It wasn't supposed to be a trick question.
No, I know. I'm just, yeah. I think at the end of the day, the 2035 window is too far out.
Okay.
Not because we can't see that far, but because nobody would believe the pace of exponential change between now and then. 15 years ago, I would not have believed, and I am a stereotypical early adopter, I would not have believed the capabilities of my smartphone or the quality of my new Xbox. And those are benign improvements that have scaled exponentially. And so in a recent interview, I was asked, what does space look like in 100 years? And I was talking with Lila about one of the written responses I was giving that included mentioning 1 billion people living in space. And that sounds fantastical because that's well north of 1/10 of the current population of Earth living in space. But if we even remotely believe that space is on an exponential curve, which all evidence suggests that it is, we not only need a Moore's law for space technological development, but we need a way to communicate that to the public that doesn't sound like we're talking about Star Wars.
Right.
And so when I start presentations and talk about space elevators or space-based solar power, I say by the end of this decade. And I get looked at sideways because that's crazy. And it is. So is going to the moon in the 60s. Everything's crazy until we do it. We need a lot. There's a lot to do. But at this point, we just have to do it.
Okay. We've got 4 minutes here. Brant, do you want to chime in quick?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So mine's probably a little more boring than that. And drawing on my experience, and I know the internet is not an exact analogy, but I think 2030 we're still building infrastructure, including access, continually evolving in improving access and the price. Compute, and I mean general compute. There's a lot of Earth observation and data relay companies and communication companies. That's going to turn into a general compute capability. And I think that'll continue to evolve. And you see Amazon and Microsoft and Google getting involved. And then communications, pure communications. And then the last one is habitability. I think this will continue to get better and better and better. And not to discount the exploratory projects going to Mars and Moon during that period, but it won't be of a real sustainable commercial nature until the infrastructure that I mentioned first gets really solid and gets funded by in-space commerce, not NASA, not agencies, but people gaining value from that infrastructure that are kind of end customers.
Terrific. Michael Mealing, do you want to ask a super fast question and get a super fast answer?
Sure. So going back to what Tim just said, and some parts of the entire discussion, yes, who the customer is matters. And especially from the conversation in the chat, who is the final customer? Not, NASA. If we ever want to get beyond NASA as the only customer, who is the final customer and what value proposition do they need? A lot of the discussions I hear in space right now is everyone selling to everyone else. There is no conversation on who the final customer is. And that gets to what is their very, very basic human emotional motivation for wanting to be that customer? What problem are they solving? So I guess the question is for Tim, to justify all that expansion, given a Congress and a government that is explicitly not wanting to be perceived as an expansionist power, what problem are you solving?
So the problem we're solving is a stagnant productivity, a slow growth rate, and ultimately a lack of a frontier to bring intellectual dynamism into the fold. And so that doesn't answer the customer question, but the customer is ultimately the person who wants to adventure, the person looking to make a change, who seeks a new opportunity, a entrepreneur who doesn't see a future where they're at and looks to move to make that. Just like the westward expansion in the US, just like the first colonists. But unlike those, now we have an opportunity to do that without being an expansionist power. There is no natives to displace. There is no pristine wilderness to deforest. No doubt we will discover we have broken something when we get there. But at least we haven't harmed our fellow humans or those of us sharing the world we live in.
Wait, Michael, you've got a whole 45 minutes later this afternoon.
I
know you've got more to say. We've got a status on course. I know, Michael, you've heard this for a long time. Please bring your comments. I invited you for a reason later this afternoon. So super excited to hear what you have to say. We are
depressed.
We are going to shift over to Lila. I am going to point out that Major McLean, speaking in his own personal capacity, says the customer is geostrategic national security. All right, Lila, it's over to you.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Brant. Really quickly, where can people learn more about you or contact you?
Yeah, you can contact me at brant.arsenault@9.8.net.
Excellent. Thank you. Just want to welcome, for those of you just joining us, you are tuning into Blue Marble Week. This is our first event of a series of 12. You can learn more on our website, bluemarbleweek.space. There are links to the live streams. Anyone on the current YouTube or Facebook live streams right now, please feel free to ask questions in the chat and we will filter those up to us. And without any further ado, I would like to introduce Justin Kugler. Justin, are you on the line and can we do a quick sound check?
Yes, I'm here. Can y'all hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you. All right. Justin Kugler is industrializing low Earth orbit and beyond. Justin has a wealth of knowledge in aerospace systems engineering, exploration, and defense systems from his experience with the intelligence community, NASA, and the ISS National Lab. He holds a BS in aerospace engineering from Texas A&M and a master's degree in mechanical engineering from Rice, with a focus on aero, astronautics, and intelligence systems. He's now Vice President of Advanced Programs and Concepts at Made in Space. Made in Space is leading the development of in-space manufacturing technologies, ranging from the first 3D printers on the International Space Station to the revolutionary Archinaut system for fabricating functional space structures on orbit. Please, Justin.
Thank you. I appreciate y'all having me here today. You know, I've known Michael Lane for a number of years now, and I was really excited when he reached out and invited me to come talk with y'all today. So I'm gonna kind of give y'all a brief history of kind of who I am, where I've come from, and how that shapes my thinking and how we as a company approach, you know, the issue of space infrastructure and in space manufacturing. And then walk you all through some of the things that we're working on right now, literally right now, to unlock that frontier. Okay. Can y'all see the screen sharing? Awesome. So we'll just dive right into it then. So as Layla said, I'm the Vice President of Advanced Programs and Concepts at Made in Space. That's a really fancy way of saying that I'm focused on new business development and strategic relationships to help grow the company across all of our functional sectors. I started my career in the intelligence community. I was a weapons analyst for the Central Intelligence Agency, starting back in 2003. But even before that, I was a NASA intern at Johnson Space Center. So I have kind of an interesting and roundabout way of going through the industry, in that I started as a civil servant, then went to grad school at Rice, and then came back to NASA as a contractor. And then I worked in the nonprofit world at the Center for the Advancement of Science and Space. And then I went into you know, the startup community when Andrew Rush recruited me to come work at Made in Space 5 years ago. And the reason why I wanted to kind of walk you through that history briefly is because I learned very early on in my career, and I know this is something that, you know, that Mike Mealing will appreciate, that delivering value to your customer, whether that is through a business transaction or, you know, whether you're, you know, civil servant, you know, performing your duty on behalf of the nation, delivering value to your customer is always top of mind. That is always the objective. And that's just as true as, you know, when I was on the president's analytics support staff, as it is, you know, when I'm, you know, writing a proposal for NASA to build, you know, the next generation in-space manufacturing system. Doesn't matter how good your technology is if you're not solving somebody's problem, if you're not delivering value. And I think that's something that, you know, we in the space community can do a much better job doing, is communicating how the work that we do is making people's lives better here on Earth. And that is a central focus of the work that we're doing at Made in Space. I would be remiss if I didn't mention that Made in Space is now a Redwire company. We were acquired this summer. Redwire Space is a new mid-tier firm that was created by Aero Equity Industrial Ventures. This is very interesting for us because Aero Equity is better known in the aviation sector. They've literally generated billions of dollars in value in taking companies that make parts for aviation OEMs, that make engine components and wing pieces, and they bring those companies together, help them raise their market cap and grow the industry. And in doing so, they employ tens of thousands of people and have generated billions of dollars of value in the aviation sector. And they looked at what companies like Made in Space is doing. They looked at what our sibling business units at Rocore and Deep Space Systems and ADCOL were doing, and realized that we could be stronger together than operating independently, and that by working together and combining the spaceflight heritage with the innovation and entrepreneurship that we all offer, we can put space to work for more people, for more customers, and generate more value. And so they created Redwire and invested in Made in Space because they believe in that vision, and they believe that it makes good business sense to do so, which has been a very exciting transformation for us. So when you think about Redwire as a whole, it not only includes the work that we're doing at Made in Space on on-orbit servicing, assembly, manufacturing, and low Earth orbit commercialization, it also includes the advanced sensors and components that companies like Deep Space Systems and ADCOL have been building for decades now. It includes their work on space domain awareness and resiliency. It includes work on digitally engineered spacecraft so that we can apply the same lessons learned for rapid R&D and rapid technology investment in the terrestrial sector to accelerating the technology refresh rate for satellite technology. And so you see that as we're putting all of these pieces together under the Redwire banner, we are rapidly accelerating our ability to generate full-scale mission solutions for a wide variety of customers across civil, defense, and commercial space, and to do so at scale. And as you can see, we're all over the country now. I'm in our corporate headquarters in Jacksonville, Florida, but we also bring to bear the experience of our technology team in California and our sister companies in Colorado, Massachusetts, and Maryland. Beyond that, we have a ton of experience, and even here at Made in Space. 2020 is actually the 10-year anniversary of Made in Space. I've been with the company for about 5 of those years now, and I met the founders actually back when I was working on the space station program. The guys at NanoRacks came up to me and they're like, "Justin, you were such a big help helping us get our first payloads on station. And we met these young guys just out of grad school. They want to put a 3D printer on the space station. Nobody's ever done that. Can you help them figure out how to do that the same way you helped us figure out how to put the nanolabs on the space station?" And again, that was my job. I was working in the ISS National Laboratory Office at Johnson Space Center, and we were chartered by Congress to make the space station more accessible to non-NASA users and non-NASA utilization. And so our chief engineer, Mike Snyder, actually every so often likes to show around the pictures in 2011 when I was taking them on their first tour of Johnson Space Center and the space vehicle mock-up facility, and essentially showed them how we integrate payloads on board the space station. You fast forward to today, and we have a wide variety of manufacturing and operations payloads on board the space station. We are building satellites here in Jacksonville now, and we're expanding our work on what we call exploration, manufacturing, and exploration services taking advantage of the fact that we now live in a policy environment where NASA and DoD as first customers are more amenable to commercial services and public-private partnerships. And without that forward-leaning approach to procurement, it would be a lot harder for a small company like ours to break into this market. And so I think it's important that we give credit where credit is due in our relationships with the government and opening up this sector. So Made in Space is my home. It's what I know and love, and so I'm going to talk more about Made in Space today than the other parts of Redwire, because I think that's most relevant to the discussion that we're trying to have here at Blue Marble Week about how we build space infrastructure and how we build the space economy for the future. And so, even though, as I mentioned, we started with putting the first 3D printers on the space station. Today, now that we're a company of almost 200 people, and most of them are here in Florida, it's more than just that. We've organized ourselves around what we consider our 3 main business verticals. The first is what we call satellite solutions. It includes in-space manufacturing and robotic assembly, but it also includes the work that we're doing on affordable, scalable satellite buses. Rather than targeting the small kind of throwaway end of the market, or going after the Maxars and Northrops of the world, who could bury us with in-kind contributions alone. We're focused on how do we create those core satellite capabilities that enable the affordable implementation of on-orbit servicing, assembly, and manufacturing, because there is an unmet need in that market for these kind of modular, adaptable systems, but don't cost what the Battlestar Galactica kind of missions of previous decades did. In parallel, we have a very robust portfolio of what we call commercial space products and services. It includes our pilot payloads that we're building in partnership with NASA to evaluate which industrial processes will lead to scalable products that can be manufactured on orbit and brought back down to the ground to be infused into terrestrial goods and services at higher value than their terrestrial competitors. It also includes advanced work that we're doing on on-orbit services. One of the coolest things I'm really excited about that we're working on right now is called Olaf. And I'm going to take credit for that name because it is a portable freezer that will hold minus 70 degrees Celsius for 4 days without external power. Nobody else has anything like that. And it's critical to NASA because they need that to bring down the backlog of biological and plant research science that's stuck on board the space station right now. But we've also found that there's tremendous interest in that capability in the terrestrial logistics market, as well as evidenced by the logistics challenges that companies are finding with transporting the coronavirus vaccines, especially to parts of the world that don't have the resources to implement large, heavy, constantly powered freezer storage. And then our third area where we kind of grew up from and where we still have a strong presence today is what we call space exploration solutions. And so that is work directly on making it easier, safer, and more sustainable for people to live and work in space. And just to show that this isn't just pretty artist pictures. This is all real work. Our Argonaut 1 program is funded through NASA Space Tech Mission Directorate Tipping Point program. We're working with DARPA on ESPA rings that can disassemble and reassemble themselves on orbit so that you can reuse that structure for satellite missions rather than throw it away after your primary and other secondaries are deployed. We're working with NASA Goddard on applying in-space manufacturing to enable large-scale optical interferometry from small sets, when before, that would have been a $500 million mission. On the commercial space products and services side, you can see that we have a whole slew of new payloads either on the space station right now or getting ready to go up over the next couple of months. In fact, just last week, we completed the first successful on-orbit microgravity ceramic manufacturing demonstration. And that hardware and those samples are coming back down on the recent SpaceX cargo vehicle so that we can evaluate the process and lessons learned. And coming up just a few months later on SpaceX 23, we're sitting at both a crystal growth facility, not for biological crystals, but for industrial crystals, because you can still take advantage of that quiescent low gravity environment to grow optical materials that are of much higher quality and much higher uniformity than what you see on the ground. And as opposed to, my good friends that are working in biomanufacturing, we don't have to, take 10 years to get through, an FDA approval process to get our product out on the market. We also have a super alloy casting and heat treatment facility going up on SpaceX 23. And in all of these pilot payloads, we have partnered with terrestrial customers and terrestrial developers who have specific problems in material science that they can't solve with what they have on the shelf, and that they don't have a terrestrial alternative. And I think that's important when we talk about industrializing low Earth orbit and creating the new space economy, because what's hampered us in the past, because we've been trying to commercialize low Earth orbit, at least since the shuttle era, when I was a kid, back in the early '80s, and the problems that we've run into in the past are that there haven't been facilities that create material samples and product samples for which you can make a one-to-one comparison with the same thing on the ground. And that's what we're addressing these new facilities that we're building for the space station now. And then there wasn't any way to scale. So for example, protein crystal growth back in the 80s and 90s was what everybody thought the killer app for microgravity was going to be. But it turned out that you could, with advances in terrestrial technology, you could get to good enough on the ground. And it's really only been within the past few years that they've identified targets that for protein crystallography that can't be resolved on the ground, and that you still need to take to microgravity to grow. But even then, all that does is get you to the point of identifying what the structure of the protein is. There's still a whole slew of research ahead of that initial investigation to determine how you can create a product that benefits from that microgravity research. Whereas with these materials engineering focused facilities, once we get that proof of potential, we can go directly towards small scale batch production on board the ISS. And so that accelerates that product development curve, which I think is key to taking advantage of the lifetime that we have left on board the space station. And then as well, we're continuing to work on space exploration solutions that includes our ongoing work on additive manufacturing on board the space station. We're working with NASA Marshall on a regolith printer that we'll be testing on the ISS later next year, as well as advanced work on hybrid metal additive and subtractive manufacturing on-orbit robotic welding, and we've also now begun work with Blue Origin supporting their HLS engineering work. So to focus a little bit more on our on-orbit servicing, assembly, and manufacturing portfolio, where we found that we can deliver the most value to start is, helping add more value to small satellite missions. Traditionally, small sats have been constrained by how much functional payload you can pack into the small volumes that are available for small satellites. But if we can manufacture the apertures, manufacture and assemble the solar arrays on orbit without the constraints of the launch shroud, without the constraints of surviving launch, we can create much larger functional structures than what they would normally be able to carry by themselves. So for example, you can see in the picture labeled Halo, we were able to robotically assemble a 7-meter RF antenna where no human hands touched the structure. Even blown up to full resolution, it's really hard to see because it's so fine, but that also includes stringing the wire mesh onto that structure. That is a complete antenna right there in the picture. And we actually tested it by taking it up off on the roof of our building in Mountain View, California, and pointed it at a radio repeater on the other side of the bay in Oakland, and showed that it closed the link and raised the gain. Like I said, we're also working with NASA Goddard and DARPA's Tactical Technology Office on applying these technologies to enabling new classes of missions that previously cost hundreds of millions of dollars to execute. So for example, using extended structure manufacturing, we can deploy at high levels of precision outboard mirror units, so that you can do off of a ESPA class satellite better planetary science at a distance than what you can do with ground telescopes, with higher angular resolution than even Hubble and James Webb, because of the optical separation between the mirror units. The Eagle project with DARPA, we've partnered with Moog CSA to actually redesign the ESPA ring so that it can segment itself and be reconfigured into a backing structure. Otherwise, that mass is thrown away on most launches, and either deorbits or becomes orbital debris. But instead, by essentially making the ESPA ring so that it can unfurl itself after launch, you can carry more functional payload and increase your effective surface area on these small satellites. Whereas before, you'd have to pack all of your instruments to fit either on like one narrow facing side of the satellite. But our biggest project by far is what NASA now calls OSAM-2, short for On-Orbit Servicing, Assembly, and Manufacturing 2, which we lovingly call Archinaut-1. This is the first ever in-flight demonstration of robotic manufacturing and assembly. Off of this ESPA class satellite, we're going to use the same manufacturing system twice. First, it is going to extend a solar array wing out to a total length of 10 meters. Essentially, the principle is kind of like Venetian blinds in space. But in doing so, we can eliminate all of the complicated deployment mechanisms and motors that are traditionally required for a system like this. And then robotically, we're going to turn the manufacturing machine around and build out the other side a structural test article for NASA, so that they can evaluate the performance of the structure over time. This is important because it satisfies NASA's intent through the Tipping Point program, and that we are doing a functional demonstration of what an actual operational system might look like. And I would be remiss if I didn't mention that, you know, my colleagues at Rocore are doing some amazing things with deployable technologies for small sats right now. But this is just the start of what we can do within space manufacturing and assembly, because the way you make a bigger structure with traditional deployables is you have to add hinge lines, you have to add geometric complexity. And so as the size of the structure, as the size of the object gets bigger, the cost increases geometrically with the complexity. Whereas with our in-space manufacturing system, you have that core manufacturing capability, but it doesn't get any bigger. All we have to do is add more feedstock. And so instead of getting that geometric increase in cost and complexity, we get more of a linear increase in cost and complexity. And that's why, for example, NASA's ISAT study group last year, very strongly recommended that, as we're looking ahead to the next generation of flagship space observatories, James Webb is about as big as you can go with traditional architectures. Just adding a small amount of increase to the diameter of that system, the cost increases with roughly with the cube of the diameter using these traditional approaches. So, nobody wants to spend 20 years and billions of dollars to deploy that capability. The taxpayers and Congress won't stand for it. But if we build these backing structures for these large apertures that the science requires on orbit, and then robotically integrate, the fine surface features that are required to collect that science data and direct the light with enough precision so that we can get useful data out of it, that allows you to achieve the capabilities that the mission requires, but you don't have to break the bank to do it. So I'm going to show you all a little video of what the satellite will look like in flight. This was produced by our fantastic partners at Deep Space Systems. And so you can see that even after the manufacturing and assembly operations are complete, we have that residual robotic arm capability. And over the year that it spends on orbit nominally after manufacturing and assembly is complete, we're going to be testing that robot arm as well to see how it holds up over time, because this is a new modular low-cost design that we're developing in partnership with Motive Space Systems, because we can't have any one piece of the system be a significant cost driver. Before, when we were first starting on the ArcNet program 3 years ago, we went to some of the traditional robotic arm providers, and they wanted as much money for one arm as NASA was giving us to do the entire program. And so we realized that we had to solve some of those logistics problems ourselves in order to deliver an affordable, reliable, cost-effective system. And so that's the result of it today. But as cool as it is to see amazing concept art like that, this is the result of years of hard work. We started by demonstrating that core manufacturing technology in the thermal vacuum chamber at NASA Ames. And then we integrated it with a robotic assembly system and tested it in an even bigger thermal vacuum chamber with Northrop Grumman, where we showed that we could manufacture a simulated space structure and robotically integrate functional components onto that structure with no human in the loop. That was the key, to be able to show to NASA that we had developed this technology far enough to put it on a free-flying satellite. We had to show, in that ground test chamber, that we could do it without having to send our engineers and technicians in between every step to make it work the way it was supposed to. And so from those lessons learned, we're now working on that first flight scale system. And in fact, just a couple of weeks ago, we did vertical standoff testing out at Cecil Field we are now, I believe, up to the 10th generation of our extended structure additive manufacturing machine, and showed that we can produce those manufactured structures at the length scales that are required for the mission. And so we're now barreling on towards CDR, and we're on track to launch on a SpaceX rideshare mission in the first part of 2023. So now we get into the part that is really fun for me, and that's talking about why we want to do this. So, I'm an engineer at heart. I love solving problems. I love thinking about space, working on space. You can ask my parents. I've been obsessed with space for as long as I could communicate. I decided when I was 4 that I wanted to be an astronaut. And then when I was 7, I figured out that there are these people that build the things that go into space, and they're called aerospace engineers. And I decided when I was 7, I was going to be an aerospace engineer. And I've been fortunate enough to stick to that dream. But my experience, working in government and working outside of, the warm confines of NASA, where I'd been an intern, taught me that you have to deliver something. You have to solve somebody's problem. You have to make somebody's life better to get them to support you and what you're doing. And that is the laser focus of the work that we're doing at Made in Space. And so we're, it initially started with, trying to make it, easier, safer, and more sustainable for astronauts to go out on long duration missions, because it's literally not physically possible to carry every spare part and every tool you could ever possibly need, especially once we're talking about, going back to the moon and on to Mars. We've also realized that we can take advantage of the unique microgravity environment of space to create new products and new services that make life better here on Earth. And that ranges from creating new national assets for overhead imagery, collections, weather and climate science that can't be matched by terrestrial satellites alone. For example, I was talking with a NOAA scientist a couple of weeks ago that they've always wanted to do microwave imaging and sounding from geostationary orbit, because that's what's needed to get to that all-weather, all-sky capability, so that you can look at the big picture, integrate all of the pieces, and then direct smaller assets in lower orbits to look at specific phenomena. But to do that from GEO and get that all-weather, all-sky capability, you have to have a really large aperture to be able to direct enough energy to get data with good resolution. And as a result, that's been prohibitively expensive. They've never been able to do it because of the costs. But with in-space manufacturing, we can build apertures that are large enough and affordable enough in GEO that you can take advantage of the miniaturization of radio frequency technology. We can take advantage of the ample amounts of solar power that are available at those altitudes, and even some of the new opportunities with disaggregation that are the result of work that the Air Force is doing on space-based solar power beaming, that it does become possible now to actually build that kind of large-scale, high-value space infrastructure for weather and climate science, for global telecommunications, and for other persistent platforms. We also think it's important because if we want to build a low Earth orbit economy that's sustainable, if we want to build permanent cis-lunar infrastructure, and we want to continue building on the work that's been started with James Webb, we've got to learn how to put space to work for us, rather than fighting the environment, fighting to figure out how to survive inside of a launch shroud. If we industrialize space and we take advantage of space itself as the build volume, rather than making everything fit origami style, we can do that, and we can solve all of those problems. And it's important that we continue those investments, because if we don't, we already know for sure that other people are. Just this year, on a automated mission, China launched their first 3D printer and 3D printed CubeSat deployer. You can see pictures of what they did on the automated capsule here on the slide. And rather than just try to replicate what we've already done on board the space station, they decided to try something different. They printed with carbon fiber reinforced polymer composites. So they didn't just copy the Made in Space printer, though there have been previous news reports where they said that they were going to build the Made in Space printer on the Chinese space station. They've instead looked at, how can they build something that can compete with our capability, because it's public information, that we can print with engineering thermopolymer on board the space station. It's public information that NASA has been investing in, hybrid metal manufacturing capabilities. So they decided to do something different, but that also shows that they can build capability to match ours. And if you look at reports over the past several years, they've made it clear that it is their strategy to build large structures in space, that their program is focused on long-term wealth creation, and that they have also assessed that in-space manufacturing is required to maintain space command and control. And I think if we look at the coming century, this is a question of whose values will be predominant in the space environment. And do we want it to be an issue of a command and control style philosophy, or do we want to build a marketplace where everybody can come who wants to come, and everybody who wants to work to solve problems can solve problems, and we can all make each other's lives better, and we can all build a better economic system, but do so in a way that doesn't sacrifice individual liberty. And this isn't just my idea. If you look at the recent reports that the Secure World Foundation and AIAA produced for the Biden administration, they say the same thing. They believe that it is critical that the government play an early role in advancing space-related technologies to commercially relevant levels of maturity, and that we need to accelerate the use of government-sponsored demonstration missions to get us past the TRL Valley of Death and show that these things work, and give our procurement officials the freedom that they need to achieve national goals in space through these revolutionary technologies. When we have that effective alignment of policy, programs, and partnerships, we can make it work. We've seen that with commercial cargo. We're seeing that happen with commercial crew. And we very strongly believe at Made in Space on Redwire that on-orbit servicing, assembly, and manufacturing is the next leg of that triad, where we can take advantage of private investment, government first use, and an effective policy framework that allows entrepreneurship to thrive, to create these new capabilities and new services, and bring us forward into that next generation, so that we can get to a fantastic future like we show here, where we have giant comms arrays in space, where we can build space structures and habitats that are large enough to support hundreds, if not thousands, of people living and working in space, and unlock the potential of the solar system for science, for exploration, and for our economic advancement.
Justin, that was amazing. Thank you very much. I'm sorry, I was kind of caught off guard because I was looking at that image. Can you post that last image for a second longer? Because
Sure.
I was just kind of imagining, what that future looks like, right? So, so Monday and Tuesday, we're really focused on rocketry and infrastructure and workforce development. Tuesday we started talking about hardware, gas stations in space, space tugs, things like that, and I really had made a pretty strong rule about no CGI, right? This isn't Elon Musk with his CGI'd Martian settlements. It's not Jeff Bezos and his CGI'd herd of elk orbiting the Earth on a O'Neill cylinder. This is hardware. This conversation, the meetings that we're having yesterday, the day before, and today, it's about hardware. Now, today we're definitely talking about aspirational stuff, things that are moving to possibly out to the moon, right? And we are talking about the nearer term future, 2020 to 2035 is the max. But I love seeing this array of stuff you've already got, right? You showed us a lot of hardware, stuff you've already accomplished. And then if this is built and that is built and that is built, it enables these things as an obvious logical extension. I'm pretty sure you know Michael Mealing, but his integrated space plan, I wish it had this clarity of detail, right? That would be helpful to all of us, because this is a plan that has, pardon the expression, this is a plan that has legs, right? It's based on heritage. It's based on this is where we are right now, actually, not hand waving, but actually. And then if these things happen, then it enables this next piece. So thank you. This is exactly what I was looking for. I appreciate that. I didn't mean to go on a rant on my own. This is your Q&A. I just wanted to share my enthusiasm. I think we could spend the entire 20 minutes talking about how you named a freezer Olaf, but we're not going to do that. So thank you for that. That was really great. We do have some other interesting questions. I want to point out that some of the folks on our call here have some pretty big corporations. Perhaps they left. No, they didn't leave. There's a fairly large engineering group from Italy here, so I think they might be interested. We're going to ask for you to put your contact information in here later, into the chat, and I believe there is a representative from the Aerospace Futures Alliance. You showed that red wire map of where your locations are. Certainly that's a big stretch from where you were when you were just made in space. But the Aerospace Futures Alliance, I'm sure, would be happy to pull some of your resources up here into the Washington State, Seattle region. So
well, there's more to come.
Expect that. We're
not done with our acquisition round.
Good. Good to hear that. Do you want to share anything about that, or is that is that close to the vest?
That's definitely close to the vest. I can say that we're likely to have some announcements soon on that front, but we're definitely not stopping just yet.
So let's talk about the growth, right? I mean, that's kind of what we're talking about here. I first met the Jason and his buddies They were straight out. I first met them when they were at Singularity University. That is the official founding of this, right?
Mhm.
Those guys, 2 or 3 guys at Singularity University. That was 10 years ago. Is
Yeah.
that right? 10? Okay. So not the Redwire component, because I know that is even larger, but just the Made in Space crew. How big are y'all now, total personnel?
I think as of right now, we're about 150.
150. And you joined when they were 5 years old, so half their age. What employee number are you? I'm pretty sure I know the answer, but I want you to tell people the answer.
So I was the 22nd employee when I was hired. And as of now, by seniority, I think my seniority number is number 9.
Good for you. Nice job. I asked the same question of Nagar Faher yesterday. You were working at NASA. You had a good gig with CASIS. That's the International Space Station's national lab. I don't know how to describe it, but it's the group that brings people to the International Space Station. So you had a good gig there. It was a big risk. I don't even think Andrew was on board as CEO yet, right?
He was. He
was.
been on the
Okay.
job
All right.
for not quite a year when he hired.
Okay. All right. So Andrew had been there Andrew Rush is the CEO of Made in Space. So he'd been there a year. What made you jump from the very steady paycheck with, a wife, a mortgage, and a kid, and what made you decide, oh, hey, I want to go build something crazy in space?
So the work that I had been doing at CASIS was focused on building the industrial R&D portfolio for the space station. So I was out there, getting, the Goodyears and Dow Chemicals of the world to start thinking about using, the ISS as a research platform, the same way that they work with, say, Sandia or Argonne or, other terrestrial national labs. And it occurred to me that there was so much potential for what we could do with entrepreneurship and industrial development and product development on board the space station. But I didn't feel like that was really being taken advantage of with the focus on the ISS as a science platform. And I had tried to help bootstrap some entrepreneurs into getting their work on board the space station. And some of them literally only just flew their experiments for the first time last year. And so I decided that I could take everything that I had learned and be more effective at pushing the industry and creating this vision that we have for the industrialization of low Earth orbit, working in industry for an entrepreneurial organization that I could staying in the nonprofit world. And Andrew heard that I was thinking about making a change and cornered me at ISPCS in 2015 and convinced me that, and I was actually thinking I was being recruited actually to go to NASA headquarters. And I was weighing, do I want to be more on the policy side, writing reports for what people should be doing, or do I want to jump in feet first and actually do it? And Andrew convinced me that I needed to come work for him and actually do it.
It's hard to say no to Andrew, for sure.
Yes.
Side point, I like this event that we're having, but boy, I miss those those conference meetings where you could just get together and hang out and get to know somebody really well. So, all right. So you've got this roadmap. You've got a greatly increased team. You've got new resources in Redwire. Is there something, we're talking about building out infrastructure, and we're trying to couch it between the next few years. You've got some missions that are coming out in the near term, 2022, 2023, 2025. One of the professors from Cal Poly in the question in the chat's talking about, we're building the U.S. interstate system, right? We are creating the roads with the pieces, with the off ramps connecting, one town to another town to another town. I think that's a pretty good analogy. Certainly something we can talk to Congress about. Where in this interstate map, if you will, is made in space? Like what role? Like we talked about gas stations yesterday. We talked about Ubering to space on the first flights. We talked about taxiing when you need to go from point A to point B. So if we're going to really stretch this cars, roads, freeways analogy, what role is made in space?
The analogy that I like is one that actually a colleague of ours gave to us, and it was in the context of a project that he was working on. But he kind of sees us as the general contractors of space.
Okay.
We not only supply the infrastructure, but we then use that infrastructure to build the functional things that other people use to generate value. Whether we're talking about building communications arrays that are much larger and much lighter than what you can build on the ground, or whether we're talking about building the factories that'll produce industrial crystals and Z-band fiber and things like that. I've been kind of like making the joke that we're the BASF of space.
All right.
In that we've figured out how to use space itself, the intrinsic value of microgravity, to make things better and to deliver more value. And as we continue to integrate into Redwire, and you see Redwire space continue to grow and evolve, I think that is going to be become more of a focus on integrated solutions and services, where we'll provide the backbone, and then maybe we'll partner with like an instrument provider or an electronics provider, and then maybe like a prime that has the back end and already has that relationship with that trusted relationship with the customer, where we're kind of the glue that brings all of those disparate pieces together, and does so in a way that makes it affordable and scalable for the customer.
Terrific. We've been looking. One of the big arguments for why we're having this meeting, the Blue Marble Week, in the first place, and the whole series, is to talk about space as infrastructure, right? We talked about workforce, we talked about capabilities and technology capabilities. What does your workforce look like? Who are you looking for? What do you need? Where are the skills gaps that are missing? Because my hunch is if you grow to 200 people that fast, you're missing some stuff.
No, that's a great question. So at the Redwire level, we're trying very hard to not drown ourselves in overhead. And so they're trying to keep the actual Redwire management team as light and nimble as we can. And so I'm very fortunate to have the mentorship and leadership on the business development side from Al Tadros, who is our new chief growth officer, who's been with Redwire a couple of months now, and who the folks that are on this call that might know him probably know him, from his decades of service at Maxar and SSL. But he came over here, for the same reason that I did, because he believes that this is the future, and that Redwire as a whole, kind of with Made in Space leading the way, can deliver these capabilities in a transformational way. And but from the workforce side, we need more systems engineers. We need people that can look at that big picture and figure out, okay, this is what needs to be done, and then direct the subject matter experts and the vendors to creatively create these solutions and solve these problems. Because most of the work that we do is firm fixed price. We don't traditionally do cost plus contracting. Sometimes we'll stretch and do time and materials, where that makes more sense for the customer. But we believe very strongly in doing what we say we're going to do, and doing it at the cost that we quoted. And so I think having that most of the hiring that we're doing right now is in systems engineering and spacecraft engineering, because we want people that can creatively do integrated problem solving. We don't want people that are just going to hit the same nail with the same hammer over and over again.
Later today, we're going to have Tom Olson come in and talk about the difference between risk space and safe space. We've decided that we don't like the words new space and old space. They don't really have any value anymore. So taking on projects that are risky is, I think, kind of the new definition. I'm going to ask a somewhat sensitive question. Feel free to decline. We only have just a few minutes before we move on. Can you talk about the gross amount of contracts that you had under management that justified the Redwire acquisition? It was a pretty big acquisition, right?
So the exact details I'm not at liberty to discuss.
Right.
But I can say that our backlog was significant enough that we were the largest of the acquisitions.
Okay. So I know that y'all had at least, and this is me speaking, not you speaking, there were a couple contracts, multi-10s, multi-50s, and a few, I think there was one $110 million contract. That's all public record.
So our Archinaut is our largest program, and that is a matter of public record, and that is a $74 million NASA contract.
Okay, so that was your backlog, that was your pipeline of contracts, and that certainly justifies a pretty healthy multiple, and I'll just leave it at that. Certainly, I'd like to know what that multiple is, but we'll gently, gracefully move on to our next speaker. Thank you so much, Justin. I want to make sure that you get in touch with some of the folks on this call. Specifically, Major Sean McLean wants access to that slide, U.S. Space Force, and I also introduced Dustin from Cal Poly to the speakers yesterday. I want to make sure that happens as well. So
absolutely.
Thanks a lot. Appreciate your time. We're shooting it over to Lila.
Thank you both. Justin, real quick, do you have a place where people can find you, or an email address where people can contact you directly?
I was too quick on the draw there. Yes, I'll post my email address to the chat.
Excellent. Thank you so much. We appreciate it. All right. Thank you. For those of you just joining us, you are tuning into Blue Marble Week. My name is Lila Gislason. I'm with Foundation for the Future. This is the first of a 12 series event happening every month. You can learn more at bluemarbleweek.space. And I would like to introduce our next speaker, Tom Arata. Are you here, Tom?
I'm here. Good morning.
Excellent. Good morning to you. Tom is a passionate thinker, writer, and editor and advocate for all things space, especially space settlement. He is currently the policy program manager at the Federal Aviation Administration, where he identifies issues that may impact public safety in the commercial space transportation industry. He's a former U.S. Foreign Service officer who served in Iraq, West Africa, and Europe. He is the award-winning co-author of The High Frontier, my apologies, An Easier Way. And he is the co-founder of the Beyond Earth Institute, a 501c3 think tank focused on advancing the establishment of economically vibrant communities in space for the benefit of humanity. He's doing a lot of interesting work, and I look forward to learning more. Without further ado, please welcome Tom Arata.
Thank you, Layla. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. Just let's do a quick comm check. Can you hear me? Can you get a thumbs up if you hear me all right? Okay, great. Thank you very much for the introduction. Yep, Tom Arata. I'm going to get this started by asking a question. How many space stations do you think will exist 10 years from today on December 9th, 2030? How many will we have, right? So Michael Lane is an old friend of mine. He asked me to talk about space stations. So this is going to be the framework within which we have our little presentation today. So again, Layla kind of went through this, but yeah, I'm the policy program manager at the Office of Commercial Space Transportation within the FAA. Everything that I'm talking about here today, though, is my own opinion. I am not here. I'm not on the government time right now. This is not U.S. government policy. So disclaimer delivered. I am the co-founder of the Beyond Earth Institute. We have an event on the 16th. You can check us out at beyondearth.org. A lot of what we do there is dealing with infrastructure in space and frankly, how to get more space stations and really, to the bottom line, how to get more people living in space. I'm also the co-author of a book that deals a lot with space station policy, space stations as precursors to space settlements, or what we like to call communities beyond Earth. You can check out my book on Amazon if you like. So here's what I'm going to go through. I believe I have about 20 minutes. So I am highly caffeinated. I'm a New Yorker born and bred. So I'm going to be speaking very quickly. This is what we're going to be talking about. We're going to define a space station. So we're all working from the same sheet of music. We're going to talk about what space stations are in existence today. We're going to talk about space stations that are planned over the next 10 years. We're going to talk about how those space stations support themselves. And then we're going to talk about what disruptions or what changes we might like to see to see a lot more space stations, right? Because that's really what I'm most interested in, as Layla alluded to. I see there's a bunch of chat questions here. In any case, Layla, you let me know if there's something in the chat that I need to know about. But I guess my point is, in terms of disruptions, I'd like to see a lot more people living in space. And so in the last section, we'll talk about what things that might change in order to do that. So what is a space station? Here's a definition that I propose. We can talk about it in the discussion later, but I call it right here. I'll have you read it and I'll walk through it. A habitable facility, right? It has to be a place where people can live, where life could be supported. We're not talking about uncrewed platforms like a satellite, right? A space station is where life can support life. It's where work is accomplished, pretty straightforward. And that last clause there, it remains in space for months or years at a time. If we think of a Dragon capsule, a space capsule, or even going all the way back to the old Gemini capsule, well, that's a habitable facility, and work is accomplished in that habitable facility, but it only remains in space. A Dragon capsule can only remain in space for less than 2 weeks before it either needs to come back home or attach to the space station to get consumables and power. So this idea that a space station is an enduring platform in space is very, very important. So what space stations currently exist? Well, there's only one. It's the International Space Station, good old ISS. I think everybody on this call is familiar with it. I'm not going to get into the statistics of how big it is and how expensive it was. It's pretty big and it was very expensive. But I'm going to leave you guys with two things that I think might be thought-provoking and discussion-provoking later on. There's a lot of talk in the news about decommissioning the ISS. Current law states that Congress is authorized to provide funding to the ISS only through 2024. So according to current law, it will be decommissioned in 2024. Almost nobody thinks that's actually going to happen. There are proposed bills in both houses of Congress to extend it to 2028. My bet it'll go probably to 2030 and almost certainly beyond for a number of reasons. But one reason is we're only just starting to reach the full potential of the ISS, right? With the new commercial crew vehicles, the SpaceX capsule and next year the Boeing capsule, and later on in this decade, there'll be additional commercial providers bringing more astronauts up to the space station. Well, now there's more crew time available for scientific research. And so with that extra crew time, we're going to see more scientific productivity, if you will, out of the ISS. So the first 20 years of its existence, yes, there was science done. Yes, it was very important. There was a lot accomplished, but we're only just getting started, people. So I don't think the US Congress and the US government is going to junk the space station before 2030. We have a very exciting decade ahead for the ISS. So what space stations are planned? Well, the United States is building a second space station, and it's around the moon. It's called the Gateway. Contracts have already been let. I'm not sure if metal is being bent yet, but there's a lot of progress already being made on the Gateway space station. It will not be as capable as the ISS. It will be much smaller. It will be intermittently crewed. It won't be permanently occupied, but it is a space station nonetheless. So by 2030, the United States will likely have two space stations, two government-owned space stations. And by the way, I like to distinguish between government-owned stations and commercial stations. That's something I failed to mention earlier. A government-owned station is what it sounds like. It's owned by the government, operated by the government. ISS is a great example. A commercial station, in my opinion, is one that needs to compete for its survival. It needs to generate its own revenue. It doesn't just get a infusion of funding every year like a government station. Okay, moving on to what other space stations are planned. So right, we have the Lunar Gateway. Then the People's Republic of China is building a station. They'll have their first module launched next year. It doesn't have a catchy name yet. First module next year, it'll likely be finished by the middle of the decade. It'll be about a fifth the size of the ISS in terms of mass. And it'll host 3 people. They're already talking about international collaboration on that station, so it might be like a competing international space station. India is also talking about building a space station. Little known fact, they're going to have their first crewed launch is planned for 2022, and then they're talking about building a small station within 5 to 7 years after that. It seems like they're shooting for a 2030 deadline for a potential space station. And there's a bunch of highly qualified, exceptionally competent organizations that are talking about building commercial space stations. I list them there. I think we're all familiar with Axiom Space. They are planning to attach a module and have been awarded an empty module port on the ISS. And then they have plans to detach and have a free flyer sometime within the next 10 years. NanoRacks is talking about a very challenging but potentially very promising technology of retrofitting used upper stages to build space stations. Like I said, pretty tricky, but if they get that done, they'll be in a very advantageous position to build stations going forward. Sierra Nevada Corporation, SNC, is experimenting with inflatable modules on the ground. And then Blue Origin in September advertised a job for an orbital habitat formulation lead. So Blue Origin, they're doing suborbital, orbital, they're building a launch site, they built a big factory in Florida, they're building a lunar lander, and now maybe they're getting in the space station business as well. So they're really fleshing out kind of a cis-lunar space transportation ecosystem. Not surprising, considering Jeff Bezos is a big O'Neillian. And then there's a bunch of others, right? There's a very vibrant startup ecosystem, to use that word again, on space stations. A lot of smaller organizations, newer, hungrier organizations trying to build space stations. So we might see a lot by the end of the decade. Okay, well, lots of plans, but how are these space stations going to survive, right? Coming from the Office of Commercial Space Transportation, I like to think a lot about commercial space. And the answer, obviously, for the government stations, as I mentioned earlier, is the taxpayers of their respective nations will support those space stations. Not surprising, but how will the commercial space stations make money? Again, there's going to be a lot of government money to support commercial space stations, at least over the next decade. Why? The ISS will eventually need to be decommissioned. I think it will continue up until 2030 and probably several years thereafter, but eventually it will have to go away. Well, this is the decade that the US government will begin to help commercial space stations prepare for the transition from the time when the money that's currently dedicated for ISS, a portion of that will go to serving NASA's needs on commercial space stations, perhaps sometime in the 2030s. I'm speculating there, but that's my opinion. There'll also be a lot of indirect government funding for commercial space stations. A lot of what we see today where NASA is funding R&D, data sharing, Space Act agreements, other transactional authorities. There'll be a lot of relationships between governments and commercial entities to kind of support this nascent commercial space station industry. However, the market that I really like is here, and I call it government astronauts to commercial space stations. Pretty bullish on this idea. This is the idea of a nation that isn't ready to build its own space station for whatever reason, perhaps cost or complexity, essentially outsourcing their space station needs to a commercial entity. I've done a pretty extensive amount of research on this between my background with the Foreign Service and now commercial space. Pretty good contacts in overseas, and I think this market segment could be pretty lucrative. It could support 1 or 2, maybe even 3 small commercial stations come 2030. There's a big demand overseas to send astronauts to space. You gain a lot of national prestige, and it's very inspiring for the citizens of your particular nation to send one of your citizens to space. Incredibly inspiring for everybody in that country. And I talk a little bit about non-government R&D, manufacturing, tourism. These will all generate revenue for commercial space stations. I don't see any one of these areas supporting a single space station. In other words, I don't think we're going to see exclusively tourist space stations in this decade. I don't think you're going to see a space station dedicated exclusively to manufacturing or private R&D in the 2030s. Happy to have a fight about that. Would love to be convinced otherwise. Would love to be proven wrong. But at this point, I think the costs to deploy and operate and build a space station are just way too high to justify it. All right, we're moving right along here. We talked about what could be. As I said, we're talking about how many space stations we can expect. Well, we've got a handful, right? We're not talking about major numbers of space stations here. But me personally, as I said earlier, I want to see a future where there's dozens of space stations, where there's hundreds of people living in space. It's my goal, my hope, my prayer before I die that there's families being formed in space, that babies are being born in space. That would be really cool. I don't think that's going to happen in the 2020s. I don't think it's going to happen before 2030. So what needs to change for that to actually happen? Well, here, This is what we need. We need a killer app, right? We need a product or service that requires a space station to be, for its construction to be made. And we need that product or service to be demanded by billions of people on Earth, right? We need some sort of product or service that is made on a space station that then gets exported back to Earth and serves huge markets on Earth. There's a lot of breakthroughs. There's a lot of promising research and technology that might become that killer app. I believe Justin mentioned, the advanced fiber optics. The idea I like to talk about is, synthetic human organ transplants that are 3D printed in microgravity on space stations in orbit. There's something like 90,000 people in the United States alone waiting for a kidney right now. Well, wouldn't it be great if we could 3D print kidneys in space and export them back down to Earth? Huge market, very, very high value product, and literally it's saving people's lives. That would be a great killer app. Very tricky to do, very hard to find unobtainium. So let's move on. What other things do we need to facilitate more space stations? We need lower costs, specifically lower transportation costs, which that problem is being solved. I think in this decade, we will see vastly lower transportation costs to orbit. The costs have already come down significantly, and they will continue to do so. I'm not saying anything nobody doesn't. That's obvious. Everybody believes that. Everybody knows that's coming. So then the other trick is construction costs for space station modules is still very high. And part of the reason it's very high is because there's not too many suppliers that build the components needed for a space station. Let me give you an example. There's really only one supplier for pressure vessels. It's Thales Alenia. Thales Alenia made all the pressure hulls for the US orbital segment on the ISS in the 90s. They made the pressure vessel for the NanoRacks airlock that was just delivered to the space station this week. And they're building the pressure vessels for the Axiom space station modules. So when we talk about infrastructure and encouraging infrastructure, and if I may go so far as to say, if there's some space infrastructure law or legislation, creating a policy to encourage a more diverse supplier base might be a very helpful way to facilitate the construction of more space stations as time goes ahead. Absent government regulation, a very risk-tolerant entrepreneur might say, okay, I see transportation costs are coming down. There might be more demand for, say, government astronauts from third-party nations to go to space. I think there's going to be more space stations. I'm going to start building control moment gyroscopes or software engineering for space stations. If one digs into the cost models for space stations, software engineering is fantastically expensive. You look at the job openings for SpaceX, they're hiring tons of software engineers. So as we know, software is a kind of is the magic, it's the magic bean, it's the magic thing that makes a lot of space work. And the costs are still very high for crewed systems. So more diverse supplier base is I think an easier way to facilitate the construction of more space stations. I think I'm at time. I think that's exactly 20 minutes. So again, I'll leave you with this question. How many space stations should we expect in 2030? So we'll have ISS, we'll have the Gateway, we'll have the Chinese station, that's 3. And then we might have an Indian station. And then I'm gonna say maybe 2 more commercial stations by 2030. So 3 to 6 stations. Right now we have 7 people in orbit. I'm gonna say by 2030, maybe we have 20 to 25 people living in orbit. Not great. I'm not knocking anybody's socks off. A lot better than what we're at right now. But again, really looking for those disruptions, really looking for that policy and that risk tolerance to up the number of space stations and people living in space. Thank you very much. You can email me, tom@beyondearth.org, and I'm happy to take your questions.
Right on, Tom. Thank you so much. This is, I think we need that kind of reality check, right? That it's not one, right? It's not one station, right?
Right.
We're past that, but we're not O'Neill cylinders with 1 million people and herds of elk either, right? So we're at that infrastructure development stage. So I think it's about 10. I'm just going to put it out there that when we have the Blue Marble Week,
Not a
10
bad
year,
guess.
yeah. All right. When we have the Blue Marble Week 10-year anniversary, and you come back and you say, okay, what's 2030 to 2040? We're gonna rediscuss this conversation. But so you think less than 50 people, but more than 15 individuals?
Well, yeah, I would say that's about right, because say ISS has 7, Chinese have 3, that's 10. Axiom Space is, they're talking about as many as 16, but I don't see them doing more than 7. I hope I'm wrong. I'm being conservative.
Yep.
So then you're at 17, right? We're kind of getting there. Maybe the Indian space station is about 3, comparable to the Chinese station, I bet. So, right. I don't think 50 would be on the higher end of my estimate. I agree.
Okay. Yeah. All right, cool. I'm gonna maintain my optimism, and with the strong hope that there's a couple others out there. But there was a question, I posed it to you the other day. There's a question in the chat. Bigelow Aerospace, are they still in the game? Are they not in the game?
Yeah, thanks for mentioning that. Yeah, Bigelow, I really like. I'm bullish on Bigelow, despite the fact that they they laid off their entire workforce back in March, reportedly due to COVID.
Right.
But there's other reports that maybe they ran into some funding issues. There are public statements from the CEO that they were looking for more funding, and from the government, from NASA, and but then they didn't even put in a contract because they said the amounts were not sufficient to justify their investment or their time. Let's not forget, Bigelow has deployed 3 commercial space modules.
Right. I'm not counting them out.
I would not count them out at all. And also, we've seen Bigelow do this before, where they've laid off all or most of their workforce. They've gone into hibernation, and then when the situation changes, they come back. Putting on my city planner hat, I was a city planner for a long time. The essence of a successful village, settlement, community is transportation. Bigelow and others are waiting for transportation, and the transportation, it's slowly coming, right? We're seeing progress. We're seeing accelerating progress, but it's not quite ready for that sort of hockey stick progression of more people and more infrastructure in space. And so I think Bigelow, I would not count them out, and I think they're just waiting for the transportation to be fully established. And if they don't do it, somebody is going to acquire their intellectual property, and somebody else will do it, because it's proven, it's working. Yeah. It's on orbit right now.
Yeah, I think if Bigelow just decided to step out of the game altogether, somebody else is going to come in and swoop up not just the IP, but the people who built this stuff that have the experience, because
which is arguably more valuable. The experience, right. People, yeah, right.
Yeah. So I'm gonna still stay bullish on them. I have a lot of confidence to not count them out. So you had 7, I have 8, just because of that, right? So yeah.
I see a question here, Michael, in the chat room from Kamal. I think that's how I pronounce that name.
Yep.
CubeSat-like revolution of habitable space stations. A generic basic crewable space station. So I don't see that happening in the next 10 years, because even with decreasing costs or prices for people to go to space, it will still be fantastically expensive to have a crew-tended space station, a crewable space station. So the numbers of people in space, as we said, are going to be low. However, this idea of a CubeSat revolution with humans in space, I've been toying around with the idea, and I'd love to continue the conversation with others, with Justin and others who have been on this conference, the idea of a business having kind of a scientist or an astronaut for rent in space. And high schools, universities, corporations could send up an experiment on a CubeSat, on a rack. It can be small. And then they say, okay, I need an hour of that astronaut's time to mix together these test tubes, or smash these two things together, and then send the data back down. So that way you're getting this sort of democratization of human experimentation in space. And I think this is kind of what CASIS is trying to do, I suspect, or if they're not, they should. But if you get a greater demand for crew time, then you're going to get more crew in space, and then you need more space stations. So I think that's an interesting business model that some of these space station companies are probably already trying to figure out. And I could see nanoracks, that's a perfect business model for them because they're already doing it with CubeSats, if I may be so bold.
Expand a bit on your concepts for the national pride angle of XYZ country sending up an astronaut. I mean, that's why we did it. It was a propaganda tool way back when. That's why the Soviets did it. It's a propaganda tool. Certainly China is using it to their strong advantage right now. So what's the value of a nation to send up one of their citizens, and what do they get out of it? And take a wild guess, how much is that worth?
Well, take a wild guess. I mean, how much is it worth to inspire the next generation of scientists and engineers, right? Yeah, I mean, it's kind of a trite answer, but it's true. If you're a country anywhere really in the world, in this globalized world, but particularly in a rough neighborhood like the Middle East, right? You want to show your neighbors that you're hot stuff, right? You want to show that you have a competent, high-tech, serious workforce. And a clear way to demonstrate that is with a space program. But a space program is really expensive. It's really hard. And there's a lot, Justin talked about minimizing overhead. Well, wouldn't it be great if country XYZ could demonstrate that competence, get the national prestige, get the geopolitical benefits of, hey, look out for us, we're pretty smart,
right?
Without having to actually build a space station, right? They could send their citizen up, they can do some PR stuff, but do some actual science, right? They could have their national universities sending up experimentation. And right, there's the national defense aspect, there's a geopolitical aspect, but I'm more intrigued with the inspirational aspect of it. And I would love to see, for instance, several, say, African nations get together, right? People don't know this, but there are regional blocks all throughout the continent of Africa. And these regional blocks could really have some pretty significant heft and influence. That might be a ready-made framework for, to see more African citizens in space, or citizens of African nations, I should say, go to space. And you can replicate that throughout the world, Southeast Asia, or just individual nations, South Korea, Israel, United Arab Emirates. I think all these countries are good candidates for this sort of business development.
Absolutely. All right, we could spend the entire conversation just on this. FYI, there is a proposal to create a European Space Agency style program within the African continent. So yes, that's kind of in development. So all fingers crossed. We're definitely thinking that's a great wild card.
Absolutely.
All right, we are going to keep strictly on time. Pass it over to Lila. Tom, thank you so much. It's always
thank you. This was a lot of fun.
Yeah. Stick around. All right, talk to you later.
I'm gonna mute myself here. Thank you, Tom. Is there a place that you would like to have people reach you? I know you've got a lot of different websites and different initiatives that you do.
I'll put my email in the chat. Yep.
There it is. All right. Anything else that you'd like
That's
to
fine.
mention?
Thank you.
Nope.
You guys are doing great. This is really fun. Thanks
Excellent.
for doing this. It's really outstanding.
Awesome. Thank you, Tom. Have a good one. All right. Great start so far to our third day of Blue Marble Week. Thank you everyone for tuning in. This is our inaugural event where we feature really thought leaders in the field of infrastructure development in space. Really good stuff so far. Our next speaker is Major Sean McLean. Mr. McLean, we do a quick sound check.
Tom check, check, check.
Excellent. You sound great. We see you. Everything is good. All right. Major Sean McLean is a thought leader on space power theory and an expert on cis-lunar space situational awareness. Major McLean is an experienced space operations officer in the orbital warfare discipline with over 13 years of Air Force service. He has a Master's of Business Administration from the American Military University and a Master's of Science in Military Operational Studies from USAF, Air Command and Staff College. His recent work on creating a framework for cis-lunar space domain awareness in 2035 is the type of long-term thinking and advocacy that perfectly represents what this conference is about. Please join me in welcoming Major Sean McLean.
All right, thanks Lila for that introduction. And just a quick disclaimer, because I am active duty, I just wanted to discuss this truly awesome topic, and thanks for including me in this lineup of speakers. I am here today in a personal capacity, hence no uniform. While I am an active duty military member, my views on this topic are my own and do not necessarily reflect the official policy or position of the Department of the Air Force, Department of Defense, or US government. And I will certainly do my best to distinguish between official Space Force positions and any differences I may have if it becomes relevant during this conversation today. And again, I'm sorry I was not able to listen to all of the speakers in these first 2 days. Hopefully it'll be posted later and I can catch up, because this topic and what you are doing, I think, is truly, it will probably be looked back as being the greatest problem that we ever solved as a species, is how do we actually bootstrap ourselves off planet? So I'm very much enthusiastic about what you guys are trying to put on here. And that's why I certainly took the time to do what I can today. So I want to speak very quickly and then try to open it up to Q&A. I do have just 2 slides that I've been using for this just as a reference point for my thesis. I'm going to show you my notional SDA architecture for the cis-lunar orbital regime, and then I'll show you the final graphic that I came up with, and then I'll try to give my spiel on top of that. So this is kind of, I guess I can do it both ways. I just drafted this as I was listening, so hopefully I got all the timing right. I can give you the architecture as kind of a standing thing while I run through this. If you want to, how do I share screen, or just say I'm going to share screen?
You've got permission, Sean.
Okay, so I'm just going to post this as the reference point. Actually, no, I'm going to back up and just give the final one. So if that, can everybody see that? Is that visible to everyone? Okay, so this is basically the money slide that, you know, my very long, much longer than I intended to thesis ended up figuring out. This is essentially what I was driving at. This took me 160 pages to finally get to and explain what this chart actually represents. It was the culmination of 2.5 years of research. So let me just try to back up, and I'll give you my little verbiage here, and then hopefully this will kind of explain what led to this chart. So I wrote my thesis between June, or actually first, 2 points. Did Josh Carlson and Steve Quast speak on the 7th? Have they already kind of given their thoughts? Okay, so I'm going to kind of echo some of those same things just from a different
Sean, sir, they were speaking, but not everybody here was there on Monday or Tuesday. So
okay,
super brief.
So for those that did listen to those two, a lot of what I think in my research is along those lines. But for those who haven't, I'm just going to try to give you what my story was basically for the last 2 years, what led to this chart, which I think is the most relevant thing for this conversation today, for my piece anyway. And then I'll just take questions as far as what this is. So anyway, I wrote my thesis between June 2017 and March 2020 with then Lieutenant Colonel Peter Gerritsen serving as my advisor by correspondence. He was the lead officer in charge for the Air Command and Staff College Space Horizons Task Force. He was basically the officer in charge for the space professionals who were learning at Maxwell Air Force Base about space intermediate developmental education, how to get their master's degrees down there. I wrote my thesis while working as a requirements lead for space domain awareness in the Space Superiority Division at Headquarters Air Force Space Command in Colorado Springs. So basically, I went from an operational unit and then I worked future acquisitions on a future program. And I was supposed to use my operational knowledge on space situational awareness, which then became space domain awareness for this new satellite program, essentially. And that basically, while I was going through this education program, was almost like the perfect in-residency, non-traditional way of doing my degree, because I basically got to do a job that ended up complementing my research topic perfectly. And I don't know how often that actually happens in the military. Most people, they actually go to a school. I was doing it by correspondence, but my job just paralleled my topic so perfectly that it was almost even better in my case. So that's why it just took me longer to do all this, but it was a great opportunity, and I took full advantage of what I was doing just to kind of make sure that I could drive home the points of what a space professional interested in space domain awareness would want to know about this problem as I understood it. So that's kind of what this was. I felt like I was meeting my own customer demand, my own requirements question as I was doing the job, and I was looking at future versions of what this would look like. So during my 2-year tour at Air Force Space Command, I saw the military space community go through a fundamental transformation in its view of the space domain. If you've never been to Building 1, Headquarters Air Force Space Command, now Space Operations Command, it's a 3-story cross-shaped building with an open floor plan. It's a very warm, inviting feeling. There's a bunch of satellites hanging there. It's a great place to work. It's great. I love it. I miss it. We installed TVs there because we realized that there was so much stuff happening with all the launches and all the congressional stuff. Like we just needed a way to just have everybody watch the news because things were happening so fast that General Raymond just couldn't give us the news in real enough time. So 2 particular dates and memories stand out that I think are really worth sharing and just trying to convey what was going on in the building at the time. If you remember 6 February 2018 with the first Falcon Heavy launch, and 9 August 2018 when Vice President Pence announced the formation of the Space Force, you could hear a pin drop in the building during those 2 events. It was just, it's kind of like one of those moments where were you when Princess Diana died, where were you on September 11th? I think those 2 dates, for anyone working in Building 1, they will remember where they were, who they were watching it with, what they were talking about, just the electricity in the air with those 2 particular events. I think there were old guard people in the building that had done space a certain way. And when they saw those events, you could see and hear in their conversation afterwards, if they didn't believe that we were at a tipping point in the space domain before, they believed it after those events. They got it. So 2018, in my mind, was the tipping point for the military space community, hence the formation of the Space Force. From our perspective inside that building, we were seeing things happening that had never happened before, and we got it. We understood what was happening. So that was just a very, very interesting unique experience. I wish I could share that with everybody. It was very powerful to be in that building at that time. So I got invited to meetings where we discussed the future of space after this, using assumptions and terms that we'd never been used before. We just realized that, okay, we really have to rethink our assumptions and how we think about our domain. We have to think about it like warfighters. So we have to start thinking about it in all these other terms that all the other domains and services use. And it quickly became apparent to me that the military space community was essentially being asked to transform itself from a supporting element of the Air Force and the other terrestrial services into a consolidated space-based version of the 3 C services, the Coast Guard, the Navy, and the Merchant Marines, within a span of 5 to 20 years. I intentionally left the Marines out of that list because I think the Marines will do a great job by themselves just fine if there's Space Force ships out there. I think the Marines will be just fine as a service. They do their jobs well. As far as technically, all that background to explain, I wrote about SDA for my thesis because that was what I knew, and I hadn't seen an in-depth analysis or assessment of what cis-lunar SDA might look like. It just didn't exist. The first year of my research and lit review was just figuring out how to even approach the topic, how to even approach that analysis and what eventually became the term framework. I was initially going to go with the topic of, or the title, an architecture. And then I really settled and changed it to framework because I realized nobody had a framework. I didn't have a framework. So I was going to make that framework. And then the architecture would just kind of happen later. I would just give my notional idea and you could work with it from there. So I finally settled on the 4 layers: the physical layer, the economic layer, the political layer, and finally the national security layer. And when I looked back on it, I really felt like that was the right approach because it's consistent with the flag follows trade worldview. That is essentially why I think I ended up going with that particular flow, because it lays down the argument in a very straightforward way so that it's what you finally get to with this chart, which builds on itself at the end of each of those major sections. The reader should be able to understand and follow exactly what I'm doing as far as laying out all the pieces of what ends up being this final slide or this final figure, as far as what is available as an opportunity in space in the cis-lunar regime by 2035. So for the skeptics about my conclusions for the future of space, which I can certainly illustrate because again, it's all in this really long paper. My research was done completely independent of Josh Carlson. I met Josh actually over the summer online. I haven't actually met him in person yet, so I'm looking forward to that. But I think the fact that we wrote similar topics and arrived at essentially the same conclusions with the same sources is worth noting. I think that is important for people to understand that two people who have never met wrote very similar ideas with very similar conclusions, using essentially the same group of people and resources to guide their efforts. That I think that's worth noting. And on top of that, my thesis also makes some of the same points that now retired Lieutenant Colonel Peter Garretson and Namrata Goswami's new book, Scramble for the Skies, make. I'm starting to read it. Their book is essentially a much more expanded, in-depth scholarly version of what I was trying to lay out for my thesis. And I wish I had their book 2 or 3 years ago as a great reference point, because that makes the case that I was trying to make in my initial arguments to do the so what of why we need to look at this as a cis-lunar, why we need to build a cis-lunar SDA architecture for the purposes of national security to ultimately support national economic and national geostrategic interests. So as a national security space professional, I think these conclusions about the future operating environment of the space domain are hard to ignore. As a self-described blue water space professional, I adhere to the flag follows trade worldview. And I think I do my job best if I can build a space industrial base that will contribute to national space power, which is why I'm here today. Just trying to give my whole perspective, what this chart is, what it represents. That is the end of my canned brief. I am ready for any questions.
Thank you, Sean. Major McLean, really appreciate that. There are some questions about your chart. I'm going to take first dibs.
Should I leave it up?
Yeah, let's go ahead and leave it up because I want to kind of dig into this a little bit because this is the future, right? When we've been so day one, we had Lieutenant General Quast talk about transportation, energy, and information, right? That's the building blocks, right? We had the COO of the Space Foundation, Shelley Brunswick, talk about people and infrastructure, workforce as infrastructure, right? So that's the first part. And then Greg Autry talked yesterday about, this is where we're going. We need a killer app in low Earth orbit. So up till now, we've been really focused on from 2020 to 2035 and from ground to the moon, right? And so this image is really encapsulating all the things that will exist in that boxed environment of time and location, right? So I want to dig into this. There's one question in the chat about Geo. Leo is not explicitly called out, and I'm just going to answer that by saying that Geo and Leo are basically synonymous for a chart of this size and this depth. Is that fair? Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, at this point, I hadn't really considered Leo because I thought really Yeah, I think you framed it just right. I was trying to explain the the cis-lunar regime, and I figured anything below the geo regime, people would just assume that that wasn't really the purpose of the discussion because I was focused on cis-lunar. So yeah.
Okay, cool. So near and dear to my heart, because I have a bias towards this, explain your little red dots, because that is not as clear to everybody. Why are some of them circular and some of them elongated?
Yep, absolutely. So thank you. Great question, because again, this was a learning process for me. I went through several iterations of building these charts just to make it very glaringly obvious that things were not exactly the same in certain cases. So each of those 5 red dots are Lagrange points. I did as best as I could for, obviously it's not to scale, but spatially, those Lagrange points are essentially to scale relative to each other, relative to the 2 celestial bodies presented here. So you've got the 1 through 5 all in their specific named locations. Not all Lagrange points have the same applications, which is kind of one of the things that I uncovered. And either you immediately jump to that conclusion or you don't understand why and you have to prove it. And I kind of thought initially that not all of them would have the same, but then I had other people tell me certain uses that I had never thought of. So it just kind of confirmed for me that, yeah, and I guess this is also another thing I realized. This is not the final list. This is just what I came up with at the time, and it is entirely subject to change. There could be many more applications that I've never discovered. And I'm just trying to give an idea of what's possible. So the idea of the ovals versus the circles is we know that China launched their Chang'e 4. It's in L2, EML2. They use that as a halo orbit, which we haven't done before. And that was certainly a novel use of that Lagrange point to keep C2 of the far side of the moon. That was a very novel way to use a Lagrange point, which I think we will certainly mirror going forward for this system and any other system where we want to have comms on the far side of the smaller object in a Lagrange system between 2 celestial bodies. The EML4 and EML5 are circular because you don't really need to use them for a halo orbit, but you can certainly use the volume of space that is available within that sphere of influence, which isn't really a sphere, it's more like a kidney bean, but it's essentially going to be a station keeping place. So that's often been described as a place for a anneal cylinder or some other kind of habitat or just general storage facility. I just had the idea of using it for a sensor array because I thought it would be a great place to put a very high, large scale, kilometer scale structure that could be used for, say, planetary defense. I just thought that that would be a very novel way to use that location in addition to a propellant depot, just as some ideas. I'm sure there's more.
That's right. So you've got clocks in here. You've got Apollo, clock 2, clock 3. Go dive into that. And by the way, we have 12 minutes. We have 11 minutes just for
sure.
Structure.
And I will take this opportunity to correct myself. Peter Gerritsen has done a great job continuing to mentor and advise me. I am at this point kind of rescinding my title of that Apollo CLOC. I don't think that specifically should be called the Apollo CLOC. If I did add Leo, I think the correct Apollo CLOC for the purposes of a historical Route 66 highway equivalent would be from Leo to the moon and back. That would be a more appropriate analogy for the Apollo CLOC to follow the exact route that the Apollo missions flew for their profile. But this specific one, which I guess we'll just say CLOC 1, is, I still think
first,
very relevant.
What does CLOC stand for?
Sorry, CLOC is, it stands for Celestial Line of Communication. Celestial Line of Commerce, in my mind, is underneath that per doctrine. A line of commerce is a variant of a line of communication. A line of communication has been used by navies for centuries just to kind of describe what profile their ships, what routes their ships follow for both trade and trade protection warships.
And what describe the 3 of these, right? What are you trying? What lines of communication? What lines of commerce are you trying to maintain? Who does that? Why does that happen?
So again, notionally, I could be wrong, but I think that we will use EML1 as a central node. I think there's just many uses for EML1 to the point where you're going to use that as a relay for a CLOC between it and Earth and a CLOC between it and the moon. just to transport physical goods and basically as a patrol route. So if you have a desire to bring something to that point, well, that's part of a CLOC. If you have the desire to bring something, return it from that point, then you have a complete orbit essentially. And that's where the CLOC would basically just kind of develop naturally. That would be the preferred natural route. And if we're talking, cis-lunar space traffic management, which is certainly another thing that we need to add into this conversation, there would have to be a way to just make sure that there's lanes and that certain, specific places and patterns have certain uses. And that way you can just kind of clearly articulate, I'm going to go this path with this particular payload. It's going to take me this long and I'm cleared for that because that's already pre-approved. And that's just kind of how these CLOCs, as I envision them, for that particular physical flow of goods coming into existence. And the biggest one, the Apollo CLOC or CLOC 1, I see as kind of being its own potential use for a cis-lunar PNT system. So that's why I definitely think that that'll be a relevant thing just to kind of encompass the moon and the Earth and the moon, so that you have traffic that is unmanned or manned. But if it gets lost or if you need to find something, you'll want to have that PNT system on hand to just help geolocate if you need search and rescue. I just see that being a pretty important CLOC and orbit to help provide all those services.
And PNT stands for position, navigation, and timing. So we can
correct.
We
so
know
essentially
where
GPS
somebody
for the cis-lunar regime.
Right. So Dr. Mazurka from Poland has just asked about Aldrin cyclers. I'm assuming that we're going to talk about, you just said a second ago, crewed or uncrewed personnel within this CLOC 1. I assume that takes into account the potential for cyclers back and forth.
Yep, that would be the civil commercial ship icon right here, just to kind of represent all that is possible within this box. Again, these icons, there's no numbers attached. It's just what's possible. I did not even attempt to describe the volume of traffic involved.
No, that would be hard to do.
Yep.
So you've written, you wrote your thesis. I know, so I'm going to announce that you are working on a book with Josh Carlson to take some of those ideas and your ideas and connect them. And what, and again, full disclaimer, you're responding in your personal capacity. What would you want? What would you want for this diagram? What would it goes beyond an assignment. It goes beyond an assignment. What would you want for this diagram? How would you want it acted upon? Do you have you thought about what you want for it?
Well, I think 2 or 3 different lines of effort that I've heard described. One, conferences like this, I certainly think there needs to be a national/international dialogue about cis-lunar infrastructure development as its own large national project kind of way of talking about this. So there needs to be the technical layer, there needs to be the political layer, and there needs to be the financial layer. I think you described that earlier. And I agree with those 3 fronts, basically. So we need to have a space bank set up, the development, investment banks, those types of things. Those people need to, that community needs to get involved. We need a huge army of space lawyers to get involved to help us understand how to write all of the legal stuff to help that happen. And then we also need to make the politicians, I guess, aware of just what it is that we're talking about, because I've heard Mike Mealing tell me that Congress isn't interested, and that's fine. I mean, anyone can potentially not be interested, but I just think they may be not understanding exactly what it is we're talking about. Because if Peter Garrettson's going to do his conversation at some point, I don't know, but in his book, and certainly what I agree with, it quickly became apparent to me that I think this is why I think it's so hard, and I just don't understand why, but I can kind of understand why too. It's the scale. It's the scale of what it is that we're talking about. People don't understand concepts like, and I'll just kind of be nerdy for a second, but if something approaches infinity and you tell them that the idea of potentially infinite energy or infinite resources for all intents and purposes for your lifetime is available to the human species, and you just need to figure out how to get there and do it. Well, now you're just talking about different time horizons. You're just talking about different investment horizons. You're just talking about different scales of development. But fundamentally, you're still talking about the same activity that we have done in every other domain historically, as long as we have history about how we've settled this world. So I just think that it's really just explaining how long it's going to take, how much effort it's going to take, and having a willing community of people that are helping to crack that problem, which again, going back to my first comment, I think this is the greatest problem, the most fun problem, most challenging problem, and the most important problem, I think, for our time right now. This is it. If you're not part of this problem, you can solve other problems, but I just think this is the one that's going to make humanity expand and be much greater than it is currently.
I have a quote from Lieutenant General Quas saying that this is arguably the most important question of our time. So yeah, we're all on the same same mindset there. We're gonna kind of wrap up to the next speaker for a second. Before we go, I want to point out that we have 2 space lawyers on this call, so with international experience, so they're certainly interested in your question. And Pete, did you want to ask something?
Well, I think it's probably an appropriate public forum. You know, I think what Sean laid out here, particularly with the green line.
Let me pause for a second, just to remind everybody, Garrison was McLean's advisor at the Air University.
Yeah, and what a fabulous job Sean has done, and
Yeah.
you know, this is a beautiful graphic. You know, but really this green line, you know, that sort of traces the Lagrange points and the commerce that might flow amongst and between them. We should really call that the McLean line or the McLean torus. I think that is something that's appropriate.
Echoed, of course, I echo that. Thank you. And why? Why does a site like this, a location like this, an environment like this need a name? Why does it need a name?
You know, I think it's because, you know, in the same way that we talk, you know, because the word cis-lunar is so broad and general, it's the entire sphere, you know, that encompasses, you know, the moon, and, you know, people have different definitions, but to really sort of focus your attention in the same way that, you know, we get focused on low Earth orbit or GEO as a region or as an area of responsibility. This has a wonderful specificity, you know, that, you know, where are we talking about? Where is this activity? Well, it's really within the McLean line, or the McLean torus is really sort of where we are focusing what's going on here, and why is this, where do we think a major conduit of activity is going to be?
Exactly. And I know, I've known Sean, I've known Major McLean for a long time. He will never, ever say this out loud. He is far too humble to claim it. But there's precedent for naming I will say geography, that's the wrong phrase. There's precedent for naming these sorts of conventions, correct?
There is. In fact, there's another naming convention that I believe certainly I've used, but there's what's called the Warden line, which is about 2.7 or 3 times GEO, named after retired General Dr. Simon Pete Warden, where things sort of change. The dominance and the importance of the moon becomes very important, and sort of, you know, as you move out, there's GEO, and then there's the Warden line, and then beyond the Warden line, there's the McLean line.
And there's, on the near side, there's the Kármán line. So there's this precedent for describing spaces. All right, gentlemen, thank you so much. I appreciate your insights and wisdom. We're going to shift it over to Lila. Sean, one last question. Is your paper publicly available? It is. Would it be okay if we posted that on the Blue Marble Week website next to your name?
Absolutely. It's not my property. It's the Air Force's property. So
Yes, government.
everyone has access to it. They just, yeah, as long as they know where to find it.
Okay, we'll get that posted in just a few minutes. I'll take care of that.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks again, everybody. Blue Marble Week, where we feature innovative thought leaders. Oh,
Whoops.
sorry about that.
We've
Little
all
interruption.
been there. All of us.
Yes, yes,
Right.
yes.
Did you remember it's 2020? We have all been there.
Right, but I love the fact that everyone has now mastered the art of Zoom, more or less.
Yeah.
You know, like it's become easy, which is great. Anyway, yes, featuring extraordinary thought leaders in the field of space infrastructure development. Our next speaker is Emma Lanehart. Am I saying that correctly, Emma?
Yes, you got it. First try.
Excellent. Great. And I can hear you loud and clear. Thank you
Great.
so much. Emma Lanehart is the Planning and Control Manager for the Gateway program at the NASA Johnson Space Center. She leads the team responsible for business operations of the Gateway, which will be an outpost orbiting the moon to provide support for sustainable long-term human return to the lunar surface and a staging point for deep space exploration. It is a critical component of NASA's Artemis program and will help prepare us to send the first humans to Mars in the coming years. Emma has also worked at the White House's Office of Management and Budget and Space Policy Institute, and consulted for government agencies and aerospace companies. She holds a master's in international science and technology policy from the George Washington University and a BA in politics and astronomy from Mount Holyoke College. Please join me in welcoming Emma Lanehart to Blue Marble Week.
Thank you very much, and nice to meet you virtually. Yeah, I just saw a peace sign from Michael. Michael, thank you very much for the invitation here to join this forum. Michael and I were actually students together at the International Space University, where we met, Michael, I believe 12 years ago now. Yeah, I know. So, all right. So I just have a few slides and high level discussion of NASA's deep space exploration plans, the Artemis program, and how my program, Gateway, fits into that. So I will go ahead and start sharing my screen here. I am not a Zoom expert, by the way. The US government doesn't use Zoom very much. So let's see. I will get there though. Okay. Hopefully, if I could get a head nod, Michael, you can see my screen that I'm sharing. Great. Okay, perfect. So thank you very much for the lovely introduction. I'd like to start with a quick caveat about myself and my background. So the program planning and control, PP&C as a discipline, really can be described as the business management side of management of a program. So I am not an engineer. I am not a scientist. I'm assuming there will be some questions along those lines, and I will do the best I can. But I'm much more on the business and dollars and side of the house here. So this is an interesting week for me. We have a continuing resolution funding the government right now that is expiring at the end of this week. So this is a very, very interesting time, as it always is. So with that, I can jump into a quick discussion of the NASA Artemis program. Artemis is a construct of multiple different human spaceflight programs, the Orion capsule, the Space Launch System, Exploration Ground Systems, as well as Gateway and the Human Landing System, and science missions and technology demonstrations across NASA. And it is named Artemis very fittingly because Artemis was the twin sister in Greek mythology of Apollo. And this is our return to the moon after Apollo into cis-lunar space and setting the stage for going beyond the moon into deeper space and in particular aiming towards Mars as the horizon goal for our human space exploration plans. A key focus area of Artemis is returning humans to the surface of the moon. I am sure you have heard this, the first American woman and the next American man to the surface of the moon by 2024. We are very, very interested in the moon's south pole, an area of interest for science in particular and future resources utilization. I inserted a link here on the right-hand side of the slide to a video called How We Are Going, which I won't bring that up today, but if you have a chance to check that out on YouTube, I think it is a fantastic explanation of the overarching Artemis concept and what NASA's plans are with our commercial international partners going forward. It is also narrated by Kelly Marie Tran from Star Wars. So very, very cool. As we pursue the Artemis plans, and in particular, returning humans to the surface of the moon, we are pursuing a phased implementation, both going around the moon with the first missions of the Space Launch System and the Orion capsule with crew, deploying the Gateway in lunar orbit, which I will go into then in more detail later, and deploying surface assets, including robotic landers, robotic rovers, and then the human landing systems. This phased approach takes a whole agency perspective to accomplish. We are working across all of NASA's mission directorates, and as I mentioned, with our commercial and international partners. I work for the Gateway program. I manage the budget and the resources for Gateway. My bosses are the program manager and deputy program manager for the Gateway program. We are located at the Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas, but we have participation across the program with our projects at basically every NASA center across the country. What we are doing is building this Gateway, a cis-lunar outpost, a platform in orbit around the moon that will really serve as the building blocks for our future plans. Being able to aggregate the Orion capsule with crew and the human landing system at the Gateway for services down to the moon, as well as be a launching pad, so to speak, for the buildup of future capabilities that we need going into deep space in the future. On the screen right now, you see an artist's rendition of the early phases of Gateway. The first two pieces are the power and propulsion element, as well as the halo, the habitation and logistics outpost, which provides the first living quarters for the crew on Gateway. Don't know if you can see my cursor, but off to the left-hand side of the graphic, this is an artist's depiction of what the human landing system could look like. And off to the right-hand side is a depiction of a logistics module coming to the Gateway and docking. So as you can see, there are multiple docking ports that allow for an incremental buildup at the Gateway. And I'll go into a quick status of the development of each of these pieces for the Gateway and our partners on the next couple of slides. But before I get there, I did have a slide in here about the Gateway's orbit. And Michael, I did join the conference a couple minutes early and got to hear a little bit of the last presentation. Did you guys go into this particular orbit, NRHO, the near rectilinear halo orbit? No. Okay. So this is a very specific orbit. The concept of a gateway in orbit around the moon has been in architectural trade space for a very, very long time, decades. And we had looked at several different types of orbits for the Gateway, low lunar, distant retrograde, and the NRHO provides many, many benefits, and this is where the Gateway will be operating. It gets very close to the lunar surface, about 1,500 kilometers at its closest and out to 70,000 at its farthest. It provides a true deep space environment for science investigations and thinking about the deep space environment and how it impacts our crew in the future, for example. It is accessible by launch vehicles on the market today. It provides a really good communications perspective back to the Earth. And for Blue Marble Week, a continual viewing presence of the Earth, of the full blue marble, yep. And will allow us to access a variety of different places on the surface of the moon that we had not been able to before. All of the Apollo missions really landed in the equatorial region of the moon, and this will allow us to move around and go to many other places on the surface of the moon, in particular that lunar south pole of such scientific interest. So our first components, I briefly mentioned this, the first two pieces of the Gateway that we will be launching are the power and propulsion element. It's a 60 kilowatt class spacecraft providing solar electric propulsion, and will provide the rest of the Gateway stack, the integrated spacecraft, with electrical power, propulsion, and communication capabilities. It is under contract right now with Maxar Technologies, and they will be providing that element, the PPE, power propulsion element, to be launched together now with the habitation and logistics outpost HALO. Previously, we had been planning to launch these pieces individually and have them dock in orbit around the moon, but we will now be able to launch them as an integrated spacecraft. HALO is under contract with Northrop Grumman and will provide that initial living quarters for our crew, multiple docking ports, 3 of them, one on the, you can see right here on the screen, and 2 on the side, as well as cargo space, and both of these spacecraft provide accommodations for science and technology payloads. The first 2 science payloads have already been selected for the Gateway to fly on PPE and HALO when they launch. Both have to do with investigating the deep space environment. And one is being provided by NASA and another by the European Space Agency, ESA. Another critical piece of the Gateway is providing the ability to resupply and fly logistics, consumables, things that we need to conduct missions both on the Gateway and on the surface. And we are under contract with SpaceX for a contract called the Gateway Logistics Services, managed by our Deep Space Logistics team at the Kennedy Space Center. And this will be to fly logistics modules up to the Gateway, and they can carry 5 metric tons of cargo, as well as pressurized and unpressurized capabilities. Okay. These are services that are designed quite a bit on the lessons that we have learned in NASA from the Commercial Crew Program and the Commercial Resupply Services. So this is a full services contract of delivery of critical cargo that the crew will need. Another major piece that we will need for these missions going forward are future spacesuits and capabilities for extravehicular activity, EVAs. We call this Exploration EVA or XEVA, and this is a full project that is building the future spacesuits, as well as all of the tools and the interfaces with vehicles like the Gateway or the Human Landing System provider vehicles that are needed for future EVAs and suits both on the International Space Station, on the Gateway, and on the surface of the moon. Honestly, we could spend an entire day talking about all of the coolness that is being pursued by these folks. They're really fun to listen to, and everything that they are doing with these suits to allow so much more mobility and ability to conduct EVAs in the future than what we had during Apollo on the surface of the moon. Okay. One of the really key elements of the Gateway program is that this is a true international partnership. The future pieces of the Gateway are envisioned to be provided by our international partners. You can see them listed below. We are working with the Canadian Space Agency, the European Space Agency, JAXA, the Japanese Aerospace Exploration Agency, as well as some preliminary work with Roscosmos in Russia. We have a memorandum of understanding signed with the European Space Agency. That was a piece of news that came out just a little while ago. And Canada was one of the first partners to really publicly step up as part of the Gateway. And just yesterday, they announced that they had released their first contract for the robotic arm, Canada Arm 3, to MDA. So that's very exciting news. Yep. So Europe will be providing another habitation module. We call it the IHAB, International Habitat, as well as something called the Esprit that will provide the ability to refuel the spacecraft. So this is the full configuration on the screen now. In the future, when we have all of these pieces coming together, we're very, very excited for this. It's hard for me to express properly how incredible this is to be a part of this, and we're very, very excited for the future. And that is all I had, Michael. I wanted to leave plenty of time for questions.
Terrific. Thank you. Thank you very much, Emma. You mentioned the ISU connection. We went to school in Barcelona 12 years ago. It was great. Did you imagine, fast forward 12 years ago, we'd be talking about the first woman on the moon, the next man, building an entire system to support all the pieces that go into that kind of work? Like, where were you, kind of career-wise, imagination-wise? Where were you?
That's a great question, Michael. So when I started my graduate degree at the George Washington University, the Space Policy Institute.
Space policy, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm, yep. We were still pursuing the vision for space exploration under the Bush administration, and so that was really my first architecture, my first plan that I lived and breathed, and it honestly just personally made a lot of sense to me. Moon, Mars, and beyond, and now we're kind of back in that place, and I didn't foresee that absolutely when we were at ISU, but I'm glad we're here now. Yeah.
So the whole set of events yesterday, day before, the stuff that we've got planned coming up the course of the next year, it's all about infrastructure.
Mm-hmm.
It's all about the here and the now. It's all preparatory for the soon. Our industry has taken a lot of heat for the science fiction of our ideals, and how far-fetched they are sometimes. But you're doing the actual, I will say, budgeting of building the future, right? That's basically your role.
Yeah, it's a great way to say it. Mm-hmm.
All right. So it's not science fiction. You work with the spreadsheets and the Gantt charts and all of that every day to build out that future. So not science fiction. Is that safe? Right?
Not science fiction. If it didn't come across clearly, we are under contract for these pieces. We are spending money. This is, our partners are as well. And it's real.
Good. I'm very happy to hear that.
Yeah.
I know that, but I just really want it said loud and loud and clear.
Yes.
We know that we've got international partners.
Yep.
The Artemis Accords have been signed by, I think, 8 partners now. Is that 8?
Oh, I thought we were up to 10, but
Okay.
yeah.
You probably know this better than me, so that's
Yeah.
why you're here. So 10 partners. We've got 14 or 15 on the International Space Station. What kind of partnerships are we looking at for Artemis? What do we have currently? What would we like to have? A lot of this conversation the last couple of days have been about gap closing. So what are our gaps and how do we close them?
Yeah, really good question. So the Artemis Accords really establish kind of overarching governing principles. I mentioned MOUs. So for the Gateway in particular, we legally are expanding the International Space Station Intergovernmental Agreement, IGA, with MOUs that build on those partnerships.
And so those are treaty level documents, right?
Correct.
State Department level documents.
State Department. Yep. So yeah, this has been basically a 2-year effort getting these MOUs assigned and through all the intergovernmental processes. They are the rock solid agreements in between the U.S. government and these other space agencies for the partnership on Gateway. And those are applicable to our current international partners. That's who we are working on with those. But what I would say is we also have international interoperability standards that we are building the Gateway using. So docking systems, for example, will all be built with an agreed set of interoperability standards. So that allows, in my view, for lots of different possibilities in the future for partnerships.
So what kind of partnerships are you looking for, both governmentally, and I don't think you can answer this question, so bow out if you need to, but commercially?
Well, I mean, I would say that our contracts that we have right now are partnerships, right. Particularly since we are pursuing the use of firm fixed price contracts for the pieces of the gateway that we have under contract today, which require some risk buy-in from our commercial partners. Absolutely. Right. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Will this look like I've seen these are not my words. These are public media words, and I'd like to very clearly say I don't agree. But there's been talk about Apollo on steroids. There's been talk about is this an ISS style? It's kind of a blur between those, right? So what are we looking at? In terms of what are we looking at in terms of what we're going to land, who's going to go with us, how is that going to look?
That was, I think, a couple different questions in one there.
Sorry.
No worries. I think of Gateway as a critical piece of Artemis as not just ISS 2.0. That's certainly not it in terms of the size of the station or the way we are pursuing our commercial international partnerships. We absolutely have leveraged lessons learned from other programs, in particular the Commercial Crew Program. So I think it's a blend, like you said. It's a blend of everything that we have learned on ISS and with Commercial Crew, and incorporating key lessons from Apollo. Absolutely. I'm not going to touch on the human landing system. I will say that I am not an expert and probably can't speak to that very, very knowledgeably. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Major Sean McLean just gave you a shout out. It's Gateway is the first step.
Yes.
So so support from Major McLean there.
Thank you.
He would actually like to keep a conversation going, so he's proposed his email. So I want to make sure that you saw that.
Perfect.
He's going to go by Major McLean. Thank you. When there's a question from the audience, I don't agree, they don't agree, but I'm going to say it anyway. Direct to Mars people have said that Gateway is a high cost, long-term time sink. Certainly, I don't believe that. but what's the counter argument to that?
I think this gets back to the conversation that you were having at the end of Major McLean's presentation about infrastructure and step by step building.
Right.
We believe that the gateway is essential for lunar exploration, but also for the buildup of capabilities and demonstrating the technologies that will keep people safe when we do go to Mars. Is it high cost? So if you're building an outpost in orbit around the moon, it is going to require some money. Yes. Is it high cost in comparison to other major programs that of record? I would say we are absolutely pursuing this because of its affordability aspect.
Right. So I'm gonna push that a little bit. We've got 3 commercial providers that are in the running for landing hardware up there. Bryce issued a report about 2 months ago talking about something north of 70 missions to the moon. Our international partners have got something like 20 some missions over the next 10 years. These are projected missions over the next 10 years. Would this even be possible financially? Would it be possible to do this ambition a role without really, aggressive work from our supplier network, our commercial providers?
The industrial base is diverse and strong, and that does need to be there to support all of these international missions that you've mentioned to the surface of the moon, as well as the smaller and larger missions that NASA is planning. Beyond the 3 major competitors for the human landing system, we also have a commercial lunar payload services CLIPS program that will be yep. So, and that's working with.
I know what CLIPS is. Tell what CLIPS is.
Yeah. Okay. So it's a procurement mechanism that is partnering with. What I'm trying to come up with the right word here, Michael. A lot of non-traditional aerospace companies who will be able to land smaller payloads on the surface of the moon. So that's a way to really expand the supplier base, the industrial based strength. Mm-hmm.
I want to point out that we've got a representative from the Washington Aerospace Futures Alliance and Washington State Space Coalition. They're very interested in what does this financial industrial based ecosystem look like. So it's really important that be a component for this industrial base that we're building, this potential that we're trying to build. It's going to rely on quote unquote good old fashioned American know-how, right? So
and suppliers from everywhere. Absolutely. Everywhere.
Mm-hmm. And they've got time now.
Yeah.
Say again?
They've got time.
Yeah.
Time, capacity, capability, people hardware, software. Yeah, it's engineering to CNC machining to everything. They're ready. That's what I was just going to ask about, if there's a way to connect with CLIPS and make some connections. Yeah.
Aaron, I'll connect you in with some of that stuff. That's why you're on this call. Thanks for being here. All right. We're going to move over to our next topic in just a moment. Emma, can you post in the chat how people can connect with you? And I'm going to ask you just one aspirational question, right? You've been at this for a while. You're literally in the middle of doing it right now. As soon as you quit this call, you're going right back to building our roadmap to the future. What do you, speaking as an individual and not as a NASA employee,
yes,
what do you want? Say 2022, 2025, 2035. That's the end of our time capsule here. What do you want?
I want to see a dynamic cis-lunar environment or ecosystem. I want to see lots of activity from lots of different people. I want to know the crew who is flying in orbit around the moon, and I want to be able to go outside in Houston, Texas, and look up at the moon and say, I know who's up there right now. Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Emma. Really appreciate your time. Please post your contact info if you're willing.
I will.
And we're going to switch it back to Lila. Thanks a lot, Emma. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, Emma. That was great. It's been so wonderful to see all the activity in the chat and, you know, people popping in, asking questions. It's great making comments. You know, that's what we're here for, is really to connect this community and have dialogue and, yeah, just bring all these thinkers together. Our next speaker is Michael Mealing. He is our keynote today. Michael.
Hi, can everybody hear me okay?
Yep. We
Great.
see you and we hear you and everything is good. Thank you so
Okay.
much.
I'm going to try and share my slides. So
Okay, I'm going to read a quick bio here if you don't mind.
Go right ahead.
Joining us for our next presentation, we have Michael Mealing, a general partner at Starbridge Venture Capital. In his work at Starbridge, he focuses on finding and investing in companies whose products will play an important role in developing new commercial space activity. Much of his experience is in building solutions for markets that do not exist, including some of the internet's basic systems. In the early 90s, RFID enabled supply chain management in the early 2000s, and a groundbreaking commercial space company in 2005. Always at the forefront of innovation and technology, Michael is going to give us a glimpse into the development of the moon capital. Please welcome Michael Mealing.
Great, thank you. In addition to my role at Starbridge Venture Capital as a general partner, I am also the president of the Moon Society, as well as the CEO of the Waypaper Foundation, which is a nonprofit focused on human lunar development and settlement. In the remarks that I'm going to have today, I'm the guy that gets to be depressing because I'm talking about finance. And so some of the things I will say may be controversial, but they do come from, as we talked about yesterday, the pioneers are the ones that have the arrows in their backs. So without further ado, I'll jump into my slides, and I will definitely work on making sure there's time at the end because I think some of the things I say may be a bit controversial. So first of all, if I'm going to be talking about lunar development and specifically the finance piece of it and why it's so hard. NASA recently did a venture capital study where they had about 20 VCs talking to them regularly. And those findings are going to be published tomorrow. And so there's a lot of interest both within NASA, STIPI, the federal government to figure out how to augment the money that the government is putting in with private capital. And what I'll be discussing today is we really don't know how to do that. Right now, most lunar commercial development programs really do look like the underpants gnome business model. You figure out how to get to the moon, question mark happens, and then profit occurs. The problem is the question mark. We really don't know how to get there. So what I'm going to be talking a little bit is I want everyone who's listening to this to put on your investor hat, not your space fan or your my favorite infrastructure or even your government agency hat. Look at it in terms of your actual retirement portfolio. If you are presented by your advisor with the following stocks to put into your retirement plan, which one do you pick? The Tesla one looks great, but that's a one-year view. If you buy Tesla right now, that might not be the best idea. OKE looks kind of flat, but one of the things that is not in this view is the fact that it produces 10% dividends. So it may not be a growth stock, but is definitely an income stock. And depending on who you are and where you're at in your retirement, you'll be looking for income as opposed to capital gains. If you're looking for steady growth, then the XSW spider for technology stocks may actually make more sense. So now put on the fact that you are now trying to decide which one of these stocks to invest in for someone else, not you. They have a different risk profile than you do. And so that is the problem that currently the space sector has, is all of the people that you are asking to invest are managing other people's money. And that is a very different risk profile than we may prefer. So right now, the current lunar business model is Uncle Sam. You know, you can put a little ESA logo over in the corner, maybe a JAXA logo, but pretty much it's Uncle Sam. Going back to that list, if you had one of the portfolio companies in your portfolio that you were thinking about investing in, and Uncle Sam was the only customer, would you actually choose to buy that stock? And even if you did, how much of a portfolio would you actually allocate to it? Probably not very much. So some of you may have seen this. As a venture capitalist and as someone who invests in space companies, Starbridge only invests in space-related companies. A business model canvas is how we evaluate whether or not a company is real or not. It's very, very basic. Do you know what your value proposition is? Do you know who your customers are? Do you know how to reach them? Do you know who your competition is? And can you prove all of this? In order to fill out this business model canvas, you actually, if someone's doing their job right, you actually have to go out and talk to your customers, not sell, talk to and understand. Because the number one thing that any venture capitalist or investor is looking for is, have you discovered a problem that is so bad that someone's willing to give you bucket loads of money to solve? Sometimes that problem can be something enjoyable, like I would like to be able to go to France for the holidays. My wife and I do that usually, but right now I can't do that. If someone could guarantee me a way that I could go to the Christmas markets in Luxembourg, in France for the holidays and not get coronavirus, that's worth a lot of money to me. One of the things that's missing from the business model canvas is how your company relates to other companies, other customers, vendors, and that gets into how you create value and how your value proposition appears in the other company's way of doing business. So one of the things that we at Starbridge spend a lot of time on is looking at what's called the value network. Do you really understand the customer's problem? Does the customer actually think it's a problem? And more importantly, does the customer's customers think it's a problem? One thing that we see perpetually in the space industry is when these people are the same as these people. That is not a market. That's people selling the same thing over and over to each other, and no one actually generates profits. This is the current state of beyond LEO space commercialization. And that is really, really the challenge that I think we're facing. Is we talk about various things such as infrastructure, resource utilization, all these things, but at the end of the day, it really is one space company selling to another space company. Specifically, infrastructure for its own sake is not a market. Again, who is the customer? But one of the things that we really look for is what is the who realizes the very basic value proposition? So for example, let's take Earth observation for example. There are emerging hyperspectral Earth observation companies that can really help out the agriculture business in terms of identifying crop diseases, malnutrition in the crops, water, whether or not the land is inherently arable or not. But the entity that realizes the actual value of that is the customer who's actually putting food on their plate. They are getting a better quality of vegetable, they're getting it for a lower price, and the access to that good is more reliable. When it comes to a lot of what we see in beyond LEO space commercialization, no one other than NASA is realizing that end final basic value proposition. And that's the other challenge. So getting to that, one of the things that we hear is space resources justify the infrastructure for building out the infrastructure. So then we ask, okay, who wants those space resources? And we often get the answer of, it's the launch company that wants to be able to use that fuel from the moon to be able to launch elsewhere, which again is more infrastructure. I say, okay, who wants to launch something that requires that fuel? Well, the other company's building the space infrastructure. And again, you're back to the same cycle. Yes, infrastructure does lower costs if that's one of its goals. Right now, it's not clear that's one of its goals. It only gets that goal when the demand for the infrastructure is real. When we built the Intercontinental Railroad, there were resources and people and infrastructure on the other side of the continent that people wanted access to lower costs. The government wanted the ability to transport troops at a much lower cost. There were resources that people in the East Coast and in the West Coast needed that were in the middle of the country at a lower price. There were products that they could build out of those resources that didn't require on yet more resources, more infrastructure to exist. One of the other ones we see is space-based solar power, that we need all those resources if we're going to go build these big giant power sats. If you actually run the numbers, it is very, very difficult to compete with terrestrial power sources. Yes, even including the distribution and infrastructure costs, simply because of the upfront costs of building this power sats themselves. The only way it works is if some external entity causes terrestrial power to be inherently orders of magnitude more expensive. So what I'm trying to get everybody to do again is think like an investor, not as a fan of science fiction or your own startup or the future that we all like to see. Because the only way we're going to get people to pay for this is if we generate a return for them. And we have to understand the government wants a return of certain types. Individual investors want returns. Customers want value out of this. We have to understand that. And we have to understand that the returns that we generate are being compared to other opportunities that are not space related that may generate a better return for the country, the company, the individual. So you are always competing with someone else on whether or not this investment makes sense. So for the space sector, how do we go about solving this problem? If I was convinced that I had a surefire way of solving this problem, I would be out running a company trying to do it. This is a very hard problem. My hunch, and more people are starting to share this same hunch, is the only thing that justifies space infrastructure and the use of space resources is actual human beings. From the very beginning of the suborbital launch initiative back in 2004, We call them self-loading carbon units. They pay for themselves. They don't have to generate a return other than whatever personal motivations that human being has. LEO commercialization is actually developing. It may not happen as fast, but it is developing. Earth observation, communications, and in Starbridge's opinion, in space manufacturing, for use, even for use on Earth, those are all proceeding. Could NASA accelerate them a little bit? Yeah. Could Congress do some things to help support some more infrastructure in LEO? Sure. But I think we're going to get there. One of the interesting things that we do worry about, though, is no one out there is building what comes next, especially assuming, let's assume that Starship does fly. Hopefully flies this afternoon. Fingers crossed, yes. What do you do with that? That launch capability dwarfs anything that anyone currently has planned. Starbridge is an investor in Axiom Space, which is building a commercial extension to the space station. They're also flying spaceflight participants up to the ISS and are the ones actually involved in Tom Cruise's flight to film parts of his next movie. That's all being done on the Crew Dragon. What would you do with the additional capability of a Starship? And so far, we see no one, possible with the exception of Axiom and Nanoracks, that is being run by people capable of managing and building $1 billion business. And that's a skill. If you have not been around people that have done that, don't think you can just do that by reading a management book. That's leadership. That's personal skills. We don't see anyone with those capabilities standing up to take advantage of that capability. We need to find those people in those businesses. So in some of the conversations that we've had today, and Tim and I have talked about this, yes, development banks may have a role. Conversations with normal development banks, Macquarie, BlackRock, the big people that can write the checks that the government wishes they would write. They will not invest in something unless they can see proof of at least 10 years of the entities that they would be funding being able to service that note. If you can't show them that 10 years of note service, they require a government loan guarantee to even invest 1 penny. They also only do debt. There is such a thing as venture debt, but it's quite small. Debt is hard for a startup with an uncertain revenue stream. If you have to pay that monthly coupon, but you're only being paid by your customer once every 6 months, that is a very difficult cash management position. We need our debt service to flexibly match the revenue as it comes in. The government role as an anchor customer is necessary, but it is not sufficient. If you have an anchor customer, great. If that's the only customer, that's not an anchor customer. That is your entire market. We need non-government customer development beyond LEO, and that requires some form of demand generation. For example, one of the things that has been discussed in the National Space Council is the idea of a government supported strategic space propellant reserve, where the government acts as a buyer for water, methane, and a few other components that can be used to make propellants. The nice thing about methane is it's also a precursor for being able to make certain other carbohydrates, plastics. Demand generation is indeed one of the biggest challenges that we have right now. As I say, everyone is pushing the rope, but nobody's pulling the rope. And for the love of Pete, please stop building small launch vehicles. We also have far too many spacecraft component companies especially in the electric propulsion market. If I see one more ion propulsion engine, I'm going to scream. Ways forward. So going back to the development bank idea. Yes, there within the several groups been something that we've been talking about for about 3 years now called we called it the Outer Space Private Investment Corporation, based on the idea of something called OPIC, OPIC, Overseas Private Investment Corporation, which has existed since the Nixon administration. 2 years ago, it was merged with USAID to form the federal government's U.S. development bank called the Development Finance Corporation. The Development Finance Corporation and OPIC originally actually returned money to the taxpayer. It made money for the U.S. government, and that money was put back into the Treasury for use for other things. It self-funded itself. One of the key aspects of DFC is it is very careful about creating a firewall between the political process and the actual investment decisions and things it invests in. In the UK, there's the Catapult program, where the UK government created, I think, 8 different catapults, and one of them was the satellite catapult. And the actual investment decisions were made by investment professionals from the private sector. And they were compensated based on the performance of their investments, matching the thesis that was set up by the government, but it's now sustainable because it makes enough money. It returns value to the taxpayer in the UK. When you are talking about things like this within Congress, everyone in the Congress still remembers the political headache of Solyndra. Letting the government pick winners and losers is seen as a very bad thing on both sides of the aisle, because that's how graft occurs. That is the realm of rent seekers. You need that vacuum barrier between them. In the SpaceCom Expo virtual conference a little over a month ago now, Scott Pace actually mentioned that the Space Council had indeed been discussing the use of DFC and the EXIM Bank as ways of funding certain space development efforts. If you as a space company are trying to develop something and your customers are outside the US, you can actually go to the EXIM Bank for some financing. Even if you are sending data that you did in your Earth observation network and you are sending that and selling that overseas as an export, that's an export. You can get financing for those kinds of things. So yes, what we call OSPIC and what we call, whatever DFC does, the problem is when we talk to people in Congress about that, we hit a brick wall. And we're still trying to figure out why. It does appear to be, for the most part, everyone considers anything that the DFC would be funding to be so far in the future that it is not something that anyone currently sitting in Congress would ever have to deal with or get credit for. The statement that we get is, this is 500 years in the future. Why are you bothering me with this? And they literally do think it is 500 years. They do not think any of this is possible. In response to that, the National Space Society has developed and been working on a set of papers and a video that's on their YouTube channel talking about all of the actual funded and peer-reviewed science that says, no, this is actually possible and this is how you do it. And we are working with them on packaging that up and bringing that to Congress later on this coming Congress to show them that, no, it's not 500 years in the future. If you do some things right now, it can actually start within the next 5 years, not 500. Again, Congress is scared to death of any new large expenditures. But in the realm of public policy, there are sticks, there are carrots, and even then there are sermons. The way China does their 5-year plans is sort of interesting. I wouldn't suggest we do everything that China does. I wouldn't want to live there. But at the top level, they say, this is something that we want the country to do. We're not going to tell you how to do it. And they specifically talking about the provinces within China. But they do set up metrics that say, we will measure you based on how well you do meet these metrics. You have some provinces in China that choose not to participate in some of those things at all. They have other metrics they can be measured by. But someone in the Chinese government is going, these provinces are actually doing some of the things that we want to do. In the case of China, the usual result is a stick, not a carrot. And it's a pretty big stick. I don't think we want to carry that model, but there are ways that the federal government can come up and say, this is something that is the goal of this country. It is a bipartisan White House, Congress. We all want to do this, and we're going to start measuring people on whether or not they do that. Every government agency actually gets an annual yearly rating that is actually viewed by appropriations and viewed by their inspector general about how well they are performing to the metrics set by the federal government, by Congress and the White House. The other problem we face in Congress is when we talk about this, we get pushed back because of the fact that being an expansionist power is out of fashion. It's viewed as jingoistic, and it's viewed as quote unquote problematic depending on who you're talking to. The words you use matter. The Development Finance Corporation was created as a merger between OPIC and USAID as a direct response to China's Belt and Road Initiative. But nowhere on DFC's website or in the rhetoric would you have ever heard anyone actually say that out loud. Because you, again, don't want to give anyone else fodder for being able to blow it up by being claimed as jingoistic and confrontational. So we as an industry need to be able to talk about how do we be an expansionist power when it comes to the United States in space without using any of those actual words. Yes, that is very difficult. I don't know how to do it, but I think that's where we need to work on this. There are changes coming to the House and Senate. No one, given what we see with Richard Shelby, we don't expect him to run for re-election in 2022. There is some suggestion Eddie Bernice Johnson, who has been, has blocked several things on the House side, is also not running for office. So there's a lot of changes coming to space policy and how it's implemented in the House and the Senate. There are also some government incentives in terms of tax incentives that can help companies stay around longer. Venture funds, through the help of companies like mine and other venture funds out there focused on the space sector, are educating other investors about how to think about the sector and how not to be taken up by the hype. As a request, please stop the hype. Yes, tell the story, sell the sizzle, but do not lie. Investors know how to check, and we all talk to each other. And if we catch you making crap up, that's the end of that investment. And lastly, I think it goes back to everything that Tim has been talking about and we've been talking about so far. We need to make it politically acceptable to talk about large numbers of human beings, Americans, living and working in space. Something that I've been floating around silently, just as a way to test people's willingness to think about this. Quote, "It is the policy of the United States that by the year 2040, there should be 5,000 US citizens living and working in space. To realize that goal, the US government will subsidize each person's first year's expenses by $5 million. It's a $25 billion expenditure, but that's just 1 year of NASA's budget. $25 billion when we were getting ready to spend 2.2 trillion on a pandemic response, yeah, it's kind of peanuts. But when you go to a congressman saying, can you give me $25 billion? Yeah, they're still going to look at you kind of askance. So again, think like an investor. Sorry to be such a downer, but these are the realities that we really do need to work through. And I'm more than happy to help any way I can. Starbridge is out here investing. Moon Society is ready to go, and Waypaper is here to help if you need help. Ready for questions.
Michael, thank you so much. I told one of my friends recently that there should always be a resident curmudgeon. And
that's Tom. That's
no,
not me,
right.
that's Tom.
Yeah. I used to have a guy on my team back when I was working on the Earth's space elevator, and he referenced himself as 51% convinced. Right, not all the way, just that little bit over the edge. No surprise, we still can't do that. But I'm going to put you. I said this the other day on, I guess, Monday. You've been in this field for a long time. You started out, bending metal, building small rockets that became larger rockets over a long time. You evolved, upskilled yourself into a kind of a different area, and then came back to the area that you loved. So you're not one of the newfangled venture capitalists that we see in Silicon Valley that are overwhelmed by the hype. Right? You're not buying into the hype because you actually know the equations. You actually know the people. You actually have. Sorry, I don't know if you can hear that, but that just got really loud here. I'd like you to kind of, before we unpack your slides, and we will, I'd like you to go into the been there, done that, not screwing around experience that you've got that makes you an atypical VC, because you kind of skipped that.
Sure. So there was a great tweet that I'm still trying to find. In the venture capital world, there are East Coast investors and West Coast investors. East Coast investors are very much about, show me the money, show me the customers. I need a spreadsheet. Show me exactly what you're going to make, when, where, and how. And I will hold you to it. They have a lot of old money. They can write big checks. They also are more patient than West Coast investors. West Coast investors, they will say, what's the total available market? How big can this go? Yeah, we'll figure out the stuff to get there, but show me how big this can get and how fast we can get there. If you can show me that I've got a potentially $500 billion market and I can invest, 5 million now, and we can hit this market running in 6 months, right there. I don't need to see. West Coast investors will not look at a business plan. They will throw it in the garbage. I know certain investors that if you send them a business plan, that is their number one indicator to not invest. The idea and the decision should be something that can be encompassed in one sheet of paper.
Wow.
East Coast investors, exact opposite. I need to see the entire thing. You better share your entire Excel spreadsheet with me so I can go in and prove you wrong on your numbers. Starbridge, Stephen Jorgensen, who is the founder and my other general partner, he's from the Midwest. We go right down the middle. I get the potential. I get the fact that this is a multi-trillion-dollar human transformational business. But I still got to see the customers. Still got to see the spreadsheet. And that's because I've been in this business long enough to know that And this goes all the way back to my involvement in the early internet in the late 80s and early 90s. Build it and they will come is not a strategy. It really is wishful thinking. Whenever you see someone do a build it and they will come from where it looks like that from the outside, no. They understand exactly where their market is coming from. They understand the timing of it. Jeff Bezos spent over a year analyzing hundreds of different markets that he could actually start Amazon out on. And he realized that books was the easiest one for various different and very specific reasons. His goal was to build Amazon to be exactly what he built it to be.
Right.
And it was not him going out and saying, I'm going to build Amazon and everybody will just want to use it. No, he was very methodical. So build it and they will come when it's successful is very rarely ever actually that under the covers. So yeah, as a venture capitalist, I've been on the other side of hearing no, especially when I was trying to raise money for Mass and Space Systems.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
Hearing no so much, it's so discouraging. I understand the pain that these entrepreneurs are going through. Been there. Missed a couple of payrolls. Had to do a potluck dinner for everyone so that we could make sure everybody got food.
Whoa, I never heard that story before.
I mean, that happens out there. You know,
Right, yeah.
X-Corps had, I mean, Mojave was a family.
Yeah.
We made sure everybody was taken care of. So I see a lot of entrepreneurs coming into this thinking that it's easy. It is not. The vast number of these companies have failed, are in the process of failing. And it is a real challenge. So when you meet someone in the business that's running a space startup, give them a hug. They need it. But now as I'm an investor, I'm going out. So the way venture capital works is I find other people that want access to the returns that we can generate. And I have to convince them for them to give me their money and then I go invest it. So all those years of hearing
You're still
no,
asking for money.
I'm still asking for money.
That business model, right?
And I'm still hearing no.
Yep.
I'm hearing no less than I did. But if you talk to anybody in venture capital, especially somebody that's creating a fund from the very beginning, it's the same thing. You hear no. But the successful ones are the ones that understand the no, know how to respond to it, and know how to eventually overcome it.
So you know that the whole reason we've been doing this event is to focus on infrastructure, economy, jobs, near term. You glossed over it. I want you to hammer this point home. Why don't you want any more launch companies?
Because the market doesn't. Yeah, the market.
I need you to really drive home why we don't need any more launch companies to see.
Sure.
Yeah.
For two reasons. The reason the sub 500 kilogram payload market exists is because if your spacecraft is smaller than that, generally you don't want to pay for an entire Falcon 9 or an entire Atlas V, and you don't have that kind of money, but you do want to launch at a particular time to a particular orbit. So if you can't afford a full Atlas V or a Delta or a Falcon 9, you have to ride along as rideshare, which means you're going to the orbit and on the schedule of the primary. So the value proposition for small launch vehicles is I'm more expensive on a per kilogram basis, but I launch whenever you are ready, and I launch only you exactly into the orbit that you want to go. So if the delta between the cost of being on rideshare on a Falcon 9 versus flying on Relativity or Rocket Lab or any of the others is 5 to 10 million. But if I'm going to fly on a ride share and that's the only thing I can afford, but it's a 1.5 year wait. And even then I don't get into the orbit that I want to get into. Yeah, I'll pay the extra 2 to 3x on a per kilogram basis launch price because that gets me to revenue faster. The problem is the number of companies that need that, they do exist. This market does exist. It does not support 140 of them. You are going to get a certain number that are built as part of being a quasi-nationalistic view where there was a saying that Scott Pace had at one point. Every country that wants to be a great power has to have heavy lift. Yeah. There is still the perception in a lot of countries that for us to be able to compete, we need a rocket. Oh, wait, NASA's doing this commercial thing. Oh, so we need a commercial rocket. A commercial rocket whose only customer is going to be government payloads because it's so damn expensive that nobody actually wants to use it. So there's a company, I can't pronounce the name, AGNIKUL in India, that is a small launch vehicle that's being encouraged and supported by Israel.
Right.
Commercial. It will probably get a bunch of government payloads.
Sure.
Will it be able to compete on the world market? I don't know. But beyond that, if you're trying to build a commercial launch vehicle in the sub 750 kilogram market, and you are not already flying or will be flying by the end of next year, you are so incredibly late to this market.
Right. Okay. So when we talk about infrastructure, we've really stretched the analogy of roads and highways and freeways. But it's a safe bet to say the launch market, we're good, right? Like we have what we need for the next 15 years, right? There's at least 7 reusable launch companies. There's probably another 5 that are credible on deck in the next 2 to 3 years, and that's just in the United States. If you look globally, there are several other reusable rocketry companies in development. Let's just say out of that 140, there's 20 that exist in the future, right? Okay, 20. Is that a realistic?
Realistic. There is a hole right now in most of what people are developing. The Dream Chaser covers this. You need gentle reentry.
Right.
Low G, both up and down. It's essentially
that's the down mass that Dr. Archer
right.
was talking about yesterday.
Right.
Yeah. Yep.
And so I don't know if anybody saw it, but there was a company that kind of sort of came out of stealth recently, Radian, with a rail launch content. They're, from reading that, they're going after gentle. It's the biz jet market for human launch. Cool. That's an underserved market, but I think the 2 companies, Sierra Nevada and Radian, if they can get their next rounds, nobody needs to be coming into that either. So.
All right. So where are the gaps then? I mean, you said there needs to be a killer app. Everybody wants there to be a killer app, but there isn't a killer app, right? That's what you're looking for.
Right.
So
it doesn't need to be a killer app, a mildly wounding app, something more than just NASA.
Okay.
Because I mean, when I originally started the internet in the late 80s, commercial companies were banned from the network.
Yeah,
you could
right.
not engage in commercial speech on the internet up until 1990, late 92, early 93. But even then, we all saw the potential. of where to go. And what we needed was companies to start coming in and saying, okay, I'm gonna be in this space because like I can see where it goes in 20 years. But again, you need to be able to see where it goes in 20 years, and that's part of the problem.
Okay, so let's look back at the money then for a second, right? You mentioned DFI. We've talked about the developmental bank in a lot of different flavors over the course of today, yesterday, and the day before. You pointed towards National Society thought paper recently. Where do they fit in the financial ecosystem? Where do they fit in the financial ecosystem?
They fit just after, they come on board when you actually have your go-to-market strategy, where you actually have a product and you're ready to scale it to actually service customers. And so the role of equity, which is what venture capital does, where we buy a portion of the company and they take the money and use it to develop the product. So let's say in a rocket company, Rocket Lab, for example, or anybody else, they incur costs associated with a launch that they don't realize a gain on until they get paid by the customer after the successful flight, depending on their terms. So there's debt financing that goes into that. That's just financing your cash flow, the use of debt. There are investment banks that will create lines of credit and different debt instruments for that. But those are generally short term. That line of credit, usually rotates every 1 to 2 years. When you're building something that has a longer time frame to build, that is outside of the 5 to 7 year debt stuff,
right?
And it's beyond the 10-year typical venture capital equity side, that's where development and investment banks come in for very long-term things. This is where, if you're building an airport or a seaport, where you're talking about significant infrastructure costs, buildings, companies, environmental concerns, dredging rivers, things that can take 10 plus years. These are groups that are accustomed to debt instruments that are 30 to 40 years long. So when people say, the investment world doesn't know how to think about long-term investments, no, they do.
Yeah.
They just have to have some, sense of whether or not you're going to be able to pay the damn bill. And that's the problem is they look at you and say, yeah, I could write you a 40-year note, but I see nothing here that shows how you're going to pay the bill every month.
So we've seen, we're going to have somebody talking about specifically not lunar mining, but the pieces before that. We're going to have somebody, Melissa, talk about that in a little while. But there's been arguments that Australia, because they have a really strong history in mining and in difficult, hard environments of mining, that Australia should step in and start financing the development of, let's say, rare earth elements on the moon, because they've got this 40-year perspective and they know how to mine in difficult environments. So definitely Australia should be a player in the space mining, lunar mining business. So I think that's nonsense.
I do too, because nowhere in that entire discussion did I figure out who's going to be paying the, 100 times the current value per ounce of whatever you're mining to justify that. Okay,
so mining on the moon is hard. Let's just make that, put that out there. Business plans that rely on mining on the moon is hard. I'm not going to rule anybody out, but I'm just going to say it's not easy. But those 40-year perspectives, resource extraction, that is a model. That is a model that has proven itself long before we started thinking about going to the moon. That model has been in place a couple hundred years. So is there a way to bridge the science fiction of resource extraction today's science fiction? We remember we're capping this thing in just a few years. Is there a way to untap the resource community capital sources to go after this? And now this is speculative, right? This is a speculative conversation.
No.
You're trying to show up. Are you trying to bring up your slides?
Yeah, let me get back to it. Space resources only make financial sense in space.
Okay.
Right. So, yes, as soon as you get any company that has a customer that's willing to pay for those space resources, and you can, even if that company is a government entity,
right?
And there is some, for example, one of the things that the Overseas Private Investment Corporation provided was political risk insurance. If you're doing a deal in another country and the government decides to back out, that's an insurance policy that OPIC will sell you. So if someone stands up and says, yes, I will buy this, and I am committing this amount of money, and it's a credible statement, and there are real commercial contracts on it, yeah, you can find somebody to fund that all day long.
Okay.
You'll have a bit of a challenge early on, depending on how the amortization of the note works and what the coupon payment looks like, about what your cash flow is either over and above that. So you may be dipping into the note, its principal itself,
okay,
to finance your first payments on it. But yeah, that is something that the investment banking and development bank world has been doing for a very, very long time.
Okay, so that's far out. We're not going to do that anytime soon, right? Because we're not going to have those kind of contracts, because we're not going to be able to do that technology just yet. Keeping in that 2022, 2025, and 2035 timeframe, let me flip it around.
In the 2035 timeframe, I definitely do think that's the case.
Say again?
In the 2035 timeframe, I actually do think that's the case.
Oh yeah, we will have that. You're saying we will?
I think so, in some form, yes.
Excellent. Really glad to hear that. I was going to ask a different question, but let me explore that a little further. I've asked people and put them on the spot about the crystal balls recently. What does 2022 look like near term? What does 2025 look like pretty near term? And then if your two predictions of those two dates work, what does 15 years out look like?
This is the challenge we had in writing the ISP recently. Is Starship is such a inflection point. It's very difficult to predict what comes after that. 2022, I don't think much is going to change. I think the Biden administration is going to keep things going as they are. I do suspect that Starship will fly sometime in 21, if not, full stack. The entire thing will fly sometime toward the end of next year. And there will be some very difficult questions in Congress, and some people will be called on the carpet.
I have referred to Starship as a singularity point, not just an inflection, but an actual singularity where we can't predict what happens after that event. That's me saying it's not just an inflection, but a singularity that is unpredictable past that.
I can predict a little bit from, let's say it flies next year, 22 and 23. I do think SLS doesn't get canceled. All however many cores for engines they have, because nobody wants that much unemployment in Northern Alabama.
Right.
But I predict that for the first 2 years that Starship exists, no one's going to have a damn clue what to do with it.
Right. I mean, it is capacity at a level that we really don't even understand yet.
Yeah.
Let me take it back way closer to home though. We've got some folks on the call that are actively trying to build space companies. You know, I'm one of them. There's some other folks on this call. What do you write checks for? Forget all the big stuff, the big ambitious, audacious, aspirational stuff. What do you write checks for in January?
I'm still doing Earth observation. Communications is half of our portfolio. We do think that hyperspectral imaging is going to change a lot of things. SAR, there's a lot of other EO kind of technologies that people are only just now getting their heads around. Commercial data purchase is becoming more accepted. Communications, everybody talks about laser-based communications, but still nobody's doing it yet.
No, it's super hard.
Yeah, pointing accuracy necessary to maintain beam lock is really hard.
Super hard.
Yeah, especially when you're trying to do it off of just, you know, commercially available reaction wheels. That's hard. So one of the things at Starbridge is we invest in things that enable other things in the future. So that was our investment in Axiom.
Say that again. We enable, I want to hear that one more time.
We invest in things knowing that they're going to enable other things in the future. So the way a venture fund works is we create a new fund every year and a half, 2 years. That has a new set of investors and it has a new pot of capital and it goes out and makes investments. Unlike a lot of other venture funds that just simply respond to companies' investment opportunities that the market provides, we do things now knowing with the idea that they're going to pay off later. And so, yeah, that's some of the things we do. So there's, for example, we're an investor in a stem cell-based meat company because we know that for human habitation in space, you're not actually going to bring a cow.
Surprisingly, yeah. So that makes you almost a builder of platforms. It's not just about the company, it's the platform that enables whatever happens next.
Right. That's why we invested in Axiom, because if you want to do real space in space manufacturing, the ISS is not capable of being that.
Okay. When you evaluate your plans, you know, loud and clear, don't lie, right? Because it's a small network of, I'm gonna say there's two kinds of space investors. This is me saying it, not you saying it. I'm gonna say that there's the space investors that got into it within the last 3 to 5 years because it's the cool new sexy. And then there's the folks who've been around for a generation that have been burned a long time, several times, right? And they come at it from different perspectives. When you built Starbridge, what were you trying to enable from that perspective of been around for a while? What were you trying to, you know, what's the end goal of Starbridge?
The end goal in Starbridge is for everybody in the company to be able to move the company headquarters out into space permanently and never come back. Nice. Now, the problem that we saw, the reason why Starbridge exists is because there was a gap in the Series A level. You could find enough angel investors to get somebody over the initial kind of, yeah, you can do it. But when they went out to raise real money, there were no professional money managers that understood the sector or the business.
Right.
So that's our goal. In some cases, we may not have the money to be able to just to make the whole investment ourselves, but we can bring in other investors because we can tell the story.
And does we've got a 1 minute answer on this. Does this proposed development bank make it easier for y'all to write checks to be that bridge?
Yeah, especially if one of the things that if it's set up right, especially the way the UK did it, you would see several of these space specific VCs and other types of money managers step up to provide that service to that bank for evaluating that. So yeah, the idea is, whether it's us, Space Fund, Space Capital, or anybody else, we would be going to that development bank, that DFC, and say, we want to be one of your professional money managers. Here's our track record. Here's how we make decisions. We will implement your thesis, and we will make sure that we share the vision of getting where we want to go.
And then by this de-risk tool, it makes it easier for you to go back to investors that have maybe been lukewarm, your investors, right? Maybe you've had a couple lukewarm conversations with folks because the risk is too high and they can invest in Tesla instead. Instead, they might come invest with you.
That, and it also tells them that the federal government is committed to this in the long term.
Right.
Because they understand that NASA's budget is a year-by-year thing. But an entity like this is built to invest in and realize a very long-term commitment. OPIC was created by the Nixon administration.
Thank you very much, Michael. Really, really appreciate your experience. I'm glad you're on our side, even if you are one of our resident space curmudgeons. We're going to pass it over to Lila. Thank you very much, Michael. Really appreciate your time. Please put your links down in the chat. There's some folks that want to get in touch with you.
Thank you, Michael. Next up, we've got Melissa. I see you've got your screen up, Melissa, and I see you. Can we do a quick sound check?
Can you hear me all right?
Perfectly, thank you.
Wonderful, okay.
All right. Well, a quick intro for you, if you don't mind. Also, I just want to let everyone know, thank you for tuning into Blue Marble Week. This has been a phenomenal event. We are connecting thought leaders and thinkers in the field of space infrastructure development. We've had a great 2 days so far, 3 days. This is our third day. All of this will be available online on our website, bluemarbleweek.space. Without further ado, Melissa is our next speaker, Melissa Roth. She is one of the founders and lead researchers at Off Planet Research, a space research and development company in Lacey, Washington. She's excited about the renewed push to return to the moon in a long-term, sustainable way that will be enabled by ISRU, groundbreaking technology, and international interdisciplinary collaboration. Off-Planet Research simulates extraterrestrial environments and manufactures planetary regolith. I'm not familiar with this word. Maybe you can touch on it.
Definitely.
Regolith simulants for testing landers, rovers, and landed technologies. They also help organizations develop methods of extracting resources like oxygen and water from the soil and on other worlds, or study how to grow food on the moon to feed and support people who will live and work in space. Please welcome Melissa Roth.
Well, thank you for that. And I might breeze over a few of those points again. And don't worry, we'll talk about regolith. That's actually the point of the whole presentation. So thank you again. My name is Melissa Roth, and I am one of the founders and lead researchers at Off Planet Research located in Washington. And I want to thank the Blue Marble Conference for having me today. I'll be speaking about lunar regolith, the challenges that it presents to human and robotic missions, and how lunar regolith and resources within it can be leveraged to help sustain a long-term presence on the moon and in deeper space. Off-planet research simulates extraterrestrial environments for testing spacecraft and landed technology, with a current focus on the lunar environment. As engineers, we know testing and good testing materials are important for increasing mission assurance, cost effectiveness, and to speed the development of space-based technologies. OPR was founded in 2015, and we spent several years developing our lunar regolith simulant production methods to make sure we mimic the natural formation processes on the moon, as most commercial crushing methods tend to smooth the particles or contribute high levels of contamination. We have also developed lunar icy regolith simulants that include the 9 components found in the L-Cross plume, and are expanding this work under a NSF SBIR grant. In addition to consulting and working with lunar regolith simulants and conducting component testing, we are also developing our own technologies such as self-cleaning dust-proof fluid and gas connectors through a NASA SBIR grant. We are a small company looking to grow and expand as landed technology and processes are developed and need to undergo relevant and representative testing. After spending many years and millions or billions of dollars to develop and launch, we want to help organizations ensure the technology performs as expected and is able to complete a successful mission or long-term operation. It is our goal to help a broad range of missions and research, from small research-based and research-backed experiments to private organizations' technology to government-led expeditions. We feel that this approach will allow us more long-term stability and reduce the uncertainty of specific missions or technologies that have affected the space industry for decades, as we've heard a couple of times now. So to clarify some terminology, regolith is a geology term referring to the layer of unconsolidated rocky material covering bedrock and is used to describe the soil on the moon and other planetary bodies. Lunar regolith simulants are materials made on Earth to simulate or replicate the regolith found on the moon to be used in research and testing due to the scarcity and protection of returned lunar samples. The environment on the moon is one of the most challenging that humanity has ever encountered. In addition to extreme temperatures of plus or minus 260 degrees Fahrenheit, one of the most difficult parts of this environment is the nature of the regolith on the moon. Earth's soil contains organic material and particles that are formed by wind-blown and water processes, which makes them relatively round and smooth. The regolith on airless bodies, such as the moon, have no organics, are not altered by moisture, and are formed entirely by impact and explosive processes. This means that these particles are very hard and covered in fractured surfaces with sharp edges, as in the image in the middle. The regolith on the moon is very destructive and hazardous to both humans and technology. It is abrasive like sandpaper and very susceptible to static charge due to its high surface area. Additionally, more than 60% of the regolith on the moon is composed of particles that are quite fine, like those in talcum powder or cake flour. Due to all of these factors, regolith particles easily get into the spacesuit joints or moving mechanisms of rovers and cause them to seize up. Considering how short their missions were, the astronauts' gloves and suits suffered a lot of wear damage. So the Earth is protected from most meteors because they burn up when they enter our atmosphere. Those that do get through radically change the landscape, as in the upper photo, which shows Meteor Crater in Arizona. The moon has no atmosphere, so even tiny micrometeorites hit the surface, making their own little craters that behave just like their larger relatives. This is how rocks on the lunar surface get crushed into a very fine powder. Additionally, the energy of the impact melts some of the surrounding regolith, which then quickly cools and glues other regolith particles together, forming agglutinates, which you can see in that lower left photo. Due to the structure of those agglutinates, they have a significant effect on the mechanical properties of lunar regolith. When you look at the moon, you can see light and dark patches. When Galileo looked through his telescope in 1609, he thought the dark patches looked like smooth bodies of water, which he called mare, an Italian word for ocean. When he studied the lighter portions of the moon, they looked rugged like the mountains on Earth, so he called them the highlands. The soil in the darker colored mare is composed mostly of basalt, as seen in the photo of our mare simulant on the left. The simulant on the right is representative of the lighter highlands, which are mostly composed of rocks called anorthosite. Basalt is very common all over the Earth. However, some terrestrial basalts are going to be a much better match to lunar basalts than others. And Aegean anorthosite is not very common on Earth and is more than 3.5 billion years old. When the Earth was cooling down from a bowl of molten rock, this was some of the first material to float up and solidify on the surface. When you think about the moon, I imagine the view of the moon on the left is the image that comes to mind for most of you. What many people do not realize is how different the far side of the moon looks. There are very few mare patches on the far side of the moon, and while the lunar highlands cover almost 80% of the lunar surface, most lunar missions have landed in the mare regions. And due to communication challenges between the Earth and the far side, only one mission has landed there so far, and it was the Chinese lander in 2019. In this iconic photo of Buzz Aldrin on the left, you'll note how white his suit is, with the exception of a couple dark spots on his knees from a fall. On the right, James Irwin's bottom half is absolutely coated in dark gray regolith. Not only is the regolith abrasive and destructive to fabrics and joints, but the astronauts are susceptible to overheating as the pristine white design was meant to help reflect heat. I do just want to note how dangerous it is that astronauts like Buzz fall, and yet he was not the only one to do so. Given the nature of the regolith and rocks, falling into a sharp abrasive material could ruin the suit and put the mission and the astronaut's life at risk, especially if they are not near a lander or a habitat. The ability for astronauts to move freely and safely while wearing a suit cannot be overlooked. A new dust-generating system arrived on the moon, starting with Apollo 15 in the form of the Lunar Roving Vehicle. While these LRVs dramatically increased the distance traveled and mission capabilities, they also stirred up even more lunar dust to coat the LRV, the astronauts, and their instruments. In regards to cleaning their suits after each EVA, Gene Cernan said, "Probably the most difficult job of all the closeouts was trying to dust the suits." In the photo on the right, a very dirty Gene Cernan can be seen in the lunar module after taking off his suit. And what I find fascinating about this photo is that Gene was protected from the regolith in his EVA suit. His skin was never exposed to the regolith outside the lunar module. The suits being dirty makes sense, the astronauts inside them less so. And as we can see, despite all the time spent cleaning, the regolith that did enter the lunar module quickly dispersed around the capsule. Many astronauts developed lunar hay fever as a result of breathing in these fine particles. In fact, researchers are now studying how long-term effects of lunar dust might affect the lungs of future astronauts. This table shows some of the statistics of the Apollo EVAs. The 6 missions over 3.5 years show a rapid advancement in the amount of time spent outside the lunar module, the total distance traveled, and the quantity of samples brought back. The addition of the LRV drastically increased the distance covered by the Apollo astronauts, and thus the variety of samples brought back. That said, the longest astronauts have spent on the lunar surface is less than 24 hours. If the dust is so abrasive that it wore through 3 layers of Kevlar-like material on Jack Schmidt's boots, how will our technology survive weeks to months on the lunar surface? If you're attending this conference, you likely know that many national agencies and private organizations have visions of a long-term sustainable future and presence on the moon in deeper space. With almost 50 years since the last human mission to the moon, how can we make these visions a reality? NASA's solution is the Artemis program, a series of missions with the goal of landing the first woman and the next man on the moon by 2024. The first phase of this ambitious program will begin with smaller landed missions, transition to larger landers with the deployable rover, and culminate in a crewed mission to the lunar South Pole in 2024. The second phase will build upon the first to increase capabilities for Mars. Normally, industry struggles with bridging the gap between technology and business. While still applicable for the space industry, the bigger struggle is going to be bridging the gap between technology designed for environments on Earth and technology designed for the moon and other worlds, of which we often have incomplete or little knowledge. These unknowns are called strategic knowledge gaps, or SKGs, and there are questions that researchers and industry experts try to explain or plan to explain through a mission. One such knowledge gap is dust mitigation. As I mentioned earlier, Apollo-era technology had many issues operating in the dusty environments on the lunar surface, and they just kind of had to live with it. Well, for that vision of humans inhabiting the moon, you can't just live with the dust. We either need to prevent dust from collecting on surfaces in the first place, or we need to create technology that is more durable for this harsh environment. In addition to procedural mitigation techniques, cleaning processes, and strict planning to avoid hazards, Apollo astronauts used dust brushes, dust covers, and rover fenders to reduce or remove dust. Now, the problem with the brush is that it creates static. While the particles are very fine, or with particles that are very fine and susceptible to static charge, these brushes were only marginally effective, as we saw earlier. So what happens when a vital component breaks on the moon and the closest hardware store is 239,000 miles away? Well, there were several instances of life and mission-threatening breaks during the Apollo mission, but one almost prevented the final 2 lunar roving EVAs of the Apollo era. At the end of the first Apollo 17 EVA, Gene Cernan's hammer caught on the edge of a fender and popped it off. Without that fender extension protecting them from the dust, driving the LRV was a serious hazard. Due to 16G, any lofted dust goes much further than it would on Earth. The astronauts described riding without the fender extension causing massive rooster tails. This lofted dust spread all over their instruments and suits, and since it's darker than the instruments or the astronauts' bright white suits, the dust is absorbing heat from the sun and can quickly start to cause things to overheat. So while the astronauts slept, the team in Houston had to create a replacement fender with only the materials that the astronauts had with them on the moon. Their solution was maps and clamps, as can be seen in that middle photo. This amazing story is going to illustrate the importance of thinking on our feet, adapting technology, and learning from experience how to mitigate dust. Without this fix, the only geologists to set foot on the moon might not have had the opportunity to discover orange glassy regolith on the edge of Shorty Crater during that second EVA. With missions launching soon and both nationally and internationally, new dust mitigation techniques are needed. We need optical systems, advanced fabrics, thermal radiators and painted surfaces, dust-tolerant mechanisms, and new seals and soft goods. As I mentioned earlier, Off-Planet Research is one of the newest SBIR awardees to help advance one of these areas. So let's go back to that vision of the lunar village. We've studied the environment. We've developed new dust mitigation technologies that work great, and we're launching missions on a regular basis. Wonderful. Well, now we need to go back to address the business case we set aside earlier. Science and research goals can only fund so many missions. Governments can only fund so many missions. It would be hard to make the case for a lunar or Martian village without being able to show the financials of why we need to go and not just why we want to go. This is where lunar resources come into play. We need to be able to use the resources of the moon, Mars, and asteroids to literally propel ourselves into deeper space. This all starts with the idea of in situ resource utilization, or ISRU. ISRU is the idea of living off the land and using the resources around you. There are many resources that can be extracted from regolith and used on the lunar surface. Lunar regolith is at least 40% oxygen by mass, and silicate minerals make up over 90% of the moon. There are a variety of metals and components, that's potassium, rare earth elements, and phosphorus in the regolith as well. And then we have volatiles, which refers to the frozen components that have been discovered in lunar ice. In 2009 LCROSS mission, NASA crashed a satellite into the South Pole and discovered water, carbon dioxide, ammonia, and methane, to name a few, in that ejecta plume. With one data point of ground truth, there are many unknowns for volatiles, but they have revolutionized how lunar resources can be used. Mehdi Benna, a planetary scientist at NASA Goddard, recently measured the content of impact plumes from random meteor impacts on the moon. He told CNN in 2019 that though water is widespread in lunar soil, it is spread very thin. 1 metric ton of water, or 1 metric ton of regolith yields just 16 ounces of water, which is the amount in an average water bottle. While this may not seem like a lot, remember that before 2009, no one believed there was any water on the moon. And even though the surface of the moon can get as hot as 260 degrees Celsius, a few meters down, the temperature moderates to just above the freezing point of water, which could make things interesting. Also for scale, the sacks contain about 1 ton of crushed rock. What makes the ice in permanently shadowed regions, on the other hand, so attractive is that there is expected to be a lot more water per ton. The LCROSS observations indicate more than 5% of the material in the PSRs is water ice, with some other ices mixed in, as I mentioned before. And that's going to be about 15 gallons of water per ton of regolith. And that is what makes polar mining so interesting and so attractive for a lot of organizations. Now, I'm not going to answer this question, but I will pose it. The question is going to become then, what is going to be more feasible? Excavating tons of dusty, abrasive regolith in the sunlit regions for smaller quantities of water, or potentially extracting larger quantities of water on or near a surface that is extremely cold and extremely dark. Other things to consider are going to be the ice composition, its formation heritage, and physical properties, and how that might affect the processing or collection. And also keep in mind that lunar regolith is very dense and cohesive, and either way, it is not going to be easy to move. Let's go back to the good byproducts. So we mentioned earlier, oxygen and hydrogen, they can be used in rocket fuel, breathable air, drinking water, and agriculture. The rare earth elements that are in their unrefined state on the moon can be exported back to Earth to be used in many applications, like electronics. Raw or processed regolith can be used in sintering or 3D printing applications to make tools, construct buildings, and protective thermal and impact shields and roads. Earlier, I mentioned that there are a lot of unknowns about volatiles found in the polar regions. Again, the largest supply of volatiles that is most easily accessible is going to be, or accessible from the surface, is going to be in those permanently shadowed regions where the sunlight never hits. These regions at the North and South Pole are often in or at the edge of craters and are ultra cold at minus 260 degrees Fahrenheit, Celsius, or colder. And depending on the crater, you're going to have some access issues as well, getting in and out. Early missions to those polar regions are going to need to send prospecting instruments and rovers like NASA's Viper rover to head into these extreme access environments to categorize and map the distribution of volatiles in preparation for future excavation and extraction missions. Later missions can utilize those resources to create a robust infrastructure on the surface. So back to the business case. In order for ISRU, and particularly lunar rocket fuel, to make sense financially, it needs to be less expensive to source propellant from the moon than to launch it from Earth, and there needs to be a market. With the recent flurry of mission planning to the moon and deeper space by the commercial industry and national and international government agencies, the market has mostly been defined. The biggest delta V is getting out of Earth's atmosphere. Once you're out of LEO, the delta V significantly reduces and each kilogram of propellant becomes more efficient. If the cost of propellant obtained from the moon in low Earth orbit or LEO is less than the cost to ship the propellant to LEO from LEO to Earth, then the business case can be closed. Refueling the upper stages in LEO can transport heavy payloads from LEO to GEO and beyond. And this can increase the affordability of NASA's activities on the moon, ESA's Moon Village, and missions to Mars and other places in deep space. While the savings depend on the in-space transportation approach and assumptions, there is a business case that can be made for sourcing propellant in space. I know other presenters have spoken more about that, so I will refer you to them for more specifics. But just to drive it home, a 2019 WGM report released a conceptual economic study on mining water on the moon, and they see the market as encompassing satellite refueling, International Space Station and Lunar Gateway, moon and Mars bases, space agriculture, and tourism and hotels. They're valuing this market at $206 billion over the next 30 years. The moon is a stepping stone to the rest of the universe, but it should not be overlooked for the science and resources that it offers in its own rights. By developing lunar resources, colonizing space becomes more profitable and desirable. Regolith, which is one of the biggest nuisances and hazards of the moon, just might be the very reason that humanity can envision a thriving economy in space. Ultimately, the reason for becoming a multi-planet civilization is to better the lives of everyone and ensure the survival of humanity. As we begin the next stage of space development, we need to ensure that we work to make this vision a reality while not repeating the errors of our past. And learning to survive and thrive on the moon is our first step towards this new existence. In the future, there will be thousands of people hopefully working and living in space. This is the beginning of the next great human adventure. And on that happy note, thank you for your time, and I welcome any questions.
Right on, Melissa. Thank you very much. In the awareness of time, we've only got about 6 minutes, so we're gonna tackle this quickly. Yeah, I got a couple kudos from you from the audience. I just want to pass that along. Also, your conversations about the business case closing with some of those plans, right? That whether that's rocket fuel or rare earth or elements. But let's be really clear. That's not what you're doing now, right? What you're doing now is much more mundane, frankly, more down to earth, and frankly, a better business model, right? So let's talk about what you're doing now to enable that larger infrastructure that's envisioned, right? So what is the piece that you provide?
Yeah, definitely. And so, as I mentioned earlier, there aren't a lot of lunar resources that were brought back for the moon, and they're very well protected. Because I know there's a lot of people, if they could, they want to get their hands on actual lunar regolith. That is the goal, right? Well, for a lot of researchers, they're never going to be able to do that, especially if it is a destructive process. Which, especially if we're talking about lunar resources, any processing method is going to be destructive. And so you need to look for alternatives, and that's where simulants come in. And so what we decided to do, given our own interests in space, in particular the moon, was to create the type of testing materials that we ourselves want to use. And that's where we came up with our lunar regolith simulants and the variety of types and compositions that we offer. And we really want to be able to enable researchers, everything from agricultural research to testing a rover, to testing remote sensing instruments, to testing ISRU extraction, to be able to offer them a simulant that is going to work for them and their specific needs. Because all of those different organizations might have different specifications or standards that they're going to need and have different focuses on what's going to be most important to them. So we really like to work with these organizations to make sure they're getting a good representative test material for their specific use. Michael, you're muted.
Most of a year in a pandemic, and I still can't figure out when to turn the button on and off. So would it be fair to say that you're one of the levers that help the folks that are helping everybody else? Like they can't do the work that they want to do unless they start with in-lab testing, whether it's from your simulant or some other, some other source, right?
You said it, not me, but yes, we do kind of view testing. We're engineers by degree and by trade. We view testing as vital to the success of the technology and the mission. We need to be able to prove it's going to work, and it's going to work as expected. In order to have, missions, future missions approved, it goes a little bit better when the first one was successful and met its mission objectives. And so what we want to be able to do is help, again, enable long-term research and development, and you're going to need consistent test materials in order to do that.
Well, and by building the, I'm going to say dirt, I know you don't think that's the correct response. By building the regolith and becoming the folks that get really, really good at understanding regolith, doesn't that also put you in a really interesting position when those ultimate larger, longer term markets become available?
Yeah, I mean, we like to say we work with lunar regolith simulant every single day. We've seen it destroy our own equipment and had to quickly learn to adapt how we operate and how we have moving mechanisms. And so we want to harness that knowledge. And so we do provide consulting. And then we also are using the knowledge, as I mentioned, to develop our own hardware, starting with dust tolerant fluid and gas connectors.
So during the course of the last couple of days, we've had companies that were billion-dollar valuations. We've had companies that recently got purchased, 2 different companies that got recently purchased for a couple $100 million. Where are y'all in the ecosystem?
We are a small semi-startup company. We're now 5 years old, but we spent quite a long time in research and development, about 2.5 years. in research and development to ensure that the products we were putting out there were, again, ones that we were proud of and happy with and could back up with data and knowledge. And so we still like to call ourselves a fairly young startup company. So we're definitely on the smaller side. We're one of those little companies who's very thankful for the grants that we have been able to get that help advance the goals that we want to have.
Cool. I mean, we all know that research is a necessary precursor to all this work. So I want to thank you for your time and your presentation. It was, I think it's a necessary reality check for where we actually are. It's nice to see where we're going, but this whole conference is about where we are today to enable the next thing. So thank you very much. We're going to move it on to Lila. Thanks a lot. Melissa, make sure you put your contact information down there. There were some folks that were interested in your slides. If you're willing to share those, let us know.
Yeah, I'll start responding to some people in the chat.
Thanks.
Thank you, Michael. Thank you, Melissa. All right, our next speaker, Julian, are you here?
Yes, I am.
Excellent. Could you please pronounce your last name for me?
Absolutely. I guess in English you would say Villamasson. In French, it's Villamasson.
Villamasson. I like that better. I'll try that. If you don't mind, I'd like to introduce Julien Villamasson, notable for not only his science and engineering credentials, but also his keen business and management capabilities. Julien Villamasson is the Chief Sales Officer and co-founder of Moonscape, whose mission is to support the upcoming cis-lunar industry by providing orbital observation services. He attended the Space Studies program at International Space University. He has an MBA and a Master of Science in Global Management from the Thunderbird School of Global Management, and he has training and education in electronics engineering and physics in Paris, Germany, and Spain. He also obtained his commercial pilot's license earlier this year. Congratulations. Please welcome Julian to the Marble Week.
Thank you very much, Lila. Very gracious. Hi, everyone. Thanks. The goal for me here is to talk about the upcoming missions to the moon. So I have a presentation for about 20-25 minutes and then a couple of questions, if any. So first of all, I just wanted to say why the moon. I guess it's obvious for everyone in this conference, but I think it's still really interesting to go back to this question. And for me, there's really three reasons. One of them is that it's like the Everest, right? It's there, so we should go. The other one is the science and industrial potential. And Melissa's talk right before me was music to my ears. And then the third thing is it's a stepping stone for Mars missions. So here is what I'm going to cover. First, the history. Then we'll look at the outlook. So what are the next missions coming up from 2020 to 2035 in the different regions in the world? And then I prepared a couple projections. So history. It's going to be pretty quick. So first of all, there's a really cool website. If you guys don't know it, it's on the top left. This is just a screenshot of it, so it's not dynamic, but the actual website is dynamic. And you can look at what have been the missions and what are the future missions. So this is just to point out that the US and Russia have historically been obviously the most active on lunar missions. But China has been catching up a little bit. And the same goes with India and Japan. While Europe, and I'm French, haven't been very active in that space, only one mission, and Israel had also one mission. So looking at the landing missions, again, the US and Russia have had the most missions, and obviously, Apollo have been the only one crewed, but China had already 2 missions, and one more currently happening now. They landed actually on this part, if you can see my mouse. Okay, so that was just a quick recap on history, so we can look at the future. And so this is based on the Bryce Space and Technology report. where we can see that there will be 95 missions from 2020 to 2030. And what I want to do here is to detail this a little bit. So these are direct projections from the brightest report. That's the cumulative over 10 years. And we see that the US will be the most prominent player with 72 missions currently planned. Russia has eight missions, so that is the second in line, but not as great as the US. And then the next countries in line have 4 missions or less, so a total of 95. What I want to do is have a quick look at the actual data. I know this is boring to look at, so we won't spend too much time on this. But I thought it was very interesting to see that the US is the only nation that has a clear plan and like a regularity in the missions, and I would say a real vision. So, credit where it is due. Obviously, the changes there might be changes in the schedule, but I think the vision is there, and hopefully it will stay. So that's why there's so many missions, and I think it's fantastic. Looking at China, for example, there's not as many missions, but that is because some of the missions are not in the report yet. There is a plan for crewed missions that might happen in 2029. So hopefully that will go through. When it comes to Russia, and we'll see later, there's some robotic and some crewed missions. I think they're well represented here. And when we look at the rest of the world, including Europe, there's only 4 missions for Europe and then a couple more for other countries, but there's a gap. And I think some mining missions will start to appear on this report over time. And also, there's no real discussion about Starship, which I think is might become very important in the future. I understand that they might be part of the CLIPS missions here, but will there be more? And what will that mean for the lunar industry? So I'm going to look at the US real quick because you guys have been talking about this, and most of you are Americans, so you know exactly what Artemis is all about. So that's what is driving all these missions, or most of them. And Melissa also talked about this just now, so I'm going to quickly move to the next. But just saying, Artemis is what drives all these missions in the US. Let's look at China. So these are in the news currently. So let's look at Chang'e. I don't know. I tried to practice Chang'e, or I think that's the right way to say it. So this is a sample return mission, and the structure is a little bit like Apollo, where there's an orbiter that remains in orbit while the lander lands, then drills, and then a subset of that lander comes back, docks with the orbiter, and then that returns the samples to Earth. And the return is expected around December 16. So that is pretty fun. I look forward to that. But now looking at the history for China missions on the moon and for future missions, what we can see is that China started to launch missions to the moon in 2007, and the first lander was in 2013. And we have to remember that this was the first soft landing since the moon missions in the 70s. So after that, there's been more missions, and the last lander before the current one was in 2018. Now, looking at future missions, the next one will be in 2023, actually. It's in reverse order, but in the correct mission numbering. So 2023, 2024, all that will be landers. 2027 will be to test technologies. And what China wants to do is actually to have crewed missions after that. So that will be to test technologies to help those upcoming crewed mission from 2029. And the vision of China here is really a robotic lunar research station. So I think this is what China wants to do after 2030. So around 2030 and the years after that. It doesn't seem like they want to have an actual crewed station, but they want to have a robotic station. Okay, I'm going to look at Russia now. So looking at Russia, there's the set of Luna missions, which are robotic. Luna 20, and those have been delayed for quite a while, I think, at least a decade or something like that. So Luna 25, and you can see the picture on the left side, I think it's almost ready to launch. So it's scheduled to launch in 2021. And as you can see, there will be missions regularly. Luna 26 will be just an orbiter, but all the other ones will be landing. The one in 2027 will be a sample return, and the one in 2028 will have a rover, and that will help set the stage for future crewed missions. And this is the other program, the program Oriole, which is for crewed missions. So what you can see on the bottom right is the capsules. So they weigh 14 metric tons. Sorry for not talking in pounds. So in 2024, there will be the first uncrewed circumnavigation around the moon. And then there will be crewed missions, and they will try to land in 2029. They will use Soyuz 5, an iteration on the Soyuz rocket. I see that there are chats, so I don't know if I should look at this for a sec. Okay, it's not fun. Okay, so that was for Russia. Looking at Europe and Middle East, because there was not much in Africa at this point. So the history is actually quite limited. I was surprised to see that ESA had just one mission, which was launched in 2003. And that was just to test the technology and to do some science. And then you had a private flyby of the moon, which was the first time ever that a mission to the moon was actually private. And then last year, Space IL launched the Bereshit mission, which was a privately funded lander. So here are the pictures, by the way. And by the way, I should say that my partner in Moonscape is actually one of the officials of Bereshit. So these are the 3 missions that happened from Europe and Middle East. Now looking at the future, there's 6 missions that I'm showing here. The first one is a UK mission launching next year that will be launched on the Peregrine payload as a Peregrine payload, and it will be to observe lava tubes. The next one will be launched in 2023, and this is based on Bereshit, but it's a cooperation between Germany, OHB, not Germany the nation, but OHB, a German company, and IAI, an Israeli company. And they announced that they are launching a lunar surface access service. So they will try to launch landers to the moon regularly for commercial customers. The next one is the UAE Space Agency's Rashid lander, planned to land on the moon in 2024. That is to develop technologies and pave the way for the Mars program, which the Mars program is a 100 years program. It's for 2011 and 17. That is the vision of this program. Okay, now the bigger landers. This one is from Airbus in 2025. It's called the Moon Cruiser 1. And it will actually also carry the Esprit module of the Gateway. And this one is the European Large Logistics Lander. This is by ESA, and that contains a rover and a sample return mission. This is in cooperation with JAXA and the Canadian Space Agency under the mission Heracles. That's in 2027. And finally, there's a lander called Alina by PT Scientist, a German company, but the launch date is not clear. So that's an overview of those missions from Europe, but I also noticed some things about mining. So Luxembourg recently created a new innovation center for space resources. So essentially, I think it's together with ESA, and it's a center for innovation. So it's like to help startups start their mining businesses or other companies to go into mining. So it seems that Luxembourg is trying to push pretty hard on mining. They also have specific laws for mining. So I suspect that a lot of things will come from Luxembourg in the next 15 years when it comes to lunar mining. Okay, I just wanted to remind all of you that Gateway also has components from ESA. and from JAXA, and from Roscosmos. So it is, and also from the Canadian Space Agency. So it is an international endeavor. And of course, NASA is leading this. Now, looking at Europe, again, at ESA, Jan Vanna, the Director General, he's had that vision for a decade, I think, to have a moon village. So that is a snapshot of one of the modules, but he would like this to be an open station and that different member states and states around the globe can join. This would be a view of this with 4 different modules. So there is a vision in Europe for a moon village and for assets on the ground. But I think that in Europe, maybe we're not as cohesive and coherent as the US to have one vision and then to execute on the vision. So let's look at the rest of the world. So the history is 2 missions from Japan. The first one in 1990, actually, that's quite a while ago, and then a more recent one in 2007. And then India also had 2 missions, one in 2008 and one just last year, Chandrayaan-2, which is a science orbiter, and a lander, which I think did not succeed this time. Looking at the future for those regions, the top side here is Japan. So we have iSpace, which in cooperation with Draper are planning missions, landing and rover missions. They will launch on Falcon 9, by the way. There is, again, Japan, but now with the space agency, JAXA, who has a landing mission as well. So that's going to be from 2021 to 2023. And then at the bottom of this slide, you can see actually a university in Mexico called UNAM that has a very small mission to launch 9 micro rovers. There will be payloads on the Peregrine mission. Then you have ISRO, which is the Indian Space Agency, launching Chandrayaan-3. It will not have an orbiter, only a lander and a rover. And then finally in 2022, the Korean Space Agency will launch a lunar orbiter. So that is what the world is planning in terms of lunar missions in the next 15 years, as far as we can tell for today. Now, I've made a couple projections based on the Bryce report that I wanted to share with you. So the Bryce report here is in blue. That is exactly what you see in the report. That is the total cumulative number of missions. So I've made a conservative one where some missions don't make it because of financing or whatever other reason. I made a mid-range scenario that is sort of exactly the Bryce report, but some of the missions that we actually know today are not yet in the Bryce report, or there will be more announced and realized during this decade. So that is the mid-range, sort of correcting for the report. And then my optimistic scenario is a few more missions, let's say. So I think what's important to me when I think of this is not necessarily, how many missions are they? If we want to have actual assets on the moon and do business there, the question is not how many missions. The question is, what is the cost per mass unit, so the cost per kilogram or the cost per pound landed on the moon? What is the capacity? So how many metric tons can we bring on a yearly basis, for example? And what industries can benefit from this? So these are projections that I made from those 3 scenarios: the conservative, the mid-range, and the optimistic. So when I project numbers here, what I see is that the conservative scenario, where we have a limited capacity and the price is very high, then we don't even launch as much as what the ISS weighs, which is 420 tons. With the mid-range scenario, we cross that just before 2030. But with the optimistic scenario, we go to 7,000 tons by the end of 2035, landed on the moon. So of course, that doesn't mean anything, it's just my projections. But if we think of the impact of Starship or of such rockets, and you start to see how much could be landed in total, you understand that you can really do some real industrial work. And that comes back to what Melissa was saying about mining, for example. Now, what helps drive this capacity is the cost. I mean, it goes hand in hand. So if you look at the cost here, the conservative is sort of you don't have really rockets like Starship. So the costs go down over time because companies will make larger and larger transporters, I would call them, but that'll take time. Now, the opposite is the optimistic one, where Starship is available by 2022 and already reusable at a low cost. And that is sort of what Michael was saying earlier, sort of the singularity. So we didn't talk about this before, but you can see this incredible drop in cost. That is the singularity, and nobody knows exactly when it's going to happen. It might be here. So I'm zooming in on this chart now. And what we can see is that here I'm pointing some industries, whether the threshold, for example, for mass tourism, you need the cost to be very low for people to be able to afford flights to the moon, whether to the orbit or to the surface. So here what I'm saying is this could happen quickly if we're very optimistic, or less quickly if we're less optimistic. And I think mining is one of those that will happen sooner with a higher price, because they can really, the business case is stronger, but as the price goes down, more and more industries will benefit. So in essence, commoditization of the transport is what really matters. So, I mean, that's obvious for everyone here, but just to reiterate, as the government invests in missions and infrastructure, then the launch costs dramatically decrease, the infrastructure available goes up, and then the industries are those that drive the demand, not the governments anymore. And so I hope that we can get there one day. So looking at the industries, and that's according to me, there's the surface industries, which I think are the real drivers in the future. So science, mining, and tourism. And then you have supporting infrastructure on the ground, but also orbital. And in terms of that, there's communications, navigation, tourism, because there will be orbital tourism, I think, not just on the surface, but also observation. And I think that's one of those industries that will exist. And so this is why Yoav Lanzmann, my partner in this startup, and myself decided to work on this idea of an observation constellation in lunar orbit, and we called our startup Moonscape. And so we're currently exploring the market for this in Europe, in the US, and in other regions. And we will establish the company in Luxembourg in Q1 2021. So in a couple months. Yeah, so if you have any comments or questions, don't hesitate. That's it for my presentation. Thank you very much.
Very grateful to you, Julian. Really appreciate that. I want to point out that you're, with intention, you're the only non-American that we've had on our panels. And what we have really been trying to accomplish over the last couple of days has really been focused on 2020 to 2035, from here to the moon, right? What infrastructure is necessary to build out this cis-lunar econosphere that we're talking about, as we close out, we've got 2-3 more presentations. As we close out this Blue Marble event, I really wanted to bring in some understanding and perspective of what's happening outside the United States. So if we decide to turn off our 70-some missions, I like how you just said it's less about missions and more about cargo. That's an important distinction. I'm going to remember that. But if we decide not to do, pardon me, I've been talking for 3 days straight. My voice is going. If we decide not to take that step out to the moon, that's okay. We don't have to, but somebody else is going to, right? It's not just about us. I've not met Yoav, but certainly hats off to what Israel attempted. It makes for a hell of a crater. But I tell you, I'm not joking. I had my whole team sitting here watching that event, watching the Indian event. So whatever happens with the United States, we could decide to sit this out. I mean, we certainly have in the past, but there's going to be something else that happens. Other nations are going to step in. So you've gotten a lot of comments in the chat about great presentation. Retired Lieutenant Colonel Garrettson has asked for a copy of those slides. So please make sure that you get in touch with him. Pete, did you have a specific question you wanted to ask, or just kudos? I wasn't clear on that.
Just kudos. What a fantastic presentation. Really showcases the unbelievable amount of activity going to the moon from tremendous diversity.
Thanks, Pete. And I should say that, again, that is just what is published, what has been announced. I'm pretty sure that there's at least double or more mission planned, but just not being announced. For example, Moonscape, I mean, we're working on this, and we will start this company, and nobody knows about it. And I'm sure there's a lot more companies like this, not just in the US, but everywhere in the world. This topic is getting, incredible. Everybody is now interested in the moon. So, but kudos to you guys, to Americans, because I'm pretty sure it's thanks to you, and thanks to the vision that you guys have, and that sort of leads a little bit. Others in the world. I think, I'm not saying that you're the only reason, some people want to do it themselves, but I think you are inspiring people.
So we've been talking, thank you, Gillian. We've been talking quite a bit about workforce as infrastructure. That's also been one of the themes here. You're French, Yoav is Israeli, but you're setting up shop in Luxembourg. So why not set up shop in the United States? And I ask that because we've got a rep that it's her job to link industry to the region. So why Luxembourg, or versus why not the United States?
That's a great question, and I'm sure Yoav would like to maybe join me in answering. If you want to, feel free.
We have 3 minutes.
2 minutes. Yeah. So my answer is quite simple. I think the US would be a very good place to start this business. Obviously, we could apply to the SBIR program, for example, and I think the market size is larger. But I think we just can't, because we're not Americans, and it makes it almost impossible for us to do that. So we decided to launch our business in Europe because we can access this region. And Luxembourg is the obvious choice. I mean, there's other possibilities, but for the law and all the help that the government provides, this makes it an obvious choice for us.
I'm going to call on Yoav directly because I just saw your post in the chat. So tell me what that's about in 2 minutes.
Okay, so I'll start with what I said in the chat, that SpaceX announced today of their next mission to the moon. SpaceX is the organization that I worked for in the last 7 years until last year, that sent the parachute mission to the moon. The next mission will be an orbiter, a bit bigger than the first parachute, that will get into orbit around the moon and will release not 1 but 2 landers, very small landers that will land on the moon on 2 different sites, which is something that you can do with one.
Wow, that is incredible. I can't wait to look into that more. And I would argue that just put Julian's presentation out of date, because that mission was not on his chart. So, dude, slacking, man. You brought bad data. I'm just kidding. Thank you, both of you. Appreciate that. We are going to swap over to.
Thanks, Michael.
Thank you. Appreciate that. We're going to swap over to Lila to keep us on track and on schedule. Gentlemen, really appreciate your insight and your ambition. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Well, my next speaker is none other than Michael Lane. So thank you for passing it on to me so I can pass it back to you. Many of us know Michael, a strategist, a futurist, an author, a speaker, a consultant, a connector in our community, an integral part of the Blue Marble Week team, and as many would agree, a very nice guy. Michael has been involved with space elevator research since the definitive 2001-2003 NASA study. At Liftport, he manages a talented team from academia, government, commercial, and military communities. Michael's team has created carbon nanotubes, discovered a new metal alloy, and built robots that climbed a mile into space. There's a lot more to learn about Michael, and I'll let him take it from there. Please, Michael.
Thank you very much. I feel like I've been talking for 3 days straight. In hindsight, I kind of wish I didn't have this presentation, but I'm really glad that I'm here. This is an amazing last couple days. So I want to shout out to the rest of the team for just what they've accomplished over the last few days. So thank you, everybody. And now I'm going to jump straight into my thing, but I just wanted to express my gratitude to everyone. I am sharing my screen. Just give me a second here. I'm not going to put to full screen because then I can't see anybody. I've learned that lesson over the last few days. So I'm going to minimize this part. Can everybody still see me? Can everybody still see the screen? Okay. So when I first started Liftport, the world was radically, fundamentally different. And I just want to kind of take a moment to think about that for a second. Twitter didn't exist. Facebook didn't exist. These things that we take for granted, fully digital phones with touch screens didn't exist. It was a very, very different place. So by way of a little bit of history, behind me, I think it's off screen, but behind me is that right there is the first report on the Earth elevator, the idea of building a space elevator off the Earth. I was a part of that original NASA Institute for Advanced Concepts research team. Fast forward for the next 2001, 2, and 3, we put that thing together. Fast forward again, when the Space Shuttle Columbia crashed, we started Liftport as a direct result of the report concluding and the Columbia crash. Over the next couple of years, we built a whole bunch of robots. We invented a bunch of string, and there's a bunch of artifacts over here. So it was really fun. And 2001, 2, 3, and 4, 5, and 6 were great. 2007, everything unraveled. My wealth came from real estate. And when the real estate markets collapsed, everything fell apart very, very quickly. That's a very long, complicated story. We were out of business. We were out of business for a really long time, from 2007 to 2017, when we reconstructed the company to focus exclusively on the lunar elevator. So let's think about that, right? So the first couple of days of our event, we were talking about down-to-earth stuff. and then we moved to orbital stuff. And the last couple hours we've been talking about the moon. But that's where we're going. And I'm really, I take a lot of personal pride in the relationships that we've built. General Quast once said that some of the stuff we were talking about is the most important conversations in our nation's history. And then he was a 3-star general in the Air Force, and then the chief scientist of U.S. Space Force has really been a great mentor to me. And we've taken our ideas and put them in front of the chief scientist, and they've held weight, right? They've held together. In the world that we're in now with Twitter, with Facebook, we also have the luxury of waiting those 10 years while some new rules were put in place. And they focus on the commercialization of LEO and then going back to the moon to stay. And that's really what we want to accomplish. There's rules out there in the language, in the federal language, about basically building a facility with a bunch of inhabitants. So we want to be a part of that ecosystem, the cis-lunar econosphere. In order to do that, you've got to get really, really good at a lot of really complicated things. Space is a pinnacle technology, and it requires mastery of these 6 subordinate technologies: robotics, materials, communications, energy, biotech. These things are necessary to get to space well. And as we build out the infrastructure, lots of stuff is going to happen down here on the ground. Launch is going to get better. We're going to get better at communications and observation. Soon, we're going to have in-space transport. We talked about that yesterday with Nagar and her team. We talked about that with Daniel Faber and his team. I think our lunar elevator fits in this larger discussion. We're going to talk more about that in a minute, so I'm going to skip this. Space stations, mining, and eventually space-based solar power. Peter Gerritsen's going to come up after me in a moment. The 2 topics between the elevator and the space-based solar power are the only aspirational topics of the last 3 days. But I think they earn a place on our roadmap. So then what are we talking about when we're talking about the lunar elevator? First, I think this is what it looks like. And I've told all of our speakers, I don't want to see a bunch of CGI and pretty pictures. We've had some pictures of CGI and pretty pictures, but for the most part, we've shown hardware. Other than the hardware behind me hanging up on the wall here, we don't have that kind of hardware because our technology is not that fully developed yet. So what are we? Who are we? We'll talk about the lunar elevator in detail in a moment, but we're also a business. That's something that everybody seems to forget. They get really interested in the tech of what we're doing and the cool factor of what we're doing. But at the end of the day, to keep the lights on, we have to be a business, right? So we call ourselves an idea factory. We're a technology incubator, and we use the vision of the future as the lens to focus our work. So what is this, right? So we've got, a long time ago, we had support from NASA Institute for Advanced Concepts. We've got some support from U.S. Space Force and the Air Force Space Command. I don't think this is an exaggeration to say that we have 3 millennia of experience of folks interested in what we're doing. Not on contract, nobody's on payroll. Well, some people are on payroll, but when you add up this many people trying to make this thing happen, it says there's an ecosystem that wants to make this lunar elevator happen. So I'm really happy to say that our advisors are what we refer to as our technical advisory council. We have hardware everywhere in the solar system. And that gives me confidence that this thing can actually be built. It's not easy. Nothing about the last 3 days, none of these technologies that we've been talking about elements of those larger cis-lunar econosphere. None of this stuff is easy, none of it. But I really believe most of it is possible. I've tried really hard over the last couple of days to organize content that was very near term and available. So here's what we're actually doing, what's actually happening. We launch from Earth. We get to the Lagrange point. The Lagrange point is this gravitational middle, not the physical middle, but the gravitational middle between the Earth and the Moon. And that's represented over here with what will eventually be a space station. That's the gravitational middle. So, whoops. So we launch from Earth using a conventional rocket. And we've heard lots of things about rockets the last couple days. There are a lot of opportunities and options for which rocket. The bigger the rocket, the more string we can put down, the more cargo we've got. It doesn't really matter which rocket. We've sized this as small as a Falcon. So we're in good shape there. We get out to Lagrange point. We drop a string down to the surface of the Moon. We pull that string back towards the Earth, not touching. It's still a long ways from the Earth, right? Here, this tiny dot is the Moon. And this is to scale. I really want to stress, this is to scale. The objects that we are creating, our counterweight, our string, our space station, that's not to scale. But the Moon on one side, the Earth on the other, and the distances, that's to scale. So this tiny dot is the Moon. We're going to go here. We're going to drop a string down. We're going to sink in. We're going to hang on to the Moon. We pull the system back through the Lagrange point. Anything on this side of the Lagrange point is being pulled back to Earth. So this counterweight is gently being tugged, and that keeps the whole string straight. On the Earth elevator, everybody focuses on getting off of the planet. On the lunar elevator, the key is actually arriving at this Lagrange station and dropping, using a robot, down gently to the surface of the Moon. That's the key. It's really hard to land on the surface of the Moon. With this system, we take that complexity out of the equation. But there's more to it than that. So these are the systems. This is the length, right? It's 250,000 kilometers in string. Now this string, it's really important to note, exists. I have some of it sitting on my shelf right here. This is not the carbon nanotubes that we talked about for the Earth elevator. It's not even the exotics that we talked about yesterday with the Graphene Council. This is straight up normal industrial scale materials that are purchase orderable. And even though this string is a lot of string, it's 10% of annual production. It's a big order, but it's not like we have to build new factories for this, right? So this is achievable technology. We have the rockets, we have the robotics, we have the materials, we have the communications. All of these parts exist. This is one of the main reasons why we want to do it. Again, sorry for the CGI graphics, but these are modeled after Bigelow style, inflatable style, Axiom style space stations. We would emplace this at the Lagrange point. You'd have the robot climbing back and forth, but this station is the reason for building it, right? The cargo capacity back and forth to the Moon, that's really cool. We really want to be able to do that. But it's this emplaced and attached to the Moon space station that really makes the rest of this project work. We're talking about some orbital mechanics. So here's the whole system, right? I want to tie in, oops, I'm out of order. I want to pay attention to the pieces of this, right? So this would be the lifter that climbs back and forth, the rovers that scroll around on the lunar surface. We already know that that's really difficult. These are the components of the system, right? You've got your counterweight, you've got your anchor station attached to the surface of the Moon, the lifter robot climbing back and forth, There's infrastructure for managing the rovers within this. This is a side view and a top-down view. So these are kind of the components that make up the system. It's a simple power array. We're using just normal photovoltaic cells. The string is really tricky. There's a pretty high coefficient of friction here. And so it's slippery, right? So we have to wind all the way down. So that's a little bit complicated, but still very manageable. When we build this system, there's going to be a lot of activity that goes from the Earth out to the Lagrange point and back. It is actually mathematically and delta V cheaper to do this round trip than it is to go from LEO straight to GEO. Now that seems a little bit crazy, but we learned yesterday about the utility of having a full tank of gas in orbit. So whether we fill up here or here, there's advantages from a delta V perspective. And again, here's the moon right here. This point right here is super important. I thought I had a slide on it, but apparently I don't. We've talked about delta V over the course of the day to get the energy it takes to get from the Earth to low Earth orbit, to get from the Earth to GEO, to get from Earth to the Lagrange point. It's about 3 to 4, okay? So if that's a measure for energy, to say that it's 0.14 to go all the way out to Mars, all the way out to the NEOs, that's really impressive, right? It's about 9 delta V to get to LEO, and then about 4 more to get to GEO. So this is, let's say, 13. It's a fraction, it's a decimal point off of that, right? So that makes it almost energetically free to get anywhere else in the solar system. That's one of the values of having that space station there. We talked about this a little bit. The robot, what we refer to as a lifter, comes down, docks in with the system, and then we have cargo. So that's kind of how we move things around. Oh, there's the video. There's the image I was looking for earlier. Delta V. It's almost energetically free to get anywhere else in the solar system, especially if you start here with a near full tank of gas, right? Super useful. So positionally, it's useful. This goes back to some of the stuff that Major McLean was talking about before. This conversation is incomplete if we don't talk about the other parts of it. Hardware is the thing that everybody pays attention to. The things I pay attention to are business outreach and framework. So that's a conversation that's going to take a lot longer, but I want you to understand that those are necessary pieces of all this. Where did my, all right, that was out of order. What are we talking about, right? This is one of those mega structures that all the other infrastructure helps to enable. $1 million helps prove our math. That's the first easiest step. Then about 4 more million, total 5, builds the initial satellites necessary to test this. Then, because launch costs are dropping pretty easily, 20 more gets you to 25 million. That gets us flight tested. And then we start getting stuff built. The entirety of the lunar elevator infrastructure is about $800 million. That probably is in a high number. That's probably on the high side. People are surprised sometimes when I tell them it's under $1 billion. I live near Seattle in Tacoma. There's 5 different billion-dollar infrastructure projects in our local town. This is an achievable number. There are many space projects that are under that, that are in that range. There are many commercial projects that are within that range. So this is a very fundable number. I hear loud and clear when Michael says, who are the customers? We can talk about that later. I do believe that space-based solar power is the killer app for space. I've believed it for nearly 20 years as I've been in this field. To build a complete solar power network, I think is in the neighborhood of about $8 billion. To put that in perspective, one nuclear power plant for one city is between $5 and $8 billion. This $8 billion that I'm referring to would have a repeatable infrastructure that could power a very large percent, maybe 40% of the global population. So I don't shy away from it. I stand by my numbers. This is an achievable technology. So why are we an incubator? First of all, it's about return on investment. It's about near-term revenues and risk mitigation. Like, this is who we are. We want to be an idea factory that develops public-private partnerships, and as we get better at public-private partnerships, develop this larger infrastructure. We're going to generate revenue based off of spin-off, exits, licensing, and subsidiaries. Our partners are going to be NASA and Space Force. And the infrastructure that we're looking to build is orbital operations. We're talking about space stations. We're talking about fuel. I think it's important to talk about real estate, that this real estate is very important. Along the way, we're going to get very good at robotics and energy and computing. We already have some interesting spin-off technologies. We've created a new alloy. We've got some communications and observation systems. So this stuff, you know, on the one side, it's a big idea, and on the other, it's very achievable in a methodical, stepwise process. Something that Dr. Autry said yesterday was, look, businesses, space businesses that have big ideas that can close business markets now, that work incrementally, that have a big idea but have, you know, immediate steps, those are the companies that succeed. And I think that Liftport and the lunar elevator is one of those ideas that can succeed. We have a few minutes there. I'm happy to answer questions the rest of the time. My contact information is here. Oh, it's actually not here. It's on the first slide. It's Lane at Liftport, L-A-I-N-E at Liftport. And I'd be happy to chat with folks. This is a complicated project and a complicated system. So it does take a little bit of work. Okay, I'm gonna turn it back over to you guys. Who's asking me questions? What's going on next? So I've been doing all of the questioning and the moderation and the other stuff. So I think, Tim, you're asking me questions. Is that right?
I am.
Okay. Nice to meet you, Tim. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, thanks for being here, Michael. It's really good to finally meet you. Yeah. So the first question, you touched on this, it probably in part because I told you ahead of time I'm not going to be nice to you in questioning.
Good.
You mentioned the 800 million for the price of the space or the lunar elevator being probably high. At what point does a X Prize style purse make it reasonable to cut that number in half? And when I say at what point, I mean at what launch cost per pound per kilogram does it make sense for the government or a private entity to say, hey, there's a $400 million prize for the first person to build a lunar elevator, go?
Yeah, I mean, $400 million would be a hell of a prize for sure. I don't think it needs to be anywhere close to that. I mean, I'd be happy to put my hat in the ring for that, but I don't think it needs to be that much. I think with Julian's presentation, it's definitely not just the United States that's thinking about this stuff. So I think you'd have American, you know, good old fashioned know-how, but I think you'd have a lot of international partners that would want a piece of that, right? So there has been talk about prizes, I will say, as small as 100 million for doing activity on the moon, and prizes as large as $1 billion to doing activities on the moon. Those kinds of prizes are certainly incentivized. The world that we're living in right now is a direct result of some of the X Prize work that was done, almost 15 years ago, 2001, I think. So we have seen the evidence of the success of that. So I don't think that I won't deny a $400 million prize, but I don't think that number has to be that high.
No, I'd agree. I would prefer to give you a smaller purse and claim the cost savings on any press release that.
Right. Yeah. Start with a $400 million prize tag.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
You had something like 20 companies, 17 companies on the first X Prize, and we've got 5 renewable rocketry companies as a result of that. That's a hell of an ROI for a $10 million prize. Yeah. And then on this call, Michael Mealing was a part of a different X Prize. And earlier on the call, Emma was part of a different X Prize, Google Lunar X Prize. And so she's a pro in the field, even though she didn't come up with another company. Like the spin-offs and value of things like that have enormous spin-off potentials, social, economic, financial, educational, science. Yeah, it's everywhere. Do that thing.
Yeah. And this gets to a question Katie put in the chat, that how do you communicate that part of the project, not just to investors, but to the public? Because ultimately, especially for the lunar elevator, the message is cool, great, that sounds awesome. I can't even get to space right now. Why would I get to an elevator on the moon? So how do we communicate those tangential benefits, or the message that even if this fails, we are still better off because this technology is going to mature, that technology can be used elsewhere?
Julian put up a slide that had this kind of reverse hockey stick, right? Prices are here. There's an inflection point. I referred to it earlier as the Starship Singularity. I think that is inevitable. Whether you could argue that dates, but that price curve is dropping so profoundly that that we can't really see what people are going to do. We did a conference, the Space Elevator Conference, a long time ago. Dr. Swan and I think Michael Fitzer was here yesterday. They threw out a question to the audience: what would you do if the price to orbit was $500? They threw it out. They threw out this question: what would you do? What were the big ideas? And some kid, I think it was a high school student, said something like they would launch junker cars from orbit and create intentional meteor showers to celebrate somebody's birthday. Like that's the level of, I will say, goofiness and potential in the same sentence. If you bring prices to orbit down, so whether it's an Earth elevator or a lunar elevator, bringing the price to orbit down opens up things we can't even guess about right now.
I mean, realistically, we can guess because it's the same as what happened when airfare became cheap.
Right. Yeah. Okay.
We just fly anywhere for any reason at any time until a pandemic breaks out. Right. And then we stop.
Yeah, no, I think, price to orbit is always the hardest thing. I watched a really interesting, Jeff Bezos came down to Texas to receive an award, I guess, two Novembers ago. It was a pretty small crowd. There were probably 125 people in the building. It was pretty cool. It was pretty neat. And what he said really kind of stuck with me. It's like, look, you couldn't do Zoom, right? He said Facebook. You couldn't do these things that we take for granted now if there wasn't the original founding infrastructure of the internet. And I think that's kind of how we are, right? That we, the whole last couple of days, have been talking about infrastructure. And it's not just one specific technology. Rockets are enabling, but then what else do they enable? So we need all of these parts. We need gas tanks, and we need simulant, and we need ride share, and we need visionaries. So all of these parts make up the ecosystem, but the right nowness of it, it feels pretty good right now. It feels pretty good right now. Like we're really close to that Star Trek vision that I wanted, that all those books talk about. We're really close.
It's true. It's true. And I want to echo Michael's point that we don't need more launch capacity. We have enough air freight. Now it's time for some rail and sea equivalents to move everything for free so that we can actually get to space cheaply and be able to realize these dreams people have been having.
Terrific. Okay, I'm going to renew my moderation process. Thanks a lot, Tim. Appreciate that. I'm going to push it over to Lila for our very last speaker of the event. I'm so excited.
Oh my gosh, it has been a stretch, 3 days. Please go to the bluemarbleweek.space website for recordings of all of our days and for more information about upcoming events. Yes, our last speakers, correct? You're on mute, Michael.
Dr. Jaffe, are you also able to speak, or are you not able to speak?
Hi, Michael. I can speak in a personal capacity and share what amounts probably to, I guess they're not home movies since they're on the NRL YouTube channel, but certainly some things that might be of interest to folks that haven't been exposed to them previously.
Okay, so we're going to let Peter Garrettson and Paul Jaffe kind of tag team however they want. Y'all have about 30 minutes. You have 28 minutes.
All right. Well,
really great to have y'all. Appreciate it.
I would say a quick introduction, but it's actually not going to be a very quick introduction. So get comfortable. These two gentlemen have more credentials than I can list, but I will make an attempt here. All right, Peter Garrettson and Paul, Peter Garrettson and Paul Jaffe are here to break down the current and future landscape of space-based solar power. Peter Garrettson, a senior fellow in defense studies at the American Foreign Policy Council, is an independent strategy consultant who focuses on space and defense. He previously was the director of the Space Horizons Task Force at the U.S. Air Force, Air Command, and Staff College. He has 33 years of experience working for the Department of Defense and served his country in the United States Air Force. He's currently working on his PhD in public policy at Auburn University and has his master's in aviation and human factors from Embry-Riddle Aeronautical University. He's a former member of the National Space Society Board of Directors, a thought leader in the area of space development, and he is currently writing a book on the Great Power Competition for Space Resources. Also with us today, Paul Jaffe is an electronics engineer, researcher, and integration and testing section head at the Naval Center for Space Technology at the U.S. Naval Research Laboratory. In over 20 years in the Naval Research Laboratory, he has worked on dozens of space missions for a range of defense and civilian agency sponsors. Dr. Jaffe served as a coordinator and editor of the NRL's study of military application of space-based solar power. He was also the principal investigator on groundbreaking research efforts involving the development of testing modules for the conversion of sunlight into microwaves, which has a number of potential applications, including space-based solar power. He earned his PhD in electrical engineering from the University of Maryland, College Park, and received his Master of Science in Engineering from Johns Hopkins University. Dr. Jaffe has authored, presented, and peer-reviewed scientific papers and articles for international journals and conferences. He's a sought-after expert to speak on a wide range of science and technology topics, most recently in relation to space solar. It is my pleasure to welcome Paul and Peter to Blue Marble Week.
Hello, thank you very much. So, Paul, do you want me to lead off since I've got some slides here, and then I'll turn it over to you?
Yeah, please, go for it.
That's some of your slides too. All right, so this is basically aimed, at folks who don't have much familiarity with space solar power, but with Paul, we've definitely got the expertise to go into it. So, if you want to see sort of the larger argument about why it's important in the long term to resources, as was mentioned, I've got a brand new book out with my co-author, Namrata Goswami, and there's the code to get it 30% off. Okay, so, we're talking about something amazingly ambitious in space, basically unlocking unlimited renewable energy, far more than you could even put on Earth if you wanted to. The output of the sun is so vast, something that would be autocatalytic, result in many jobs and a prosperous and green future, something that could really scale, in theory, at least to all global demand, like 6 times over. So space solar power is this concept for a revolutionary energy system. You put these stupendously large, like 10,000 metric ton solar power stations in orbit. They collect the sunlight, which doesn't have the disadvantages of sunlight on the Earth. It's basically constant except for 90 minutes during the equinox when the Earth is actually blocking the sun. Otherwise, 99-point-some% of the time, constant access to sunlight, no clouds, no night, no weather. And then you beam it down to the ground, either at optical or more commonly at radio frequency wavelengths. So in theory, as I said, it could scale to all global demand several times over. It looks like there's some 332 terawatts of space in the geostationary belt if we organized it properly. And a lot of people don't know that in point of fact, NASA tested and proved the reality of this particular kind of long distance power beaming back in the 70s. So there's this broader competitive vision, not to build one of these things, right, but to build an entire global economy, so when we talk about where are the customers and where's the pain point, really the pain point is in having a non-combustion, long-term renewable energy system that doesn't produce gases that alter our climate. And we're not talking about just one of these, right? We're talking about putting like 3,000 of these in geo. So 3,000, times 10,000 metric tons, you're talking about millions of metric tons of material. But compared to the mass of the moon, that's like, not even a millionth of the mass of the moon to put, 55 terawatts of these very large platforms in geostationary orbit. So, exciting things that are going on. Paul, I'm sure, will talk about his experiment, which has actually flown in space. Air Force Research Lab is working on breaking the 1 meter barrier with Spider. There is additional work, a very exciting program by China, where they hope specifically to exploit the Earth-Moon space for industrial development with the goal of constructing space solar power satellites. And that is one of the major reasons why they consider the moon as strategic. And of course, that is part of their motivation for the moon, is for it to be part of this sustainable energy development for their own uplift of their citizens and their broader ambitions via the One Belt, One Road. And of course, they have a developed plan of how they want to get there, and they have potential plans for their satellites. And they are in the process of building facilities, major ground testing facilities of how they want to do it, as well as a stepwise progression. I don't know how many other people caught this, but when Jeff Bezos unveiled his blue moon, he had a little thing up on the side he was talking about energy. And this was something from his not childhood, but when he was a young man. And it said, as a space entrepreneur, he would construct solar power satellites that would make the world peaceful and affluent through abundant, cheap energy, which I thought is an interesting tip of the hand in public that went unnoticed by almost everybody. So this is one of Paul's slides. Basically, you are trying to lower the cost, right? So I want to point out that I'm not making an investor pitch, right? I don't have a company that I'm trying to sell. My investment pitch is to the nation, because I think in the long run, it's inevitable that just like it was uneconomical and impossible to imagine, you know, why would you want to buy the Louisiana Purchase? Why would you want to buy Alaska? Why would you build the Panama Canal? Why would you do the Transcontinental Railway, right? These were things that you could not finance on their own. They required a societal leap and effort to go after. So today, you know, we are in the process of seeing launch costs go down, and we're seeing the cost for satellites to also go down. And, you know, there is this amazing reduction that has already gone on, and a reduction that we think is going to happen in terms of the power that you can get out per kilogram of spacecraft mass. So then, you know, we have these amazing things that have been happening with regard to the mega constellations that are coming about, the low cost production, where the more you go down this industrial learning curve of producing more units, the lower cost they cost. And since the modern designs of solar power satellites are highly modularized, that's very useful. We have reusability. We have the possibility, sorry, it's trying to play my video here. And of course, you have the possibility that, you know, Starship, if it doesn't come through now, somebody will eventually do something like that. And we're talking about the possibility of 100 metric tons to LEO at a time at less than $30 per kilogram. And so there's this virtuous learning curve again, you know, where the more you launch, the less it costs to launch. And ultimately, you know, the cost for fuel to orbit is very low, but there are even better things, right? In the long run, you want to do something with this cis-lunar econosphere. You'd rather use the materials of the moon, and past studies have said that you could do in excess of 96% of the mass of a solar power satellite using lunar regolith-based materials to get off into there. We're going to start to have some kind of a facility there, and hopefully it will be a lunar industrial facility. And then you have this possibility of both Tethers Unlimited and Made in Space to be doing these in-space construction of very, very large platforms that could be applied to space solar power, and the eventual incorporation of other materials to build these. Something like Apophis, for instance, would allow you to build 150 solar power satellites, each of 5 gigawatts. There are further ideas about how you can do this on the moon with these self-replicating factories. Well, Justin Lewis Weber has done some of the most recent interesting work. And of course, you know, if you want to have a carbon-free energy economy, then you need to think about something that can actually scale, as well as something that provides a bunch of jobs and is far lower in its carbon output. So I think that's probably a good place for me to stop and let Paul jump in to tell you about what's going on and show his videos. So I'll stop my screen sharing for right now.
Hey, thanks, Pete. So, yeah, let me emphasize again that I am here in a personal rather than Naval Research Laboratory capacity. That said, I have been involved in solar power satellites, oh gosh, for over 10 years now, I guess. It's been, time goes quick. And I'll mention also that Pete and I both were authors for a publicly released report that came out last year that delves into some detail on some of the opportunities that he outlined, as well as the challenges in terms of both the economics and the technical ones, the TRLs that still need to be raised and the mass production that still needs to be stood up. There's, for those that are interested, there's a video of a presentation we were both part of back in 2016 that got some attention, as well as a TEDx talk that's derived from that. So if you're looking for kind of top level, more description on Space Solar. I encourage you to look for those, although if you were just listening to Pete's thing, you really got a great short, quick overview. As Pete mentioned, we have been fortunate in 2020 to see progress on a lot of fronts. So the press reports, even just like in the last month or so, from studies that have been happening at the European Space Agency and in the UK, have shown that there's a lot of attention for Space Solar. And I know historically it's been a bit cyclic, right? So like in the Department of, or the 1970s, the Department of Energy and NASA took some time to look at this, and then it kind of faded a little bit, or it was sort of a lower activity area. And there was another uptick in the late 90s when John Menkins was at NASA. And again, about 10 years ago, when Pete and others were part of a study that came out of the National Security Space Office. So there's kind of this recurring interest, and definitely progress is being made. So let me share with you a couple things that have happened recently that are worth knowing about. Firstly, earlier this year on the space station, there was a demonstration of wireless power that was conducted by astronaut Jessica Meir. That was called Lectena. So hopefully you guys can see this webpage here. There is so this webpage is nrl.navy.mil/Lectena, but if you go to nrl.navy.mil, you can find the links for everything I'm going to show you here. This video is a couple minutes, and it shows astronaut Jessica Meir on the space station using a very simple, actually I have one here myself on the desk here. I don't know if you guys will be able to see that or not, but it's basically like a light emitting diode and a fairly commonly available diode that you can buy from DigiKey or a range of places. And you can actually demonstrate for yourself like how wireless power works for microwaves. And it basically just takes energy that you would have from Wi-Fi or something like that, and it makes it visible by lighting the LED. So it looks like a number of folks on the call have their own. So you can make it yourself. It's been demonstrated in space. There's Pete. So, all right, everybody hold up at the same time. So this is a way to show people like, hey, this is not some kind of bizarre alien technology. This is something that is, in fact, relatively straightforward. It's just electromagnetic waves that we've been using to our advantage for some years. On the same page here, there's a short video that shows you how to build it. It takes just a few minutes if you have the parts, and how to use it, some tips on that. And there is actually right now a competition. And if you send in a picture or a video of one that you made, the folks at NRL will send you some swag. I think it's like a patch maybe and some other stuff. So it's great. It's a great STEM demo for folks that might be interested in this, and kids really love it because you don't expect an LED that's not connected to anything to just start lighting up. So when you see that, it's kind of a magical sort of moment. So let me see if I can play this video. Let me know if the audio is not coming through, because I've seen that I've had trouble with this before. So let me try this real quick. Can you guys hear it? No? Okay, hold on. Let me try one other thing here. Well, I tell you what, rather than spend some time on that, I'll say, so this video shows a tabletop demo that we made that uses the Lectena, and it has like a lamp and a solar panel and a Wi-Fi transmitter. So these are the same elements that you would expect for a solar power satellite. And then we have an array of these Lectenas. So it's like a fully functional solar power satellite system that fits on a desktop, and that it's pretty easy to build, actually. I have students that have built these on numerous occasions. It's pretty straightforward, but it gives you a way, again, to kind of see how this would work. And here, this is a portion of the video that shows the Wi-Fi transmissions from a phone actually lighting up one of these Lectenas. So that's something to be aware of, something that you can get easily engaged in, even if you're not an engineer, if you don't have any technical background. Very easy, just takes a little bit of time to get the parts and twist them together. You don't even need to solder or anything. So very accessible. So that's one thing. And then Pete made reference to an experiment that launched earlier this year on the X-37B spaceplane. This is called PRAM. And this is the first instance of an orbital test of a prototype for solar power satellites. So what you see here does the conversion that Pete talked about. It's got solar panels. These dark square or shapes you see on here are the solar cells. Quick fun fact, you can often make a good rough order estimate about how efficient a solar cell is by how dark it looks. And it makes sense if you think about it for a second, because if it looks black, that means that not a lot of the light is being reflected. So the energy is going into something. Whereas if it's a lighter colored solar cell, usually it won't be as efficient because it means that light is either being reflected off of it or is passing through it rather than being converted. So kind of fun fact there. These solar cells are different than the ones that you might have at home on your roof because they are designed to take best advantage of the solar spectrum that exists in space. So if you're on the Earth and you look briefly at the sun, you'll see it looks a little bit yellowish. If you're in space and you look briefly at the sun, it will look more whitish because the blue parts of the spectrum on Earth get scattered by the atmosphere. That's why the sky is blue, Rayleigh scattering, some of you guys might know. But in space, you don't have that. So not only is the sun more intense, but the spectral content is different. So the solar cells that satellites use take advantage of that because there's a whole another section of the spectrum that is available for conversion. So we've got the solar cells on top, electronics in the middle, just like that little tabletop demo that I showed you in another video, and then an antenna on the bottom. So this converts the sunlight to the microwaves for transmission to the Earth. And this did launch in May. There's another video that is worth watching on the NRL YouTube channel that goes into a little bit more detail. And that is in space, that is operating successfully. There's going to be a paper that's going to come out next month in the inaugural issue of the IEEE Journal of Microwaves, which you can actually, I think, even request a free paper copy of that at the IEEE website if you want to get that issue. They sometimes do that for when they start out the journals. And you can take a look at that. It's going to be quite an extensive article. There's a number of prominent co-authors from the space, solar, and wireless power transmission communities, including Professor Naoki Shinohara from Kyoto University in Japan, who's actually written 3 books on wireless power transmission. So something to keep an eye out for. And that does have also early results from PRAM. And then the last thing I'll mention is laser transmission. So microwaves, not the only part of the spectrum that you could use for solar power satellites. You could definitely use lasers in many situations. Each modality has advantages and disadvantages. The nice thing about microwaves is they go great through clouds and rain. And the disadvantage of them is that they require these really big antennas. For laser, you don't go through cloud and rain as well, but you can make the transmit and receive apertures considerably smaller. So we did a demo last year twice, once in Seattle and once in the Washington, D.C. area. And although this picture shows you a laser beam, if you were there, you would not actually see it because this is in the infrared. And this shot was taken with an infrared sensitive camera. But basically what we did is we sent from this transmitter over a distance of about 300 or so meters to, I guess I don't have a picture of the receiver there. You'll have to watch the video. But over a distance of greater than 300 meters, we sent more than 400 watts for many hours. And the big novel thing about this is that the system was designed so that people can walk around it and you don't have to wear laser safety eyewear. If something approaches the beam shuts off automatically. And then once the way is clear, it reestablishes. So this is a real big step forward for safety for power beaming. People who have heard me speak before know that I really hammer on this sort of tension between safety and utility for power density. If you have a given area, you can put some amount of energy in it. And if it's not a large amount of energy, you have to wonder like, well, is it worth it? Can I actually power anything with this? But if you put too much into it, then people start to get nervous that it's going to hurt something or that it could be a weapon. So there's a balance there. But the way around that conundrum is to have like a virtual enclosure for the power beam itself. And that's exactly what was done for this particular demo. So I encourage you guys to look at those videos all on the NRL YouTube channel. And I guess I'll leave it there because I imagine that people may have questions for Pete and me. So thanks for listening.
Gentlemen, thank you. That was kind of mind-boggling. You know, I've been a fan of this technology for a very long time. It's the reason I'm in the career that I'm in. Paul, I was kind of surprised that last slide or that last webpage that you had up. The guy that was quoted in that article, Tom Nugent, used to work for me. He was actually the guy I referenced earlier as our resident curmudgeon, our 51% space elevator guy. Amazing guy. So I had no idea he was doing the work that he was doing. So that's really cool. I'm going to follow up about that. First of all, I want to stress that this is here and now technology. You're building the first building blocks of these systems, right?
Yeah, so definitely a key thing that has to happen is we need to see, I think, some greater maturity of these building block technologies, as I think you accurately characterize them, right? So like people who have read the literature and are familiar with the history know that things have been done. Like it's important to point out that not to diminish what we did last year with the laser power beaming demonstration or what happened with PRAM, but if you go back to 1975, like Raytheon and NASA JPL and Bill Brown and Dick Dickinson transmitted like 34 kilowatts of electricity over a mile. But to sort of quote, I'm going to mangle this quote, but actually I got it from your book, Pete. Elon Musk likes to point out that technology advancement is not inevitable, right? Like you could look and you'd be like, the Romans don't know how to build giant stone aqueducts anymore. If we were asked to like build another Saturn V, like we would not have one next year, right? Assuming we would have one at all. Of course, aside from the fact that like it would not make sense to exactly do that. But same with this demo that I mentioned in 1975, like if we wanted to try to do that again right now, like the fact is the people with the expertise for that are not around anymore. So that expertise needs to be replenished. And that happens by building prototypes today and by maturing the technology today. And that is still not, I think, at the level required to make really meaningful progress. There's a lot of unknowns to be resolved. And in the report I mentioned at the outset that Pete and I were responsible for, we delve pretty deeply into that. And I feel like we give it a pretty clear-eyed view, right? So like one of the challenges I think for space solar from a sort of sociological standpoint maybe is that there are folks who are like dead set against it. And then they also have folks who believe it's like the salvation of humanity.
Right.
And like so many things, like the truth is probably somewhere in the middle, right? But there's a lot of unanswered questions right now. And the only way you're going to answer those questions is by trying to develop some hardware and have that guided by analysis and having empirical metrics for things. So that's the thing that needs to happen now. And that's what you're seeing happening in some capacity in different parts of the world. Pete mentioned China, which actually on my shelf near Pete's book is a book that was published this summer in China, very comprehensive about solar power satellites. So they appear to be serious in pursuing this. And in my personal opinion, again, unofficial capacity here, it makes a lot of sense for us to pursue these and to answer those questions and to see where the challenges are and figure out like what makes sense to do.
So that brings us to a perfect segue, and we only have 2 minutes left. The very first two questions in the chat really reference is space-based solar power of interest to the brown water folks in the battle space? And then the second question immediately after that is really about weaponization. So just speak briefly to the weaponization topic. I will say that in 3 months, we're going to have another one of these meetings that's really focused on tactical decisions in space. So we're going to be bringing y'all back for that, but please try to answer their concerns about the weaponization of the system.
Yeah, so the weaponization definitely gets to the power density, right? Like, and I'll point out that there's two different things. There's power beaming, which is transferring energy, and then there's directed energy, which is the category that most of the like laser and microwave weapons fall into. So, and they're very distinct, right? They have commonalities for sure, but the whole goal of directed energy is usually the destruction or disruption of some kind of system, whereas power beaming is not trying to do that. So the place where you can make the division gets to the accessible power density, right? I'll point out that it is like using electromagnetic waves in a weaponized way is difficult because you have to keep this tiny spot like focused at some distant point to try to hurt something, right? So power beaming is an easier challenge because you actually want the energy to be spread out a little bit so that you're not like taxing your receiver from a thermal standpoint or some other problem. So I think in terms of, and I guess there's two separate things, right? There's the actual safety and then there's the perception of safety. Because when you say microwave, people think about cooking stuff in their kitchen. And if you say laser, they think about like sharks with laser beams, right? So I know there's probably a lot that can be done with how you describe it. Like everyone always talks about how language is so key and getting public acceptance for things. I don't really feel like that's been done to the extent that might be required for something like power beaming or space solar. We have enough challenges on the technical side without having to look closely at that. But it's going to have to be addressed. I'm not going to tell you that like you can just ignore it because power density is important. Like some folks will say like, oh, you know, it's less than the noonday sunlight, which may well be the case for certain implementations, but you need to get to the specifics. You need to look at the architectures. You need to like figure out like at the end of the day, it's power density, watts per square meter, and how that's handled.
Cool.
Yeah, I would just say, you know, look, a solar power satellite in either incarnation, it just isn't a weapon. Now, the ability to construct something that size and collect that much energy certainly has strategic military implications, and that's one of the other reasons why we should hedge and make sure that, you know, we're watching. But, you know, the question about its groundwater implications, certainly at some point in time when you've got a developed space solar power infrastructure, it would be very, you know, useful for, you know, powering forward forces, and it would be very useful in general just in space for logistics. You know, not every military system is a weapons system. You know, a lot of American military power is built on logistics systems like, you know, the C-5 Galaxy, C-17, you know, or our tankers and oilers that move things across the ocean. So, you know, when you talk about military interest, it's typically on the logistics side of what this might enable in the long term.
Great. We could spend our next 3 days talking about this, but we can't. So thank you all, gentlemen, Doctors Jaffe and Gerritsen. Gerritsen, you're like 10 minutes away from being a PhD, right? Like, isn't one of your last classes almost done?
Last class is done. I still have comps and my thesis to complete.
All right, just little things. All right, so almost Dr. Gerritsen and Dr. Jaffe. Really appreciate having you all here. Enlightening vision of the future. That's what we're trying to end on. So that's it for my component of all this stuff. Thank you very much for everybody's attendance and interest. I am signing off. I'm still here until Tim's done, but for my team and I, Fabio and I, working on this, we're really grateful to all the people that joined us. Thank you very much. I'm out.
Thank you, Michael. And from here at the foundation, we, for one, could not have put on something of this quality and this relevance without you and your team. So thank you. As we've mentioned a number of times over the past couple days, this is meant to be the start of a year-long series that focuses on different topics, each of which were touched on today, with the goal of being operationalized networks and useful insights into everything from the tomorrow out to the 2035 aspirational projects. So as we move forward in this series, please, you have all been a part of the inaugural event. Please send us your feedback. My email is here on the screen. If you're speaking at this event, that means you already have our email addresses. So please send us feedback you have on improvements we can make, adjustments, or just speakers you'd like to see at later events. The next event is going to be January 6th through 8th, and it's going to focus on the point-to-point suborbital network of spaceports, rockets, and the customers that would fuel that expansion. The aim of that, along with the next several topics in this series, is really to build a body of knowledge around key topics that Congress is going to care about. So as John talked about yesterday in his talk of how the mechanics of getting legislation passed works, and as we've mentioned elsewhere, we're looking to build momentum in Congress, and that happens by building a constituency that they listen to. Since there's not a senator from the great state of the moon, we are stuck making the benefits of space evident to people here on the ground. And that starts with the most tangible and near-term things like point-to-point suborbital, the national security implications and the sort of strategic space assets that both Space Force and NASA have talked about constructing will be our February event as we build towards the passage of the Space Act of 2021. And the last thing I'll say in closing is you've shown up, you've presented, you've asked questions. That is what we need. That is what we've hoped and dreamed for, and you all came through better than we could have hoped for in terms of challenging our assumptions, poking to make sure that the ideas and concepts were solid, and we need more of that. We also need partners who are willing to be the constituent voices in your district. So as we move from the 116th Congress, closing out in December, to the next Congress that sits in January, if you're willing, reach out to me, Tim at Climb to Space, and we will set you up with the background information, the letters, the talking points, and then connect you with your representatives so you can get your voice heard. And whether or not it is specifically amplifying our message or not, that's not as big a deal as getting the message across that space is real, space is important, and it benefits America, especially as we look to rebuild. So once again, Michael Lane and team at Liftport, thank you. Lila, Leo, and Alana here at the foundation, you guys have been amazing in the background. Thank you. To our MCs, thank you. That is not an easy job sometimes. And so, yeah, thank you. And to our audience, see you in January.